Buddothpada, awakening in silence deep. Buddothpada, where the mind no longer sleeps. Buddothpada, breath is soft and flowing free. Buddothpada, no self remains, just clarity. Buddothpada, stillness shines like morning light. Buddothpada, truth appears beyond sight. Buddothpada, Buddothpada, awakening, Buddothpada.
At your feet, Teruvan Saranai, everyone. Salayatana Loko Loko, Salayatana Nirodho Nibbano. Here, the whole Dhamma is explained by Lord Buddha. All these years, we didn't know that the world is created by our own senses. So what we did was, we ran everywhere around the world to stimulate our senses, isn't it? And still some people are running. Most of the people are still running. Lord Buddha said to Angulimala, I have stopped running. It's time for you to stop. So actually, if we analyze this, can you see that all these years we were entertaining our own senses, either the eye, ear, nose, smell, feel, and thought. Even though we were entertaining those, it was actually never enough. If we take the radiant mind, where we also came from, it was so pure, isn't it? Like a pure white sheet. There were no defilements at all. But the baby in the cot, he also has eyes, ears, nose, tongue, and a body. And he also reacts to the light, to sound, to taste, to smell, and the body feel. And he cries when he is uncomfortable. And he smiles when he is not hungry, and he is comfortable, isn't it? He does not think about himself. So, is there a me there? No, there is no me anywhere, isn't it? So we can see it is a system. But the baby, he also can suck milk from the mother without even knowing that. Later, he can lift his head, turn to sides, he can sit, stand, walk without involving me. So we can clearly see that there is no one involved in these actions, isn't it? It is a sensor function. But the child also sees, hears, smells, tastes, and feels. But there is no soul. There is no me anywhere. So if we take the eye sensor, there is no me in the colors. There is no me in sounds. It's only a vibration. And our noble friend Buddothpada explains, there is this underneath power, a current, a self vibration. So later, when the child grows up and goes to the Montessori, now his world is created by colors, sounds, and actually he didn't have a world earlier, but now his world is created. So in Montessori, the colors and sounds are introduced. Red, blue, yellow, green, likewise, the colors are introduced. For example, say the teacher shows the child a cup. So the teacher says, it is a cup. So isn't it a sound? Cup is a sound. So then the teacher says, this is a red cup. So the child gets the mental image of a red cup. That is how the red cup was created. So even later in life, if somebody says the red cup, the image of the red cup will create. But here we should know that not only the color and the sound, but ditta sutta, the smell, the taste, the feel of the cup, all merged into one. So likewise the red cup is created. So next the teacher says the blue bag. So as soon as the sound comes, blue bag, the image of a blue bag creates. It's as a mental image. The image has a solid blue bag. Say now the child is taken to the garden and he hears the sound of a crow, and he asks the teacher, what is that sound? So you know that usually children ask questions, no? So then the teacher says, son, it is a sound of a crow, and she will show the crow in a branch. And she will continue to say, the crow is a bird, it is black color, and he says, kak kak. So the child gets the solid image of a black crow who says, kak kak. So imagine the child goes home, he sees a crow in his garden. Then he might show that bird to his sister and say, that is a crow. And he says, kak kak. So now the mental image of a crow is created because the telepathizing system starts to work now. So imagine the crow sound comes. As soon as the sound comes, the mental image of a crow will create. Then and there. So this happens moment to moment. So our noble friend Buddothpada Aryan Wahansa explains that everything is a moment to moment creation, and there is nothing called memory. So this happens with all the senses. For example, if we take smell, if I say jasmine flower, the one who knows about jasmine flower, not only the smell, but the softness of the petals, the shape of the flower, the color of the flower, all comes in a fraction of a moment as a mental image. So even you might imagine or think that about the jasmine plant at home, how you planted it, there are a lot of flowers in it, and how you plucked the flowers with mother and went to the temple, and the jasmine flower will create a big story, isn't it? The mind is such that it needs something to get attached. So that's what the mind sensor does. It's like feeding data to a computer, isn't it? So it knows only what is there. So imagine I say bread to a person who talks only Russian language. Will he understand it? So he won't understand it, because in Russian bread is called khleb. So in Chinese it's called miangbang. In French another thing, le pain. Likewise, so different languages to the same object. So likewise, there are different languages. And if we learn that language only, we know what it means, isn't it? So what I wanted to highlight is that if somebody is seeking for Nibbana, the first thing you have to do is to find how the mind is created. Because Lord Buddha said, I am preaching you a never heard before Dhamma. Lord Buddha said it to the 5 hermits 2600 years ago. But our society is still in action and effect, isn't it? The karma pala bhumi. So when Lord Buddha said, I am preaching you a never heard before Dhamma, it means the dependent origination Dhamma, the cause and effect Dhamma. The clear path to Nibbana is only there. But due to so many reasons, throughout the years, this wonderful Dhamma was hidden for so many years, isn't it? But now it is revealed. It is revealed again by our noble friend Buddothpada Aryan Mahansa. So now the path is clear. And we know that Lord Buddha has said dependent origination Dhamma, and Lord Buddha has revealed it to the world. So what is dependent origination Dhamma? It shows how the mind is created, how the suffering is created. So our world is created by our senses, salayatana, loko. So as we said earlier, the radiant mind, the baby in the cot. Baby did not have any world, but he had the glue or the shastrava for the attachments. Even though he has the senses, eyes, ears, tongue, nose, and the body senses, the mind sensor is not yet created. But he also sees, hears, tastes, smells, and feels. But still he can't identify what is it. So even the baby was taken to another country by other parents. The baby don't know it. Say a Sri Lankan baby was taken to China, so he will be raised there and he will learn that language, Chinese language, and he will call those parents mother and father, learn their language, speak in that language, write in that language, and also think in that language. Although the origin is Sri Lanka. Chittena niyati loko. So this is a mind created world, isn't it? But to understand this is not that easy. First we have to listen to Dhamma, Janato. Then you feel it, Passato. So we have to see all the senses, how it works, isn't it? So here we want to say that there are a lot of practical programs conducted in our Metmallarna monasteries. So one can practically experience this through oneself. How the world is created by our senses and how one can get released from the external world by feeling it. And you will feel that the thoughts are also not real. It's a creation due to speed. So once you see that, you will be released from the thoughts as well. And once that happens, only the actions are there. And there's no one who is doing these actions. There is no me, no soul. So if we say this in a shorter way, that the external world is not real. Thoughts are not real. Only an action, and no one is doing it. So the practical program is nicely created by our noble friend Buddothpada Wahanse. So anyone can experience this. So anyone has to know this Satyajnana, the Darshana, or the true Dhamma part, where it shows how the mind is created, where one can see how the light is created due to the speed, how the sound is created, how the smell is created, how all the senses are created. It's actually due to the speedy vibration, a creation. So once you contemplate on this with wisdom, Yathabhuta Jnana, how the colors and sounds, taste, smell, feel, Ditta Sutta Mutta, the vibration merges into one to create another vibration called a thought. And you will see all are creations and illusion. It is not real. If we take it as real, it is due to our ignorance. So what we have to know is that this illusion, we can't get it with mind, but we have to see through wisdom. So if someone wants to get rid of suffering, the only way is to see this truth. The truth is, there is actually no me, there is no soul, only a system working. So who is there to suffer? So in Sutra Deshana, Buddothpada Sutra Deshana, in Patthana Karana, Aran Wahanse explains and highlights that it is also shows us how the mind is created through the senses. So what we have to know is, this is not knowledge, it is very practical. Actually, as Aran Wahanse highlights, this Dhamma cannot be written in a book, or one can't get it from knowledge. You can't get it from knowledge. Or you can't get it from doing concentration meditation. You can't go to the practical side without knowing the theory also. Means Satyajnana you should know before you go to Krutajnana. So Aran Wahanse always explains, without knowing the darshana or how the senses are created, how the mind is created, there is no path to Nibbana. So what we have to understand is, if somebody preaches saying that, taking that outside world as real, then we have to be very careful, because there is no path there. So the only path is through insight meditation. What does that mean? It means to see through the stimuli, see through a thought, how it is created, how all the five senses are created. So especially we have to know, without knowing that this darshana or the true Dhamma part, there is no meditation. Dasana pahatabba and bhavana pahatabba. So we will see what happens when one does concentration meditation. So we know there are several types of concentration meditation. Say, in concentration meditation, so it trains the mind to focus on to a single point. It could be breathing, it could be a sound, it could be a object. For example, awareness of breathing, repeated chanting, maybe focusing on a color, focusing on a candle. So there are several types of concentration meditations. If we take the breathing meditation or the anapanasati meditation, so there the mind focus on the sensation of breathing. So breathing in and out. It is often at the nostrils or the abdomen. If we take repeated chanting, which means repeating the same sound, then also one will go into the focus meditation, like a trance. Also there are this love and kindness meditation, metta meditation, which means concentrating on developing feelings of compassion and love towards oneself and others. And there is walking meditation, where the mind concentrates on walking. So whatever type of concentration meditation, it involves choosing a focal point and keeping attention on it. So it is in the mundane world. But it can help in a way to improve memory, to sharpen their mental focus and be attentive. But also it can calm your temporary, because the thoughts, it comes as usual. We know that it automatically happens. We can't stop the thoughts. So say one went to a concentration meditation retreat after some disaster in the family. So just to get rid of the suffering. Say you stayed there for 2 weeks and maybe you were calm. But what happens as soon as you come back? The all memories will come back, isn't it? So we know about this telepathization system. So it happens with whatever you see, whatever you hear, smell or think. So it's just like that. One can't keep a rubber ball underwater. So as soon as you release it, it will bounce back to the surface, isn't it? So, but as we said, you can get a temporary relief in the mundane world. So, to be peaceful in the busy lifestyle. So, people seek a path to be free from the busy lifestyle, from the stress. So, there are many interpretations of this meditation. So, some say this is what Lord Buddha has taught, but it is not, isn't it? As a real Buddhist, we should know what Lord Buddha has preached to the world. And we want not a temporary relief, isn't it? We want a permanent cure from this suffering. So Aryan Mahansa, our noble friend, always asks, are you in the body? Are you in the mind? Who are you? So if we take the body, if you are in the body, how can you get sick? Actually, we don't know even at this moment. One of the system must be sick, isn't it? It could be either the respiratory system, cardiovascular system, endocrine system, nervous system, and so on. So sometimes the whole body has a pain. Sometimes we have leg pain, knee pains, back pains, stomach pains, ear pains, headaches. So can we stop these pains? Imagine having a toothache. We can't stop it, isn't it? We can't even stop being hungry or thirsty. If there is a me somewhere, so we could be able to stop this pain. Yes, temporarily we can take some medicine, but is there a permanent cure for this pain? So as you can see, this is a system functioning. There is no me anywhere. So if we go to the cancer hospital, we can see how the people are suffering, isn't it? So yes, we need a permanent cure, isn't it? So am I in a thought, in the mind? So now we know that the world is created by the six senses. Whatever created is a thought. So just like that, we have another thought called me, which is actually not real. So as we said, there is no me in the body, and there is no me in the mind either. This actually we have to contemplate. So like all the other creations, me is also a sensor creation, a thought. If we go deep and analyze, our noble friend Buddothpada Aryan Mahansa highlights, it's a power, a current, which comes with the zygote vibration. If we take a dead body, imagine a dead body, it also has eyes, ears, tongue, nose, and a body, isn't it? So it has all the senses, but the vibrations does not happen. So the mind sensor does not work. So we say that the person is dead. Just like a tree. Mind conscious is not there. So this is a story of one vibration, one thought. So in that one thought or one vibration, the birth and the death happens. So me is this power, the current. So is there anything in a current? There isn't it? For example, our noble friend Buddothpada Aryan Mahansa says, if we clap with both hands, the sound just appears from nowhere. Can we implement a place and time? We can't, isn't it? Hetum paticca sambhutam hetubhanga niruchyati. So if there is a cause, there is a effect. Cause and effect, Dhamma. So likewise you can see this vibration is not real at all. So that's why we can't implement a birth or death. So this should be seen through wisdom, not with the mind illusion. So that's why the darshana, the true Dhamma, the Satya Jnana, is very, very important in this path. So as we said, it shows how a thought is created and how we suffer due to a thought. And there is no me who is suffering at all. So that is why we repeatedly say, and Buddothpada Aryan Mahansa repeatedly highlights that there is no path to Nibbana without knowing this Satya Jnana or the wisdom of truth. There is no way without insight meditation. So we have to understand in this path, the soul is getting dissolved little by little. So what happens with concentration meditation? With concentration meditation, the stimulus becomes real. In other words, the outside world is real. So what happens is the soul becomes more and more powerful. But once somebody is thorough with the insight meditation, then the concentration meditation will happen. Simultaneously it will happen. Samatha Vipassana Yugantan. So what we have to know is that this path is to be free from our own mind, to be free from the illusion, to be free from myself. If we again talk about the senses, eye, ear, nose, tongue, body and mind. Eye works like a camera. It can take only a photo. So if one is not blind, when his eyes are open, it takes photos. So likewise, if we take the ear, if one is not deaf. So its work is to vibrate to sounds. Likewise, the I can't select whatever good I want to see this, I don't want to see that. No, it happens automatically. Likewise, the ear, it can't select this is a good sound, this is a bad sound. It just vibrates. Its function is to vibrate. So likewise, the nose, it also can't select, oh, this is a good smell, this is a bad smell. Likewise, no, it is the function of the nose. It is a sensor. So if we take the tongue, it's also a sensor. It can't identify what taste it has. The skin, it's a sensor. So it feels hot and cold or pressure. It can't analyze anything. It is a sensor. And if we take the mind sensor, it also works automatically. So all these are sensors. So if we have sensors, the sensors do the functions. So different animals have different sensors. For some time, we can't hear the sound which the dog hears. Sometimes a human can't see what a cat can see, isn't it? So likewise, eye to see, ear to hear, tongue to taste, nose to smell, body to feel, and mind to think. So is there a me anywhere? If we deeply contemplate with wisdom, so one can see that there is no me or soul anywhere, isn't it? But we add this thought, me, to any sensor which is created at that moment. So say I see, I hear, I taste, I smell, I feel, I think. So how is this I is created? So how this I got so powerful? How can be there a soul who is suffering? How this me is born? The me is born once a thought, say a thought becomes a thing to you, then you feel the fire. Then that fire is none other than the soul. So the repeated thoughts it creates a powerful me as well, isn't it? But here we should know that there is a fire in the senses as well. So example, if we hear a loud music, the ear sensor can't bear it. Say there is a very bright light, so the eye sensor can't bear it. It will start tearing. Say if somebody gets a very strong bad smell, the nose sensor can't bear it, so we will close the nose. Likewise, if the tongue get a spicy hot taste, The tongue sensor can't bear it. Say we have burned our skin. Oh, there is a needle prick. The body sensor can't tolerate it. So likewise, if a thought comes repeatedly, then that also one can't tolerate it, isn't it? So what I wanted to highlight here is that, is there a me in any of these senses? There is no me, isn't it? So the eye is sensitive to light. The ear is sensitive to sound. The nose is sensitive to smell. The tongue is sensitive to taste. The body is sensitive to hot, cold, or pressure. But there is actually no me in these senses. The radiant mind also had this. He also cried. He also smiled. But only the senses were working. So there is no me at this sensor level, just like the radiant mind. But what happens once the mind sensor is created? Mind sensor collects all this and creates a mental image, which is me. My eyes, my ears, my nose, my tongue, my body, and my mind. Me, my mind concept is created. So with that power, so say example, you see a tree, you feel that the tree is existing. It is because due to the ignorance. But now we know that the tree is created naturally through these senses. So the one who sees through wisdom, he won't take this tree as a real. It won't become real to him. Because he knows that the tree is a thought, creates with sounds and colors. So he won't find a tree from outside. It is a thought. But with that thought comes another thought that the tree is existing. So in the mundane world, what happens? In the mundane world, the tree is real. It is there outside, existing, living. But what happens once you see it with wisdom? He knows that me is a thought. Likewise, mother, father, child, sky, moon, sun, tree, all are thoughts. Likewise, me is also a thought. I am living is also a thought. So underneath there is this, the existent field, which comes with the vibration of zygote itself. So whatever you see, whatever you hear, whatever you taste, smell, feel or think, the existent field, it is there underneath. So whatever you see, hear, smell, taste, feel or think is your world. In other words, me and world are not two different entities, it is one. So how do you identify this me or soul? How do you identify? So if the tree becomes real or exist into you, or you will feel a fire that I should keep this tree, then the soul is there, me is born. So if you are born in that particular thought, obviously there is a death as well. So how do you know that you are born in that particular thought? It is by the feel of burning within. So as we said, this is a system. Senses are working. Senses are functioning. There is no soul. But we tie this me to this stimuli. So what happens if the outside world is real for us, and if the outside world is existing, then the other side, me, is there, who is living and seeing the world. It's just like the two sides of a coin. So if there is this existent feeling, in the other side, the alive feeling also creates the same moment. It can't be separated. So if we take an example, say we get a smell of joysticks. So we get the smell to the nose sensor. If the nose is blocked, say with a cold, we don't get the smell. But that smell, the perception, we tie that to the smell of joysticks and say it is a smell of joysticks. So what happens if it becomes a thing? Say when we go to a temple, there are lots of joysticks around, isn't it? Different types of smells. So what happens if it becomes a thing? Then unknowingly we create the bhavaya. So we actually even didn't know about this previously, isn't it? It's because we feel that the joystick is there, existing. We feel it as I get the smell of the joystick. Though the nose sensor gets the smell, isn't it? But the mind sensor, it creates the story of the joystick smell, and I smell a joystick. So all this creates automatically from the system. Actually, there is no me. So what I wanted to highlight here is that if there is no fire within, whatever creates does not matter, isn't it? So if there is no fire, there is no me, or no birth, or no death. So when one is in this path, this awareness and the wisdom, it is very essential. It is essential to identify this self-vibration. So if we take the joystick smell, is there anyone who is feeling the smell? So there is no one smelling, isn't it? then it becomes only a smell. It is the function of the nose sensor. There is actually no, me, my, mine. So our noble friend Buddothpada Enhance highlights, this is the path where one loses oneself. Actually, there was never a me anywhere. So we have to contemplate on that. It is actually a current, a power. So this power is different to person. The Chittaropana Balaya, the charging power. So how much the outside world is real to someone, the power is more. So these days we can see the wars going around the world. So how much this outside world is real to them, we can see that. So their ego is very powerful. When there is a powerful ego, they don't feel others. So whoever sees the world is not real, they only will be very humble and feel others. So as long as someone is in the mind, then the feel will be diminished. Can't find it. So if we look at the animal world, they don't have much of a mind, isn't it? They also fight, but it is for a short time, short period. They don't take it far. So mostly the animals, they live with the feel. Actually, if we observe animals, we can learn a lot from them because they mostly live with the feel. Some animals have different senses, sometimes more than humans. They also fight for territory, food and water. But it does not go for thought strings, isn't it? Like in humans. In humans, because their ego is so powerful, they have these repeated thoughts. Oh, that one has done this to me. Likewise, it Abhisankarana system works. So the thought becomes more powerful. And the defilements, ill will, hatred, the desires, it becomes more and more powerful. So it is none other than me. Also, humans maintain a habit, an art. So these habits also covers the path to Nibbana. So I have seen some people maintain a strict timetable, a routine. So they have priorities in life. Some are very particular about health, money, family, diet plans. So likewise, there are a lot of habits. So some even say, this is my life, this is my way, this is my way of doing things, don't interrupt. So when we are in the path, we have to identify our habits as well, isn't it? So this could be due to genes, either environmental factors or from a previous birth. So we have to identify those things, turn to our side and be true to ourselves. So what we have to understand is that this is a story of one vibration. It is the power of one vibration. And whatever it is only a thought. Example, the children, parents, cars, houses, money, sun, moon, pets, anything. Any stimulus you get from any sensor is a thought. So this thought gets power, the value, due to our ignorance, because we don't know the truth. So what happens once you know the truth? Know the truth with wisdom. The power to the thought, the particular thought will diminish. The me becomes powerless. For example, when you go to the temple, you get the smell of the joss sticks, but you don't get it as I get the smell of joss sticks. But this you have to practice. First you think with knowledge, but with practice it happens automatically. You feel it. So there won't be any fire towards the smell of joss sticks, because no longer the outside world is real to him, and he knows that it is a thought and there is nothing in a thought either. But he knows this is a joss stick, the smell of a joss stick, but no fire towards it. So that's how someone can be free from the world. So as always, we are very grateful to you, Aryan Mahansa, for giving this beautiful Dhamma to the world. May you live long. Theruvan Saranai, Aryan Mahansa. Theruvan Saranai, everyone.
In the dark of the dreaming mind, a bell of truth is calling near. Through the smoke of fear and time, a single word makes the path appear. Buddothpada, Buddothpada. It's time to rise. Open your eyes, break through the night of lies. It's time for Nibbana within. Buddothpada, Buddothpada, let awakening begin. When the last breath falls in peace, the storm of the self grows still. With Buddothpada on the lips, the heart returns to silence and will. Buddothpada, Buddothpada. It's time to rise. Open your eyes, break through the night of lies. It's time for Nibbana within. Buddothpada, Buddothpada, let awakening begin. Wake up to the truth. Buddothpada. Awake, humans, be awakened humans. Buddothpada, Buddothpada, let awakening begin. Spring of wisdom rising bright, spring of love radiant light, spring of joy that fills the earth, timeless heart of sacred birth, wisdom of Asia, shining
liberation from all birth, liberative from mind's deep thirst, liberation from fear and death, freedom carried on each breath,
Wisdom of Asia, ever aglow. Buddothpada. Wisdom of Asia, steady flow. Buddothpada.
Truth of life and truth of mind.
Truth no time can leave behind.
Truth of birth and death made clear.
The path of peace is always near. Wisdom of Asia, ever we go. Buddothpada. It's time to open your eyes and see the truth beyond the lies. Do you hear the cry of a broken heart and feel the ache that's tearing apart? But if will show you the way. Buddothpada will show you the way. Buddothpada will show you the way. The truth is calling, it's whispering loud, a path unwinding through the darkest crowd. Seek the light, let go of the fear, and find the peace that wipes away each tear. Buddothpada will show you the way. Buddothpada will show you the way. Buddothpada will show you the way.
I was trying to be someone who could finally feel okay, working hard to hold it together, just to get through every day. Smiles came and they would leave me, like the sun between the rain. Every time I thought I'd found it, it would slowly slip away. I filled the noise with more distraction, told myself that I was fine, kept on chasing better moments, hoping one of them would last this time. But the weight I carried with me showed up everywhere I'd go, even in the quiet hours. There was nowhere left to go. Then I met a quiet teacher who said, look at what is happening now. See how every thought is forming. See it clearly, just see how nothing out there calling itself a thing. No one here that must defend, just a quiet seeing of it. And the struggle began to fade away. Buddothpada, showed me what I could not see, not by faith and not by belief, but by looking quietly. Buddothpada, change the way this life is known. Nothing added, nothing taken. It was truth we'd never seen. Nothing added, nothing taken. It was truth we'd never seen. Nothing added, nothing taken. It was truth we'd never seen. Buddothpada, showed the way by asking, see. When the search at last grew silent, there was space to simply be. Nothing added, nothing taken. It was truth we'd never seen. Nothing added, nothing taken. And nothing was the same.
Buddothpada, from realms of grace, from heavens above. You walked among us with boundless love. Buddothpada, Ariayani, Buddothpada.
Seeing the sorrow of mankind, lost in darkness, confused and blind, you spread the truth so clear, so bright. The Dharma's flame, the guiding light, you reawaken Buddha's way. The sasana shining day by day, through your compassion calm and deep, you soothe the wound that makes us weak. Buddothpada, you show the path through gentle words and sermons vast. Step by step you lead us on until the night the fear is gone. Buddothpada, Nibbana now is not a dream. It flows within like a peaceful stream. Oh Ariayani, may you live long. Our hearts forever sing your song. May you live long, O noble guide. In gratitude we stand with pride. Buddothpada, Ariayani, bright as the sun.
May Triple Gem bless you all. So, we worship our Anhanse for his noble guidance. Actually, he's doing some single sermons yesterday. 5 o'clock one was so good, full of wisdom, and thank you, Anhanse. Thank you all Dhamma friends for participating to the discussions and making it fruitful so that your question may be an unasked question of any human being. We are holding 24/7 English Zoom sermons as well. So we salute all the Dhamma friends who keep doing the sermons. The most important aspect here is trying to catch what type of whatever the type of songs power you have. What power is that? Self vibration power. Actually, we are not trying to find anything else. We are not in search of anything else. It's actually to corner self vibration and realize it's not actually self vibration. That's the main idea of this Dhamma. If you can really corner or capture this self vibration and fully realize that it's not the thing that we assumed, and even that vibration is not there, that power is not there when stimuli is not felt as home. So actual understanding is not that deep. It gets deep because of our views, which are so deep, actually. We have so much views. Even a chair is a view, it's a thought. The freedom is a thought or a view. So table is a thought or a view. So these thoughts are very real for us. Even if we fully understand that this outside is just the perception, hmm, what do you think? The this program that Aranansi has instructed, the 4 steps are outside is actually not true. So I'm directly in front of a big TV. So that TV is actually a perception in my mind because there's nothing called TV anyway. And but you can say, yes, TV perception is not true, but I feel I see something, and that something is fast vibration of the eye only. This is the thing that you will realize. But this last few things I told you, that uh, seeing is seeing only, is not that easy because you have to come to that level. You have to exit from the uh, perception bubble. If you exit from the perception bubble only, you will realize that it's a vibration, that in the sense it's a power. And when you say vibration, that's the same as the consciousness. But to get to that level, You need to have a very good understanding about Dhamma, what even these 4 steps are. Like when we say outside is a perception only in the mind, and mind is not true, this I don't know, you can touch your palm with the other palm, and as you are worshipping or saying I like welcome, like you can put the palms together. There's a touch perception, but actually uh, if you can touch with the touch perception as well. This is a very tricky area that you may not understand unless you have the experience. So this touch perception, the touch perception, if the touch perception is not there, you can actually directly you can directly feel the consciousness. It's a very fraction of a second experience. It's as if you have gone out of that mind bubble, directly come to a feel, which is the fast vibration of the skin only. So this perception, when we say second one, the perception is not true. That has a real big effect because that comes to the level of the direct 5 consciousnesses. Because perception is in the mind. Can you feel this? So the chair, we go back to the chair, normal chair that we always take as the example. We can say a flower also. So you're looking at a chair, just imagine, and then you're not doing anything, just looking at the chair. So the chair is a perception. There's no chair outside, you know that. Chair is a perception. But you're looking at it. But what comes is the sound of the chair. But we already know that it's a mind perception. Chair is a mind perception. And when the mind perception is not a thing, what does it mean? It can't be there. So when the mind perception is not there, that is the chair, it just becomes a vibration of the eye. Seeing is seeing only. Seeing is seeing only. If it really felt, then that's the anatma. That's a no self-perception. That's a non-vibration. So that what does that mean? Seeing is seeing means it's eye vibration only. Whatever you feel is eye vibration only. The next stage is non-vibration. So Aranwanse keeps telling all about this truth. He keeps telling more and more about this vibratory nature of this the actual living. So what is living? Now just imagine. I can say I have been a child, I have been a young adult, and I have been married, I have kids, and then I'm working like that. I can keep telling you, yes, there is some kind of a perception that I'm there and something is happening, isn't it? That's what the life is. So, what the actual life is, Lord Buddha said, it's just vibrations getting synchronized. So, when there is a fetus, there's early fetus. We call it a zygote level. When the sperm and the ovum come together, there's a vibration, and which has this self vibration characteristics, and then it can telepathize into any vibration which matches this vibration. So there is a match, 100% match there. You can't say no. Yes. And now this new vibration has all the features. And once the eyes, ears, touch sensation, temperature sensation, and tongue and nose, eye and ears, and touch and temperature sensations develop slowly. Actually, this vibration that started this whole thing, this power, is actually manifesting. That's all I can say. English is a difficult language to say all this. It's manifesting through these sensory organs. So seeing is seeing that bit is actually understanding that that this additional power actually is not the self. That is what was misunderstood as self. No, there was additional power. There is a power that which is manifesting through this. It's like a rubber band which is hold very very strongly, so that there's a tension. Like that, there is a power which is manifesting through these sensory organs. And slowly, when the sensory organs, so they see some kind of form, some kind of sound waves, some kind of light waves. How can the light waves be there? Because there's a fast vibration of the eye. Rod cells and cone cells, they are vibrating so fast in a different frequencies. That's why there's dark light and the daylight. But the synchronization of the, again, seeing itself is a fast vibration of the eye only. If you don't have any vibration in the eye, you're blind, you can't see. Whatever the vibrations out there, you can't synchronize. That's the same thing with the self vibration. If the self vibration is not there, whatever the vibrations out there, there's no synchronization. That's your story being over kind of thing, where your samsaric suffering journey will stop. So this psychotic level, this power, the actual self vibratory power, which is manifesting through all these five sensory organs. Just child is just seeing, just hearing. There's some kind of vibration in the eye, a vibration in the ear. Initially, it is just a vibration, but then this starts to manifest as eye vibration, ear vibration, and the differentiation starts. And then after that, when the to at least one sensory organ overlaps with another sensory organ, a new vibration is formed. It acts as a new vibration. Remember, in physics also you will learn this. If there is a one wave and there's another wave, when they uh, vibrate together, actually they might vibrate as a new vibration. Doesn't matter what the frequencies are. They give a new vibration. That new vibration has again has this power, same power, but the power is now a bit more obvious because it wasn't there before. Now this mind wave is formed. Mind wave power is felt very differently, and the mind wave actually you can feel it nicely. Now there's completely the chair perception is arising. If in the sense mother, we'll take the first one as a mother, ma or mum. Mum perception will arise. Mum perception is just a sound for the baby initially, but then as soon as the picture keep coming when the sound is there, like if you say mum, the actual mum will jump up and down and be happy, and there's a reaction. So that baby is going to actually pick up very nicely that when I say mum, this picture is always changing. So this picture must be something to do with the mom. So they kind of collaborate together, and the name and the form actually become kind of thing. So then after getting this new feel that the mom is something, now this self perception is also there. When the mother vibration or the mother vibration is a first thing, but then you get the perception that the mother is actually true. Then you feel you. If the mother is felt, when the mother is felt as a thing, even perception level, 100% in self perception is there. Why? Because when the mother is felt as a thing, 100% you get the existence perception. Existence perception, ittasanya, is the the product is the self perception. So you get the idea that there is someone who is experiencing this, right? Yeah, you need to get this properly. So then, when you actually get these two perceptions, one is the mother is there, the one which is mostly related to that is I'm here. The mother is there, I'm here. If the chair is there, I'm here. If pineapple is there, I'm here. That kind of thing. Even if it is touch, just imagine you go and touch your daughter or touch your baby. There's a touch sensation, isn't it? Yeah, but the problem is when we are adults, kind of not in the baby level, we touch with the perception. We touch with the perception. Touching with the perception is very remarkable to different to actual touch sensation. Well, someone has to actually practice this program to actually get this difference. Touching with the perception is different to actual touch consciousness. What do you think? I don't know whether you understand that sentence even, but it is the truth. Touching with the touch perception is different to actual touch conscious. Yesterday, from discussion, that is the whole question I got. Can one know that through discussion? Not really. It has to be felt. Has to be felt. What did I say? It's through the only through the wisdom, though. I'm not actually talking about actual bodily part. I'm not talking about that. This is through wisdom. If you really understand, touch with perception is different to actual touch, the consciousness level. Touch is a touch. Touch is a touch only in that level. That's where you get fully insight about that. This fast vibration of touch is a product of touch only, the skin only. That's where you can feel the non-vibration. So my direct request is, do you do this investigation? We invite everyone. every person in this world, I invite all of them, whether it's a venerable, whether it's a member of any Dhamma council, whether it's just a human being, doesn't matter. If you are offering homage to the Triple Gems, you must do it with fully understanding what Lord Buddha was trying to say. Not just the other factors. They talk about all the other factors that Lord Buddha highlighted, except the no self view. Except the no self view. It's really funny though, because Lord Buddha's Dhamma is only about no self view, and they'll highlight every other thing except the no self view. And it's not a wonder. Even in Lord Buddha's time, we have heard that some monks were vomiting at the end of one of the sermons, that where he was talking about air is not actually flowing, the mothers are not actually delivering. There was a Vati on Hamati. Yeah, there was a sermon like that, and the end of that, actually, all the people who were not understanding Dhamma properly felt very sick, because they couldn't, they felt so heavy about it. So don't worry. But if anyone in this world is, I know there are so many Buddhists out there in Japan, in any country, there are so many Buddhists out there, even in China, even in now Australia or USA or any country, there are Buddhists. But the just being a Buddhist, how did you even call that word without even looking into what Lord Buddha was trying to say? Lord Buddha was not just trying to say spread the compassion. He said that, but it's not the only thing that he said. His main philosophy is around self-view, sakkaya ditthi, wrong view. Right view is no self-dhamma. That's all he said, dependent on origination. He said if someone is following me, that person should follow Dhamma. And someone asked what is Dhamma, that he said it is dependent on origination. What is dependent on origination? Is how this power is built, how this self-alive field has come, how this alive thought has come, how this alive perception has come. So how this self vibration has evolved into self perception, and then self perception evolving into a self thought. Complete belief that I'm here. That's a self thought. So if you are actually suffering from this self thought, you haven't actually you haven't felt the Lord Buddha's medicine. Lord Buddha's medicine is all about this self view, self perception, and self vibration. What else? When you lose you, then only actually the whole super happiness, super tranquility, super awareness, everything comes. Until such time, it's just not good enough. Because any perception is in the mind, any perception. So the perception, even the touch is a perception. This is a very difficult area. Because you feel it as, oh, no, I'm feeling. No, it's a touch perception. But the touch perception also is not true. That's the level of the fast vibration of the sensory organ. To come to that fast vibration of the sensory organ, that is seeing only, touching is touching only, that is the level. What do you think? If you're waiting for next moment, it is not going to happen. Feel it here and now. If you really get this correctly, there's no much problems. The problem is your wisdom. Problem is your wisdom. Problem is the depth of the Dhamma that you have. If you really understand what Aranwansa is saying, Aranwansa is extending his Dhamma, piercing even the consciousness. But the consciousness level is nothing to do with the perception level. It's piercing through the perception level. Touch perception has no touch in it. And then only it will be felt as a vibration. In the sense, the power will be felt. That is the consciousness. Actually, these are experiences which are converted into words, not words. Now, Lord Buddha was not thinking about this Dhamma. Lord Buddha suddenly felt something. Then he realized that what happened? That's the whole thing. Every Buddha actually realized the same thing. Isn't it? Same Dhamma. Every Buddha comes across, resonate to the same Dhamma. So what is that Dhamma? This human, it's a human being always. The human system has this thinking. If you're seeing something, it is with the thinking that you see. Even if the thinking pattern is fully understood and you fully understand that the outside is a perception only, even that level is okay. It's really easy to understand, I think, because just imagine your eyes are closed, just the touch perception is there. You're touching the phone, and that if you're in the perception level, still that's the touch perception. Touch perception is different. Actual touch vibration is different. This touch vibration is not a problem. Actual self vibration is the problem. What is the problem? That's the power. So touch vibration would be there without the power. That's all. So if initially you feel it with the power, So just realizing that the touch vibration is um, is just a vibration, but touch perception is just a perception. And even this is not easy because it's all in the field side, because we can keep talking. So as I said, Lord Buddha experienced something, yes. Arananse can experience something, yes. In the experience, then looking back, he fully realized there's insight that what Lord Buddha has explained is this, because he has the experience now. He goes back to the Lord Buddha's explanation and see, yes, there is a thought. We felt as the tile is outside. When the tile is outside, definitely self-thought is there. If the tile as a thought is outside, it's very important. Self-thought is there. But when it comes to even tile perception, if it is the perception level, even the touch perception, if it is a perception level, self-perception is there. Self-perception is not equal to still self-view. Perception is very subtle. So still the self-perception is there even though when view is gone. So the self-perception, you fully realize it's only in the perception if the perceptions are true. And you only, if you really feel, if you tune up with the feel, you can understand that feel actually doesn't have any perception in that. Feel is a feel with power, without power, that's all. What is power? The consciousness has power. Anidasana consciousness, or the consciousness which is not falling anywhere, it has no that power. That is the non-vibration. So the touch vibration, touch vibration is there without that power. That is really tricky, isn't it? But it is the truth. It's very self-evident, very intimate thing that you can feel. What is this touch vibration without self vibration? What is this light wave without the self vibration? What is this sound vibration without self vibration? What is this taste vibration without the self vibration? What is this smell vibration without the self vibration? Because that's power is the self vibration. You can't catch it otherwise. You can't really corner it otherwise. When you corner it, you realize, no, this is just a misunderstanding. This is only the fast vibration of the I. It's only there. That only releases this extra power that we have. It releases it. It's as if the if someone is holding two ends of a elastic so tight, how much or rubber band, how much power you have when you release it. There's no power in that. Likewise, when this self-force or this power, the tanha, whatever, that power, if that is released, you can see how, why they call Nibbānam Paraman Sukham, how much relief you feel in that non-vibration level. It's a relief kind of, like, it's like it's like keeping 1,000 kilograms aside on the head, as if you are walking with 1,000 kilograms and you suddenly found that it's not needed. It's actually not needed because touch vibration will continue to work without this self power. Do you get it? The systems will continue to work without this self power, the additional power. The Nandi, the Tanha, the words all are used to uh, give an idea about this power. What do you think? This understanding this whole philosophy can be a bit demanding, but I think it's worth it. I think it is worth it because this whole samsaric journey, we thought that this power is me. Whole samsaric journey, not just this 40, 50, 60, 70, 100 years. Mhm. If you get this properly, there's you don't really worry about this self-perception also. You don't really need to. That's the thing. Because self-vibration, we never knew about the self-vibration. We had the self-perception anyway nicely. we trusted it as our own. We say, I trust myself. I know what I'm talking about. I believe what I believe. I can think. I can see. You say keep saying so many things. That's because of the self-perception, self-thought, self-thought, self-perception, self-vibration. This self-vibration, we are actually proving that it has nothing to do with the self. That's all what we are proving here. Can you get it? Well, there should be a difference between perception and the consciousness. Consciousness word itself denotes that power. It's a feel. Because consciousness is actually, even the touch consciousness, it is the actual fast vibration of the touch, skin only. Skin, whatever the receptors that is activated. Because touch receptors are different to pain receptors. Pain receptors are different to uh, temperature receptors. There are different entities of the skin. But these entities, actually, this is the fast vibration of these entities that is felt as this power. That was a misunderstanding from beginning. Well, Advanced sermons these days are so fabulous that he talks more about this self vibration, more about this feel, and also very deep aspects of this samsaric journey because of this power. How this power will actually synchronize when the actual last thought is they're gone, then only you realize this additional power. It has nothing to do with this system anyway, and it will telepathize somewhere. That is what the real truth about this. And you can feel how bad this cycle of birth is, because it will go on and on and on and on and never end. And suffering is such that even though you have like, just imagine you are the king of the whole world and you are ruling everyone and everyone is listening to you. You have the whole entertainment of all the senses to the maximum level, because there's a limit anyway, to the maximum level, and you're so happy. I mean, these are not true things. Kings are never happy, but just imagine you are so happy, and even that, when it comes to the time of the death, you are like, oh, let me live. Why should I die? Why should my body decay? Because I want to fully entertain my sensory organs. Why they are getting decayed? Why they are getting old? And why there is sicknesses? Why can't I keep experiencing this five why can't I continue to entertain these five sensory organs, or the mind also? Because that's all you can do, even though you are the king, or that, because king is in the mind. No, I'm the king, you can say. I mean, we don't have any problem with that. What I'm trying to say is, if you don't know this cycle of birth, you and how this power, this additional power is playing havoc in everywhere, like giving vibrating or synchronizing to whatever the vibration at that level. Usually, what Lord Buddha said is the end point. Usually, because no one wants to die, the end point would be really high vibration. This vibration, this additional vibration, if you haven't fully realized it, it's actually not a thing needed. And this touch vibration will continue without the self vibration. So the touch vibration is not going to end until your body ends. Okay, that is the skandha level. So skandha level is so the Lord Buddha said Panchaskandha and Panchupadana skandha. So the Panchaskandha is the basic level of vibrations in the sensory organs without this self-power. Panchupadana skandha is the vibrations of the sensory functions with the self-power. It's that easy. That easy. And folks, this Aranwanse is actually explaining it so beautiful. I don't know. I don't think people in this world, all the reverends, all the venerables, all the uh, like spiritualists, all the people who are studying consciousness, every scientist who is interested in consciousness, I wish they get this properly, because your suffering is not going to end just because you are studying about consciousness. At the end of the day, when you are dying, even though you have a PhD about consciousness, you are still going to suffer. You have a PhD about consciousness, you are going to suffer. You have a PhD about the quantum physics, you are going to suffer. You have a PhD about the how the light wave works, still you're going to suffer. Why? Because you feel as you are alive and you feel that it is going to stop. And you don't like that. Get scared, you get so upset, so worried, and basically helpless. If you don't know this truth, you're helpless, you are restless, you don't know what to do. If a human being has the 100% right to know this, 100% right to know this. What do you think? Are you prepared? Do you want a PhD about consciousness, or do you want to feel this Dhamma and have the super happiness and the super tranquility without any fear of death. Do you want that, or just a PhD about the consciousness, or PhD about the quantum physics, or PhD about um, the light wave, sound wave, and the touch wave, and all the diseases, or the galaxy? You can have the PhD as well as you can be. You can get rid of this fear of death. You can. You are actually immortal here and now. If you really get this dharma properly, you are immortal just here and now, not in the future. You can't be killed because you know that there's nothing like that. You are acting as normal, but you're not suffering. So I invite everyone come and listen to our advances Dhamma. He's trying his best to give this to the humans because it's in vain that they are suffering. There is a potential that you might get this right. There's a potential. We thank our advance, we worship our advance, we don't have words to express the gratitude. Thank you, our advance. May Triple Gem bless you all. May you all free of suffering. Thank you.
Good morning, dear Dhamma friends. Theruvan Saranai. Before we begin, let us respectfully pay homage to Buddothpada Mahanse, our noble friend and teacher. Theruvan Saranai Mahanse. Your noble guidance has illuminated our path to Nirvana. Your unwavering dedication to sharing the ultimate truth and reviving the wisdom of the Arahants is a gift of immeasurable value. We're truly fortunate to witness the unfolding of this profound truth under your compassionate care. May you live long and continue to guide us. Ayubo Veva and Theruvan Saranai. So we've been discussing the book, volume 6 of True Dhamma Has Awakened, PDF of which is available on Buddothpada's website, buddothpado-dhamma.com. And today we are starting with page 121. And these are creations that occur through vibrational energies. And the feeling that I am alive is created through this process. You talk and act not because sounds or colors make you feel an individual self, but because the vibrational system interacts with your senses to produce this notion of a self. When the senses stop functioning, the body turns into a log. It has no actions and must eventually be discarded. Senses themselves are currents of energy, not static entities. In the future, a syllabus under the heading Wisdom Science will be presented. There you will find topics and explanations on how the notion of a self is created, how the cycles of birth and death continue and dissolve, and the mechanisms behind them. This is the wisdom of Asia, forwarded by Buddothpada Mahanse, and it will be a treasure for the world. The Buddha spoke of Sila, Samadhi, and Prajna, the discipline, the concentration, and wisdom. Here, wisdom does not refer to knowledge. Knowledge itself is associated with the illusory mind. It is nothing but a thought. Let us return to your question. This situation arises through the vibrational system. It is a process, not a static phenomenon. For an example, light is created moment by moment. It does not exist independently anywhere. When a dog bends down to a lake and sees another dog reflected in the water, it experiences an illusion. In the same way, we perceive objects as existing, but in reality, nothing exists as separate, independent entity. Understanding this delicate and sensitive situation is crucial. Only according to your level of understanding can you observe the feeling of the ego and the feeling of an existing self. The power to see is tied to a vibration, prasada. If someone cannot perceive, certain colors, such as red. That color does not exist for them. Similarly, a bull can perceive only red, and for it, the world appears entirely red. This demonstrates that the world is a creation of sensorial activity and consequently of mind consciousness. Vibrations are interconnected. When one vibration occurs here, a corresponding vibration occurs elsewhere. This is a telepathy system of sorts. When this process is not understood, things first appear as sounds, colors, or sensations, and then they coalesce into objects and the creation of a living being or self, bhavasanya. This is why we feel the notion that we are alive, ajjosaya tittati. The result is the feeling of separate existence or jati, the creation of objects, me and mine. However, these are only thoughts, nothing but thoughts. When you say a wall exists, it's merely a thought. If objects exist, your sense of existence is also created on this end. Sensations such as sweet or burning tastes are not intrinsically tied to the notion of an existing being. When sensations are interpreted as thoughts, Namarupa Pacchaya Vijnana Tinna Sangati Passo or Tadapi Passa Pacchaya. So basically in plain English, when sensations are interpreted as thoughts, they're described as with the arising of mentality and materiality arises mind consciousness. Seeing is merely vision. Sensations are only sensations. They arrive as neural impulses or shots. For noble arahants, these remain pure sensations, uncolored by the notion of a self. When these shots continue at a rapid speed, a sense of solidity is created. This is why R.N. Mahansi states that quantum theory is the language of the Buddha. So what this is telling us is that the entire experience of being alive, the sense of I or me, is created by vibrations interacting with our senses. In fact, our senses are the function of seeing, hearing, smelling, tasting. That means those are our senses are manifestations of vibrations. We think we exist as separate beings because of our senses, body and mind interpret these vibrations as objects and a self. But when the senses stop, the body is like a log. Nothing happens. Nothing exists independently. That is why Buddha talked about a dependent origination. This whole so-called world, the so-called self, the sense of self, everything, the mind, Everything originates dependently. They are not independent. Moment to moment they arise. The Buddha already taught about morality, concentration, and wisdom. Sila Samadhi Prajna. But here, the kind of wisdom Buddha talks about is not mere knowledge. No, when you talk about knowledge, those are mental constructs again, thoughts. It's part of the illusion called the mind. When you see something, it does not exist inherently. It's only through vibrations, manifestations of vibrations, by those vibrations interacting with the senses, that it is the perception of objects, people, and even yourself is created. Those are mental constructs that come alive in the moment. So just like, what Buddha told Rahula Thero, the dog, as the dog bend over to the pond, the dog seeing its reflection in the water. In the same way, we are constantly interpreting the illusion as reality. When you open your eyes, there's a world. When you close your eyes, it does not exist. There are the necessary conditions are not met for it to appear. Understanding this is crucial because it allows us to see how the ego and the sense of an individual self fade. For the sense of self and the ego, the self-identifying view to fade, we have to know how it was created in the first place. Just as how once the magic tricks are carried out by a magician is exposed, there's no astonishment anymore about that magic trick. Same way, all we have to do is basically understand how this individual self or the sense of self is created, how this so-called world is created, how this mind is created. That is the same thing actually. And as we understand and as we see it within ourselves, how it's created from moment to moment, it loses the power it has. It loses that the mental charge. It loses the internal burning we have. Internal burning that arises in the moment, embedded in thoughts. The power to see, hear, and experience is tied to vibrations. A color or a sound exists only because the mind interprets the vibration. For an example, a bull sees only red. So for it, the world is entirely red. He does not experience the world as we experience it. Yet we assume that they are in the same world, they see the same things we see, they experience the same things we experience. Why the bull experiences a different world is because of the nature of the senses the bull has. Because of the nature of the senses the humans have, we experience a different kind of a world, more sophisticated, more detailed kind of a world. That is the reason why we have this kind of sophisticated world, why we are capable of creating all these concepts, new things, how we are able to manipulate our environment to our own benefit, how we are able to create art, and how we are able to love. This difference of senses across different realms, different animals. This is a perfect illustration of how reality is constructed by sensory consciousness. Different senses give rise to different worlds. And even across humans, from one person to another, this world differs because overall, even though that difference is not much, your world is different to my world, because if there could be a person who's blind, that person doesn't experience the same world you and I experience. There could be a person who has color blindness, and that person may not see the same red and green that we see. Another person could be far-sighted, another person could be nearsighted. So whatever we see in fine detail, another person would see as a blurred image. Even amongst us, there are differences. The way people hear, the way people are able to sense. Some people have more sensitive noses than other people. Some people have more sensitive taste buds than other people. That's why they're able to become top chefs. So across senses, even amongst humans, these differences do exist. And my concept of the mother is different to your concept of the mother. Your mother is different to mine, and my idea of a chair is different to your idea of a chair based on what kind of chairs you've been exposed to. My idea of a bank is different to your idea of a bank. So even we use the same language, same perceptions, same signposts, same language to communicate things. It's like using currency to exchange something, but we are using this currency, which is the language. We are kind of exchanging and communicating our words with each other, yet they're not the same word. There are subtle differences amongst humans also in that sense. Even vibration is connected. Every vibration is connected. When one happens, another responds. This is why the world appears coherent, why we sense telepathy in a subtle way. When these vibrations combine, they create objects, beings, and the illusion of a separate self. The I am alive feeling is just this process in motion. But these are only thoughts, illusions created by the mind. So even these vibrations, for an example, you walk on the road, there's a certain smell, and the nose can smell it, and immediately there's a thought, it smells like my mother. So when that vibration of that smell is present, the entire combined vibration that had been created for the perception of mother. That includes the name of the mother, the image of the mother, smell, taste, and touch of the mother is vibrated when the vibration of this smell is detected right now. So now all of a sudden, after getting this smell, which is now detected as the smell of the mother, everything we've known about the mother appears in the mind. A thought about the mother appears. Oh, that smells like my mother. Oh, I miss those days. So something like that. I haven't talked to her in about a couple of days. I should call her. Every thought appears like this. Vibrations giving rise to more vibrations. Those vibrations giving rise to other vibrations, different vibrations, and us using thoughts in the process. And these are all manifestations of vibrations, and not anybody's doing. Nobody's doing it. If we were to do it, we would fail utterly at this, because this is executed very smoothly, and this is such sophisticated science at play, and we will not fail terribly at this. This is nobody's doing. It's how the system works. Even the sensations we feel like taste or heat do not inherently belong to a self. When we eat something, let's say you're eating an apple, the taste, we have no idea before eating the apple how it will turn out. Whether it's going to be a bad apple, a good apple, rotten apple, or whether it comes from a sweeter kind of a variety. We, after tasting only, that taste is tasted. If we had any control over it, we would have known that even before tasting it. It's nobody's doing. So we bite into it, and the taste is tasted not by a person, by the faculty of the tongue, through the taste buds. And the heat. Sometimes when we go out of the house, until we go out of the house, we have no idea what temperature we are going to walk into. It's not, if it was up to us, we would have controlled it, we would have known what we are going to get ourselves into. No, nothing. We just go out and then sense it. We don't sense it. It is the faculty of the touch, faculty of the skin, detecting the heat or the touch, or if something is solid or not. They do not inherently belong to a self. They're just impulses interpreted by consciousness. Or rather, impulses that give rise to the mind, that kind of translate into words. For an arahant, these remain pure, uncolored by ego. For an arahant, he or she will detect the heat for what it is. He or she will detect the taste for what it is, smell for what it is, whatever the colors for what it is, not for the mentally constructed names or qualities or characteristics. When these impulses are fast and continuous, they give the illusion of solidity, impermanence, and a separate being. They're so fast, they take place at rapid speeds. too rapid that process and the difference or the variations in that process cannot be grasped with the mind. So that gives an illusion of, or something solid is out there, something permanent is out there, and that is separate, and therefore I'm experiencing this, and therefore a separate being comes into existence. That is, this is exactly why Aryan Maharaj says that the Buddha was describing the world in the language of vibrations. Now, these same principles, they use in quantum theory. They call it quantum theory, but everywhere the Buddhism is explained, whatever is discussed, however this system come into existence, whenever this mechanism is explained, this underlying mechanism of telepathy or resonance is inherently everywhere. Science only talks about it in terms of special situations, special occasions. For an example, when we were studying science, they would explain resonance as some special phenomenon that could be seen when an opera singer sings, the wine glasses break, or when a troop of soldiers march to the same beat across a bridge, the bridge collapses. So there are many, or when there are two tuning forks of the same frequency. When one is vibrated, the other one automatically vibrates. So these things that were talked about as special phenomenon in science, in fact, is the basis of how this entire world, the so-called world, so-called physical world, the material world come into existence moment to moment. And when they talk about resonance, they say there's a natural frequency to everything. And this is what Buddhism talks about. This so-called self has a natural frequency, which is the Saraswata nature, or the inclination towards states, which is why if you have, let's say, 4 members in a family, there are 4 unique individuals. One could be kind, one could be restless and agitated all the time, one could be very silent, depending on the Saraswata nature, Sarasava nature of that person. Meaning, when someone is conceived as the zygote, the vibration that is given rise to as the cells divide, as the cell division takes place, that vibration, if there's some vibration out there, we have to use words, but we cannot allocate a place, we cannot say another vibration is out there. So if some other vibration is out there that is the same vibration as the vibration at which this zygote vibrate during cell division, that vibration becomes this vibration. That vibration being a vibration of a person. So if someone dies, all of us have this vibration, this frequency. Even when the body is deteriorated after death, the vibration is still there. If there's a suitable zygote with the same vibration, this vibration becomes the same vibration as the vibration of the zygote. So that is how the cycle of rebirth continues. So this zygote now has that same vibrations, the eyes, ears, everything vibrating at the same vibration. And they are able to give rise to, once the baby is born, the vision, the hearing, the smell, taste, touch. And these vibrations have different manifestations. The experience of seeing something is different to the experience of listening to something. The experience of smelling something is totally different to the experience of seeing and hearing. The experience of Similarly, the experience of tasting and touch, that different experiences on its own. When all of it comes together, the resultant vibration or the sense of self is formed. They kind of go hand in hand. They created from the same vibration, manifested, and we say when they come together, the mind is born. That manifestation gives rise to the mind. The mind is manifested. Something called the mind is created. So we've talked about how the mind is created in great lengths. Even yesterday we talked about, and mind is created, the baby is born, then now baby has the mother, father. If there's a mother, if there's a father, then there should be a self to whom this experience belongs, is the first thought is one of the very first thoughts that's created by this system of the mind. So from that day onwards, there's a self-identifying you. There's a thinking, there's a belief system that there's a self here. And there's an underlying feeling and an underlying power to it. So this self is updated with every new label added to this system, updated, evolved, the thinking process. I like this, I like that. I'm this kind of person, I'm that kind of person. So the ego is created, the false self is created. And underlying power is there. There's this duality, and there's pain and pleasure. And even whatever we see are just manifestations of vibrations. Whatever we hear, smell, taste, touch, just manifestations of vibrations, not objects that exist out there. And since we didn't know that, since the child doesn't know that, since the child is in ignorance, a world is existing for the child, for us, before we stumbled upon this Dharma. Everything exists, and with respect to it, I exist. I exist, and pain and pleasure is drawn from that. But as we understand this Dharma, what we realize is even pain and pleasure is a creation of the mind due to the assumption that this so-called world exists, and with respect to it I exist. The pain and the pleasure is pain and the pleasure belong to someone, belong to me. That is why it's painful. Somebody else's pain or pleasure doesn't make a difference, doesn't create a reaction within us. It's our pain and pleasure which gives us pain and pleasure, because it is to a self, it is to this self, it is to me. This pain and pleasure belongs to me. Why does pain and pleasure is there? Because I exist. Why does I exist? Because there's an external world. The so-called external world. I see this. There's a person who's seeing this external world, who's listening to this external world, who's smelling this external world, who's touching, who's tasting this external world. So, but what we do not realize, because we were in ignorance, what we did not realize was with this manifestation of vibrations, it takes place at a rapid speed, so fast. By the time we look at it, it already exists. And that underlying power makes us feel like it's there. Something is there, something with some solidity, some power, some liveliness is out there. And that same sense of existent feel. Because however much I tell you that this is an illusion, you're not convinced, because for you it feels like it's out there. It's this three-dimensional plump kind of thing. That is due to the speed, due to the rapid speed at which these vibrations occur. These natural vibrations, everything has this natural frequency. At this, because of the speed, it feels like it's there, and it is the same feeling that gives rise to I am here. But it is one singular kind of a feeling, and that existent feel is kind of extended to become the sense of self. That feeling that I exist. It's one and the same. There's no two different feelings. It's the same feeling that is being extended due to the rapid speeds, continuous rapid speeds. Yet, since the mind comes alive as this process happens, mind is the thought in this moment. Thought is communicated in some language, the language you know, and language follows duality. Language comes into existence to explain the dual nature of the world. But the truth is non-dual. So this existent field transforming into the sense of self is labeled using thoughts as the world is out there and I am here. It's the same feeling that is divided into two parts using language. So the self-identifying view is always continuing and maturing. And this self-identifying view is embedded in every thought we think about, even though it's said that we think. It's the system. There's no self. There's no person here. This is a wrong identification. We wrongly identified this process and labeled it as a self. Now it is continuing until one is realized. One realizes that there is no self. One's self-identifying view is kind of demolished or eradicated. And not just that, one's sense of self is completely diminished. There's always some angle of self, especially if the self-identifying view is intact. Whatever is done is whatever done, whatever is seen, whatever is heard, whatever is felt is wrongly identified to be I see, I feel, I hear. That is the wrong identification. But wrong identification doesn't change the truth. Let's say there are different kinds of balls, and there's a label with the ball noting its color. A red ball has a tag that says it's red. Blue ball has a tag that says blue. Let's say somebody switched this. Just because somebody switched this doesn't mean red ball is not a red ball. Red ball is a red ball regardless of what you call it. Similarly, whether you call it a self or whatever, there is no self. It is just a system. We can misidentify it all we want, but it doesn't change the fact. It doesn't change the truth. So whether you think I do it, whether you think this happened to me, whether you think I'm being stupid or whatever it is, whatever your life situation right now, it doesn't matter. The truth is there's no one here. Even when you say I am doing this, nobody's doing it. It's a system that's taking place, doing its action, that system. Okay, Theruvan Saranai Ravi. Dr. Ravi, Theruvan Saranai. Thank you for joining.
Arshi, just give me two minutes. Excuse me.
Yeah, sure. So that misidentification doesn't change anything. That is a kind of a problem the listeners have, because okay, we realize that the external world, the so-called external world, is not real, which made sense. We get it totally, and we get that the thoughts are not real. And it's not easy to understand what thoughts are, and to have that kind of sharp awareness as thoughts occur, not to miss, and all that good stuff. And even when this truth is known, this underlying belief that I do this, I do that could be intact. When in truth, it's what we need to see is that it is the system. Yeah, Dr. Ravi, if you're free.
Yeah. Theruvan Saranai. Arshi, Theruvan Saranai Arena, Theruvan Saranai, everyone. Yeah, as you said, the problem is the feeling of the I-ness. So we do feel, unfortunately, we do feel that we are living. So that is the problem. For that brings us everything, the sorrow, the joy, the happiness, and eager, anger, clinging. All these things happen because we feel like we are living. So as Harshi said, yes. So what we have to do is just we have to put some effort to see how this living feeling, live feeling comes up. Is it a, so people might say it's the nature of a living being. So feeling the alive feel is the nature of the living being. So how can you say so it's not there? And so is there any kind of a, argument beyond that? So they will ask like that. Being a human is also so humans can be also categorized as another living being. So being a living being is the feeling of the aliveness. So the scientists might argue with you. So that is the fundamental fact that that we are being categorized as living beings because just because we feel the alive feel. But Buddha said was something different. So even though we think we have been categorized as a living beings, just try to figure it out what this alive feeling is. Whether this alive feeling is a real thing or not. That is the exact point that Lord Buddha addressed. So we have been doing things, we have been creating, we have been fighting each other, we have been making relationships each other. On top of that, a life feel that we are having. So science, in the modern day world, even in the ancient world, the scientists, the philosophers, the psychologists, and those kind of people, even the spiritual leaders, they didn't know. They believe that there is some kind of a alive thing for real, a live thing within us for real. But Lord Buddha said is something different that has not been heard before. Even nowadays, we can't hear this from the scientists or any kind of spiritual leader even. What is this message? What is this message? That there is no so-called a living being within you or within so-called other living beings. There is no such a thing called a live thing within you as well as the other living beings. That is the message that Lord Buddha wanted to convey to this world. It is so. So the challenge is there. What is the challenge? We have been feeling that we are living since our childhood, since the day we are born. And also we encounter so many living creatures. So we call them in different names, cat, dog, elephant, and so on. And also scientists believe the trees have also a kind of a living nature. They are made up of cells. So so they assign some kind of a liveliness for that those cells even. So they with that fundamental uh, concept, they try to build the world upon that. But what Lord Buddha said is that has not been heard before. What Lord Buddha wanted to uh, uh, explain to this world is there is no such a thing called aliveness. So now what's our challenge? Now our challenge is how can Lord Buddha say that there is no such a living aliveness in this world? No such living things in this world. So it should not come through a knowledge. So now you can think, now you can understand there are two things here that we don't know. What, according to Lord Buddha, what Lord Buddha has clearly had told into this world the truth. So that is the knowledge. And also we have another challenge to overcome, the absolute feeling of aliveness. Two things are there. In Tripitaka, in Buddhist doctrine, the knowledge is well explained in that Tripitaka and all these things. How this alive feel become as a absolute feeling, become, yeah, how this alive feel becomes a real thing. So that is the knowledge part. And what Lord Buddha said is, when you become thorough with that knowledge, then it will tend to apply automatically to yourself. When you become thorough with the knowledge, how this alive feel come about, then it will start to automatically apply to yourself, and yourself start within yourself, it starts some kind of a internal transformation process happen, triggers to happen. Some form of internal transformation within yourself starts to happen. Then of course what will happen, you tend to feel that there is no such a thing called alive feel. So it is, now you can understand, it is a very gradual process. It has to go step by step. First you have to know the things for the knowledge. How Lord Buddha says that there is no self here. That is the knowledge part. Then what you have to do, then we have to incorporate that knowledge into the self. So actually they will automatically happen. How much you become thorough with this knowledge, this understanding, that will automatically apply to yourself. Then it tends to feel, it makes you to feel that there is no such a thing called living feel, alive feel. This is the entire thing that is happening with this understanding. So that's why Lord Buddha said, everybody who is believing that this world is real, they are having this ignorance. Because as they don't know, as long as they don't know this truth, so they tend to feel that they are living. But if you understand this Dhamma, then it will tend to apply to yourself gradually. Then ultimate result will be that you get a feeling of none soul here, no one is here. So that is the ultimate feeling. That that will definitely take some time, because first you have to be thorough with the knowledge what actually Buddha said, and then you have to it will take some time to um, uh, apply to yourself. So that is the practical approach, practical part of this Dhamma. First is the understanding part, then the practical part, then uh, uh, the absolute feeling part. So in these three parts are well defined in Buddha's doctrine. So that is called Satyajnana, Krutanyana, and Krutajnana. The knowledge, practice, and the actual feeling. What is this actual feeling? The ultimate feeling is the feeling of non-self, no soul feeling, non-self feeling. If you are able to go there, that level, absolutely, you can understand that there is no one who is responsible for that particular feeling, because self has been dissolved by that stage. So self will be no longer there if you come to that Prutajnana state. So it is very perfectly said, and it has been covered under the sands of time for about 2,500. So that's why we were lacking of Arahat, people who attained Arahat. So there were no one there during past few decades, over 2,500 years. We couldn't see any person who attained this Arahathood, because this uh, this truth has been hidden under the sands of time. But fortunately, after 2,000 years, 2,500 years, now this hidden truth has been again surfaced, become, yeah. Now we hear the true Dhamma. We have to be very thankful to our noble friend Buddothpada and Manse for bringing about this true Dhamma again to this world. So now we can gain knowledge again from him. We can ask the questions, we can get the things clarified. Then how you become thorough with, how much we become thorough with this knowledge, it will tend to automatically apply to ourselves. So that is the practice. So that will lead us towards the true feeling of non-soul state. So we should not be hurried. We should not be delayed also. So it is there now. Truth is here. Now anybody can have a look. Anybody can have the experience, the real internal transformation. What is the internal transformation? I'm telling it again, the feeling of non-self state. Nisato nijivo shunyo state. So as long as Harshi said, as long as you are in the mind, it is very difficult. You believe in your mind. It is very difficult to feel the absolute truth because mind is the creator of this entire feeling. That is the message of Lord Buddha, and that is well said in Buddha's teachings. How this mind covers this absolute non-soul feeling. So mind is the magician. So it creates everything. So it makes you to feel that you are real. Then we have to know, then what Lord Buddha said, come and have a look. Just pay attention how this mind gets created, how this magician got created. When you understand your mind is the magician, there won't be any magic within that. Then it will leave you to move to that real experience, because you know this is the magician, this is the one who is preventing me from seeing the truth, seeing the feeling the absolute feeling. So mind covers everything. As long as you believe in your mind, it will perfectly cover the absolute feeling of non-self. So what Lord Buddha said is, just pay some attention how this magician behaves. So then you will tend to understand there's nothing to do. The magician can't do anything to that absolute feeling underlying. Magician is acting. He is performing in the stage. That's perfectly all right. Let him play. But you are awakening to the underlying truth. Magician will be remain same. You see the magic, the behavior of the mind will be very well understood. Then leave it aside. You will be awakened to the underlying real feeling at the same time. So then, of course, you will be able to grasp this, what Lord Buddha's exact message. There's no living being. So it is said in Pali stanza, I can't remember. There is no titiya. Titiya means no like feeling of a life feel is not there. So-called life feel is not there. That is, so we think that we were living beings. We belong to the same living human species and all these things. But it is not. We are not the living beings anymore. So that is the message that has been given by Lord Buddha. So in order to understand that thing, we have to understand the magician first, how the magician gets created, how the illusionary worlds get created through the actions of this magician. So then, of course, what will happen? The value towards the magician's creations will not be there. So then what what will happen is just letting them to happen, just letting them to happen. Let magician to play its role. So no worries about that. But you will be able to awaken to the underlying the exact feeling of non-self feeling. So that is the message that Lord Buddha wants to give us. So as Harshi, I heard Harshi was explaining about this mind behavior of the mind, how these thoughts get created, how these thoughts get their own value to that. So how we build how the thoughts make us to believe on the thoughts, and how we move along with that stream of thoughts. So it is the creation of the magician. It is the ability of the magician. Magician in the sense that here the mind. So as long as you believe, keep faith on your mind, so you will be not able to awaken to the absolute truth. So truth is sitting beneath that. So what you have to do is you have to uncover the curtain from the mind. Then you will be able to see the absolute truth. So mind is the magician. You know how the magician tricks you. Then you will not be able. You will automatically not be deceived by that tricks. By those, you cannot be cheated. You cannot be cheated by the tricks that type of that are done by the magician. So you will be always, you will be there with the absolute truth. That is the moment that you become awakened to the truth. So if it remains persistent, if that state continues to happen, that is the state of super awareness. You can see how this magician performs its play, and you don't get any worries over that, because you are seeing the absolute truth. There is no person to feel any kind of things. So that is will bring your samsaric journey to an end. Towards the end, there is no way of creating more and more illusions, because you know this mind is the sole responsible thing that creates the illusion. There is no room for mind to play within your territory, because you know the boundaries of your territory, of your premises. So just come and play, but it can't affect your underlying understanding. So I think, Harshi, do you have anything to add or comment? Or Teruvan Saranai?
Theruvan Saranai, Dr. Ravi. Thank you for that wonderful explanation. Yeah, I mean, however we say it, it's just now we've listened to this Dhamma so much, and what's left is continue with the practical approach and realize for ourselves that there's no self.
Yeah, actually, when you become confident with this knowledge, when you become thorough, So it will automatically apply to yourself, isn't it, Harshit? So whenever, even in this particular moment, so I'm talking with you here through the Zoom. So if I don't feel it is a real thing, so that doesn't mean that it is not just another thought. So I'm telling. So if if I no longer feel that this is a real thing, so that means this conversation either can't affect my underlying uh, awareness, isn't it? So
Yeah.
yeah, yeah, awareness is, I perfectly, it is it is situated deep within me. So I know this is not real for sure. This is the manifestation of my own mind. This conversation either, isn't it? So
Mhm.
so though these manifestations are more or less equal with in you and me myself, so we can communicate to each other. So we can't communicate with the cockroach here. So
Yeah.
because it's my mind creation is different from my mind creation. But in this instance, you and my mind creations are more or less same. So that's why we can communicate to each other. So even though I think that I'm communicating with you, actually what is happening here is my mind creates certain signals, and it creates signals, and it gets verified from another signal. So, as Lord Buddha said, it is a changing of perceptions one moment to another, isn't it?
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. Yeah. And
yeah.
even like we assume, as in the
Mm,
system assumes, my system assumes Dr. Ravi is alive. There's a
yeah.
person like, and I'm alive, and it's just thoughts, and there's no guarantee of anything except for a system.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, I mean, sometimes we think we are in our houses alone. Sometimes, like
Mm,
back in the days when we were kids, we used to be scared because it's just you who's at home.
mm.
It always gives you some some feeling of safety if somebody's around in the home. But now, like this, that is also a mental construct, and
Yes.
and funny, isn't it?
So you just remembered your childhood. So it
Yes,
happened in this moment. That is another kind of a spark that happened right
Eh,
now. Yeah,
yes,
so isn't it?
yeah,
So
yes,
it gets covered up with some kind of thoughts even. So
hmm,
and we justify that signal. Ah, that I remembered my school age. So when I was alone, I felt scared. So likewise, again, what's happening? That initial perception gets justified with another perceptions.
yeah,
So previous signals become new signals. Previous signal becomes, so we feel like, so I'm the one who is speaking for about 5 minutes now. So likewise, so I'm the one who is living. So likewise, we get certain kind of a feeling that I'm living. I'm speaking. So I'm the one who is contemplating. Likewise, so it is really a magic. So if you don't believe this magic, what will happen? There is no person here. That the underlying truth is there within us. Even whatever the things happen at this right moment, that is not the absolute truth.
yeah,
What do you think? Yeah.
yeah, very true. Like, I mean, there's nothing to call alive or nothing to say that we are alive. It's just the experience of the senses. That's it. Whatever is gone above and beyond is the doing of the magician.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like
Only there is only an interplay among these sensors. So mind sensors gives kind of a some kind of a memory, past memory. So it will confirmed by some kind of a hallucination thing. So we hear the same sound at this moment. We see some things. So it get visualized even.
Mm-hmm.
So it is the magic. So so
Yeah,
so it is.
in
Yeah.
Sinhalese we have these songs, Rallin Rallada Pavinaru. It's like that, from vibration to another
That's
vibration to an,
correct.
yeah.
Yeah, very correct. Yeah, move from one vibration to another vibration to another. Likewise, we are
And
thinking that we are the one who are living. So it makes us to think like that. So we are helpless actually if you don't know this truth. As long as you don't know this truth, so we are helpless. That's why Aaron says always so. So innocent they are, so helpless. People are so helpless, so we can't blame them as long as they don't know this truth. So they are suffering. So what can we do?
yeah, it's not, see how for how long we've been listening to these sermons, and like,
Mm,
how many hours a day. So it
mm,
took so long to kind of, the simple truth that, to get to the simple truth that there's no such thing as an external world, it's a creation of
mm,
vibrations. To at
yeah.
least, to get to a reasonable understanding, not to a full realization, how
Yes.
long it took. So such a deep dharma.
Mm,
Obviously anybody is helpless, even if we tell someone, okay, you're suffering for the wrong reasons, there's nothing to worry about. I
mm,
mean, we probably wouldn't be do a good job like Buddha did, like, to figure out what exactly to say, so that that person's vibration will go to a zero.
mm.
So uh, so people are helpless.
Yes, they are helpless. So yeah,
So
I think
in
yeah, other so there are no other friends here, right? So
Yeah,
we could,
today we can, I guess, wrap it up today, right, Dr. Ravi?
okay.
Okay, thank you very much for joining today and for your great input. Let's meet again tomorrow, and let's pay homage to our Mahansi at our faith. Teruvan Saranai, Aryan
Yeah,
Mahansi.
Teruvan Saranai,
Teruvan
Harshit.
Saranai, Dr. Ravi. Teruvan
Teruvan
Saranai,
Saranai,
everybody.
everybody.
May Triple Gem bless you all. We'll start the Zoom discussion in English today. Buddothpada. We'll worship Buddothpada Arananse. We can continue this discussion. We talk about kind of same thing every day. It's all about the non-self angle, or how this feeling of self has happened. So if you can understand, we can discuss it in different ways, and the way we discuss it actually change in the way that we actually with whom we are talking. So how we feel this self existence, how we have developed this idea of self. No one is actually teaching us that there is self. Even the animal would know that there is you know, it's an idea which occurs without anyone teaching you, because you get the perception without any teaching that there is self. So you can see Dr. Sakuntala is also here. Is it possible for you to kind of develop this into a discussion?
Yes, Dr. Kokila, Terwasana. Yes, I was also thinking of the same topic. Something around self-existence or self-feeling, how it builds up from the dot like a firefly, and then it gradually sort of gets empowered, and then how the strong concept of myself becomes like a huge tree starting like as a seedling. We can talk on that, isn't it? Like how it starts now. The small baby has no concept about myself.
Even
And
that small baby even doesn't have a concept about anything.
yes, that's right. Yes.
Nothing. It just feels.
Yeah.
And
And
that is the level that we are unable to feel too. But we can, if our mind power is not that great, we might be able to actually feel the feel that we talk about. And that is the feel where, the main kind of how do I say, sensory organ function. And if no one knew that it is the only thing that was there, but only Lord Buddha actually explained this, that this is ignorance is there. The ignorance is the main culprit here, that which actually is there until the vibration is gone, and the self vibration is not there. But what actually that means is that now we can't say that actually that's the thing. We it's not actually there is one vibration. So like this might confuse us also. So we have to be careful in when we try to say things. So it's not as it is there. Now if the stimulus is taken for granted, only the self vibration is there. that is where the ability of, vibrating non-vibration, synchronizing to non-vibration has become a possibility. So this possibility was found by Lord Buddha, and we worship Lord Buddha for that great thing, because it's such a difficult thing to understand by oneself. But here, when we hear this Dhamma, we understand. Okay, the baby didn't have any problem of self-thought or any thought in that sentence. But the thing is that the a bunch of cells, or we can call it body, actually had the feel. And it could be in the form of the eye, it could be in the form of the ear, it could be form of the tongue or the nose or the skin. Doesn't matter what form, but at one particular point it's only the stimulus is starting from only one of them. They can't coexist. But what actually happens is later, when all the sensory organs are developing, they co-vibrate kind of. When they vibrate together, because it happens so quick, there's new kind of vibration. That is what is called mind. And we know all about the mind because we are already in our mind. So the mind is full of things, from toy to, from mother, from father, from sister, brother, house, home, school, toy. From that, we have like billions of, or even, maybe not billions, but there are so many stimuli. So even sit down, stand up, those things are kind of a mental construct. Without the mental construct, you can't actually do anything. The mental construct part is the one which actually augment the state of this self-vibration. When we talk about this, the main important points to understand is that one stimulus, only one stimulus which begins from one sensory organ happens at one time. And when it is felt as a thing, in different levels, it could be in the non-form level, and it could be the form level, or even the sensual world. Doesn't matter. Whatever the level, how much you feel it as existent, then it is going to give you that power, the self-vibration, or self-power, or the self-perception. So that is the problem which happened. But if someone is having wisdom about this, the ignorance is going to go down, as well as that power is going to go down. Why? Because we learn that there's nothing, everything we have touched, we have touched the tea, we have tree, we have touched the chair, we touch our mother, we can say like that. But when we understand that it's actually a perception in the mind only, that even the touch word, like when we say touch, in the Kankamburus in Sinnoru, we say dogena kila touch something, like there's a saying in Sinhala, some play where you have to run and touch something. How do you know when someone says in Sinhala, no one will do that, but if you tell that in the Sinhala English way, the English child, the who talks in English might do that. And how is that? Because that perception is there. How a Sinhala child will not do it when it is told in English medium, but might do it when it is told in Sinhala medium. So this perception level in the mind is very important to understand, and actually a lot of people can understand this easily. That all the kind of everything that we thought is existing is actually in the mind. But then, is that true? That's a bit tricky to understand. Is that true? Is it actually in the mind? Then we go on to understand, how did that happen? How did the mind perception happen? How did the go and run and touch the chair, you can say. And so go, run, or run and touch the chair. And a single child might look at the person who says and just stay there, but if it is told in single language, he might do it. But what I'm trying to say is the perception. Is the perception true? The chair, is it true? Touch, is it true? Go or run, is it true? So these perceptions are actually formed with the help of these sensory organs. So it's a construct too. It's a mental construct. None of the mental constructs are true. But then there is a feel too. What do you feel then? Then if none of these things are true, why am I feeling something? You're feeling something because you didn't know that it's just a sensory function, it's just a sensory function. If you're feeling something, it is just a sensory function, nothing else. So that's how we keep changing the power, that we keep changing the understanding we have about everything that was felt, that was thought, or that was associated. Yeah, you can add more. Suranka is also here. You can continue or add something, Suranka. Maybe she is busy. Even
Actually, recently I remember in one of the discussions, Aaron Wahanse, our noble friend, asked, who am I? And he was sort of asking questions from different people to, indicate where this self-feeling, where can it be localized, or can you localize or point out and say that this is where myself. So he was first talking about the body. What part of the body can you point out and say, this is myself? Now, one of the beautiful examples he was giving was that if you amputate a hand or a leg, you won't call that part myself, but you will say it was my leg. Or even, the intact parts of the body. If you, even for a small child, we sometimes ask them to show where is your head. So they will say my head. In none of the occasions it's mentioned as the head is me. So it becomes automatically mine. So it is no different from the rest of the world, where we call my house, my toys, my gowns, my mother. So all becomes my, where there is ownership, but none of them can be labeled as myself. So it's similarly the body parts also. If you take the body parts separately, none can be labeled as myself. They are all mine, belong to me, but none of them are mine. Then the second question was, can you say the thoughts are myself? Thoughts or your mind. Mind, in other words, mind is just a flow of thoughts, fast flowing thoughts are labeled as mind. So can you call mind is me or myself? No, again, the mind is so-called thoughts are not under control. I mean, you cannot, the system cannot control the occurrence of the thoughts, appearance of the thoughts. Uh, so then you can't call it's myself. The thoughts or the mind cannot be labeled as myself. So like that, he was sort of, then finally he came down, he pointed out when this system is in function, that means when the sensors are actively creating some stimuli and the collective vibration of the sensors is called thought, and thoughts doesn't stop from there. Thoughts will create some form of a current within the system. So that current is the one which, due to the ignorance, which is labeled as myself. The current may be going up and down depending on the stimulus. There may be high currents, there may be low currents. Now, high currents could be in the form of, we can label them as anger, sad, or happiness. Any words can be, different words can be used depending on the situation. And that current is something that the system feels. It's not a thought, it's a feel. And that current is labeled as self. And also, I remember, I think Lord Buddha also has described in one of the sutras, sometimes the body is taken as me, sometimes uh, the myself is considered as inside the body, or sometimes vice versa. The body is within myself. So, like that, in 4 ways, he has described, the Lord Buddha has described how this, due to the ignorance, how this system associates the self feeling with the physical body. So, those are the things that I wanted to add actually. And also, this self feeling is something which starts as a very tiny point when the baby is small, when the child is little by little growing. So many stimuli will add power to this self perception or this self feeling. That world, so called myself, created around, or maybe you can call it the bubble, becomes stronger and stronger because so many data are added every day through the stimuli from different sources, and the self feeling becomes empowered more and more and becomes very strong. So ultimately, uh, uh, whatever the stimulus which is taken as real is automatically the other side, or like the other side of the coin. It's the self perception on the other side. So whatever stimulus which is taken as real, in Sinhala we say deyak kara ganima. So whenever there is something which is taken as real, automatically there is myself or the self feeling on the other side. Anything else to add, Dr. Kokila or Surangika?
Yeah, it's good. Is there anything to add, Surangika? I think she must be
She must
busy.
be at work. Yes.
Yeah.
So I think everything, yeah, everything is centered around this, isn't it? The self-feeling is the center ball, and everything is centered around that. All the defilements, whatever uh, you can, I mean, name, everything is because there is a self. Uh, and now the defilements like clinging or aversions, all the sufferings. Uh, is because this misconception of self, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah. When we come to a thought, one thought, just take one thought, chair
Mm.
or pineapple. Any of these thoughts or stimuli can actually start from any of the sensory organs. So um, someone comes to the house of a friend, and when the door is open, you might smell something, different, and without any hesitation, without any like time, if the person is fully in the functions, the sensory organs are functioning, immediately the thought is that it is pineapple.
Mm.
So the what you felt there is not actually touch, it's a direct form which comes, and that is where the self perception also is already there. That is the thing. If that is taken as a thing, no, not when someone has gone through Dhamma. I'm talking about normal person.
Yes.
So try and understand this one thought having all the features, 31 realms, because I saw the topic today in the actual the picture of this English room today was 31 planes of existence is in one thought. And that's a very beautiful thing to actually understand, because that's where we can trap, not we, any being can get trapped in any one of these things, whether it is the sensual world. Sensual world has like a lot of stages, the animals, everything. So it can be sensual world, it can be the other beings in the form world and non-form world as well. But why it is important is this human thought actually has all these levels. That's why a human can actually attain or actually synchronize to the non-vibration too, because someone has to actually understand all the three levels to vibrate to the non-vibration, or synchronize to the non-vibration. That's the most important thing. Otherwise, what happens is, just imagine someone is already in the non-form. This actually Aranwanse told in one of the recent, I can't remember whether it's even yesterday or that if someone is already in the non-form world, that person is automatically in the field, and there is no possibility for you to do even a vidarshana or think about these dhamma points. So the actual change starts from that. It starts from that. And that's where you understand that there is no self, and then only you actually feel it. So that's the important thing to understand. It's very important to see why the human realm is so important, why the humans have this, the mind, which is great ability, and in mind, one thought has all these planes, 31 planes, or 31 realms, or 31 worlds. They are all just forms, different forms, which actually the self vibration is trapping. Whenever, whatever the level, if it's a thing, all the below levels are already has become a thing. You can't change it. If someone is in the sensual world like humans, all the form level and the non-form levels has already become a thing anyway.
Yes, and
So
it can change from thought to thought also, isn't it?
yes,
The,
yes,
yeah.
yes, yes,
Mm.
yeah. That is the beauty of this thoughts. But the thing is, even though it can change, this non-vibration has never happened before.
Yes. Yes.
So that is the thing that we try here, kind of try, and through vidarshana, through understanding of this non-self dhamma, you have to first hear this, and then you have to think about this and try and understand this. Now after understanding, you have to, try and feel this. And try and feeling part is the important part. According to Lord Buddha, Trividya is very important. What is Trividya is how you feel about your own previous perceptions, or all your feelings. What happened when that, whatever the thought, imagine it's a chair again or pineapple. How did the pineapple arise? And that you should kind of feel it too, not just think about it. But you have to think about it to feel. You can't just feel something you haven't thought about even. That's the thing. So this Dhamma starts from Satyajnana. And when you start feeling this, you call it Krutyajnana. You try to make it happen. Then there is relief. Like you have some part of the cover is gone. That is Krutajnana. But there's so many beautiful aspects that we kind of try to incorporate now. Yesterday, one of the sermons, I think Andolnath's sermon also, there was a question about something. I can't even remember now the question, but the question was actually going around theory. And that is the issue that we get, because we get engrossed in theory part of this Dhamma, or not the practical part of this Dhamma, and try to think about the practical side. But it's much better if you just stop thinking about the practical side and try to practice it. How do you practice it? You just try and see whether you can feel your own defilements. But there's a trick too. What? Because you have to understand that you have to keep putting wisdom everywhere, because due to the ignorance we have taken everything as defilements, everything as my sadness, my anger, my um, greediness, my everything is mine. What happens with Dhamma is there is one moment that without me, then the me, the whole view about the me, that it's a it is me who is important. All those stuff is now no value, because that there's no me when the stimulus is not a thing. If it's not felt as a thing, you know that there's no as a feel as me. So then what happens to the defilements then? Defilements are there, but view that it is mine is not there. How good is that? It's really good. That's where you stop half of your problems. Why? Because that person, Lord Buddha says, if you have felt this, even once, if you have felt this non-vibration, you will never enter lower realms than humans. If at all, it would be humans or anything above that with some aditi. But the tricky part is when someone asks a question, and someone says, I know Dhamma, that's what happened. I know Dhamma. That person says, I know Dhamma. And then he says, how does the Suddhashtaka go away and this happens? That question itself shows that how do you say you know Dhamma? It's so tricky when we say something like that, because there's always something you don't know until you become an arahant. So you have to be very careful when you say I know Dhamma. There's always something you don't know. That's why you are not an arahant yet. Ignorance is there until then. So yeah, these are the things. So, and also, if there is someone who has at least felt this once, that non-vibration, he definitely knows how much vibration you have. Kind of what your sasa status is, what type of glueness you have, and you know that field as well as you know that non-vibration field. And non-vibration, how the sensory organs function with non-vibration, and how sensory organs work with the self-vibration. So what is about Suddhashtaka there? Suddhashtaka is what it's very tricky to answer all this in English, because the Suddhashtaka, we don't even have an English word for that. But Suddhashtaka is actually the mind, the thought.
Yeah, you have to describe it in a sentence. I suppose there's no single word for Shuddhashtaka. Yes.
Yeah, so it's just a thought. Thought has all this eight
Components.
forms in it. Eight forms in it.
Yes.
And 8 forms are from the 5 sensory organs. What are the 8 forms? It's just light, sound, taste, smell, and other touch. All the 4 levels of touch. And that's all. That's the 8 from. But the 8 is about the thought. And what happens to that? Nothing happens to that. Until you have the respiration, it will continue. That's the thing. If you know this Dhamma and you say you know this Dhamma and you say, what happens to this? And that shows that you don't know Dhamma. That's the tricky part, and we have to be careful. Anyway, no one would say, I know Dhamma until they actually become an Arahant. Because then only you can definitely say that there's no ignorance at all. Because until such time, there is something you don't know. Isn't it?
Yes, I think Lord Buddha has explained the Shuddhashtaka just as a way to explain, isn't it? I mean, not that Shuddhashtaka is something existing, but
Yeah,
as a concept, Lord
to
Buddha has
understand the
taken it
thought. Yeah,
yes, to understand thought.
because
Yes.
it is true. I mean, if you feel this, okay, you're trying to feel the pineapple. If you
Mm.
say pineapple, you can definitely understand that this thought has all these features. Yes, but it's something you have to feel, not like understand. And nothing happens to these things just because you have telepathized to non-vibration and the self-perception is gone. That is the thing that we are confused sometimes, because we are wondering how come we still have the thoughts, and we still can taste, still can see, still can hear, still can smell, still can touch something, and still have no self vibration. That is why you have to become at least a stream enterer to understand this.
Mm.
That's what the practical part is for. Because if you go by the theory and you feel that you know Dhamma, that's the trickiest part, because we can say, yeah, I know Dhamma. Now, can't we actually say, now, even when describing, we can say everything as no extrapolating into the we can there's a part of imagination then, if you are saying something. But actually, if you are saying something you have felt, there's no imagination. Do you know what you're talking about? And there's so much confidence. So nothing happens to your thoughts. Nothing happens to actually what happens is the ownership is not there, and also the vibration is not there. That's all. When the view is broken, anyway, the ownership is not there. When the self-perception is gone, yes, there's no defilements. That means there's no power underlying any of these sensory organs. They will function until the last breath, until the last thought. And
Yes,
it's
and so yeah, yes.
every action is actually a chitta kampana. Or if you say stand up, how come
Yeah.
stand up?
Mm.
And if you
It's
go
a
and tell
big
it to a
picture,
child,
isn't it?
yeah,
Yeah.
you have to know the language, you have
Mm.
to know what it is. And
Mm.
you go to a patient with dementia, you say stand up, she doesn't do anything.
Mm.
It's because, but doesn't she have that power? She has. So none of these things are not the problem. Self vibration is still there. Nothing has happened just because you have forgotten everything. The self vibration is nicely there. Why? It is in the way that whatever she knows, it is in that. And if it is even in the field level, we always tell this, like for an instance, a worm. We always talk about these things, that there's no big mind to a worm. There's no plans to conquer the the next neighboring land. There is no plan to kill the other neighboring worm. There's no, there's nothing like that, plan to bomb the other neighboring country. There's nothing like that. The worm has a very small area of field. And even in that, there's this self-vibration. So this is the importance of having the ability to feel the 31 realms in one thought. So when you vibrate to the non-vibration or synchronize to the non-vibration, you have to go through all these levels to understand that they are nothing. If they are a thing, you are trapped in that level. That's all. It could be sensual world, it could be form world, it could be non-form world. Isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah. Talking about these 31 realms, I remember now, practically you can say that each thought it could be in different realms, but depending on the level of defilements of that system.
Now in that sentence, that what you were trying to say, I will just say
Mhm.
otherwise I will forget.
Mhm.
Now imagine that animal is there with a higher vibration. Everything below that is also there.
Yes. Yes.
So it is there. It's just that the high vibration has masked everything else. That's
Yeah,
the
what I
meaning.
was.
That's the meaning. Because
Mm.
otherwise, we might feel like, oh, okay, that the animal must be so that Lord Buddha has told one level would be dog, one level would be monkey, but everything below that is already there. But that dog can't feel it because the dog vibration is very high. Then it's what you feel is whatever the level you are in now.
Yeah, what I was going to
Yeah,
say was that you can't have great variations in the realms in one particular system, isn't it? I mean, you
only
can't have
humans.
sort of, yes, even humans. Now, what I remember saying, I don't know whether I can convey it correctly, what I want to say. What I understood was that if a system is in a sort of higher level of vibrations, that means in practice or in practically, we can say a person who is very aggressive, that sort of system uh, will not will mostly be fluctuating around the same level.
Yeah,
Isn't it?
yeah.
On
Yeah,
the
that
other,
is the habit. That becomes a habit. That becomes a default, actually.
yes.
That word is much better. The default. Yeah, because the mode goes to default all the time when we put a
Mm.
default.
Mm. On the
And
other hand, a person
yeah,
who has very sort of fine vibrations will not go up to that high level vibrations. Again, in practice, a person who is very calm and quiet will continue to have that level most of the time. Uh,
yeah, but what Lord Buddha says is, even if you are in Sukusukuna Saptasanya, whatever that word, long word is,
mm,
that's also useless, because when the once in 80 kalpa also, if a vibration happens, there is self-vibration co-vibrating.
yes, that's a formless level, isn't it? Formless.
Yeah, so it should be very, very calm level, no? I mean,
Yes.
the calmest. But the thing is, even in 80 kalpa, if there is a vibration, then definitely there is synchronicity to the self-vibration, because
Vibration.
we haven't destroyed that.
Mm.
Actually, there's the words are not good in that we can't kind of destroy, but we just not synchronized to that, and that dies down because of that. Because these are all habits, actually. Theruvan Sanai is Rangika.
There was Dr. Pokhla, Dr. Sakuntala. Sorry, I couldn't speak earlier. I was just on what Dr. Sakuntala said about a person who is generally calm and collected. The range of vibration is around that. I suppose to a certain extent you can say that, but also if the person has not accessed the true Dhamma, there is always because then then that is Pruthajana, the lay person, right? So at that point, I mean, I have come across examples of people who are generally who generally have a quiet, collected demeanor, but if they are not in the Dhamma, the provocation, sharp provocation or an extreme provocation, can take them to a really high vibration, meaning to kind of the Niraya level even, if provoked. So how can that happen? That happens because of no access to the Dhamma. So in a layman stage, the possibility of the person, that mechanism or that process touching different realms, even a higher vibration or a lower vibration, can happen and it cannot be discarded. But in contrast, the beauty of the Dhamma is that once a person is on the path or becomes a stream enterer, as Aranvase says, Niyata Sambodhi Parayana, means definitely the lower realms are completely eradicated, or out of that person's, there is no probability whatsoever of going into the lower realms, isn't it?
Yeah,
So
yeah,
that's
true.
the difference between the lay person, because there are so many people I know who are like so calm and collected. And then, I suppose even my father, I have seen very few instances in his life where he has actually become really annoyed to the point of saying something. But it does happen. If provoked, it happens. But then I have seen other people as well. So to that extent, you can't say that, because there can be, what they say, gati nimiti, kamma nimiti. And R.N. Vansi talks about, 4 children in the same family being so different from one another. That can happen. So just because that happens and one person is very introverted doesn't mean that person is in the having a, what do you call, a refined vibration or a lower vibration, isn't it? It's all dependent. The only way that one can be sure is when the true Dhamma is accessed and that understanding, and if the one is on the path, then only you know for sure that those higher vibrations will not be accessed ever. Because otherwise you can't give the guarantee. That's what Aranvansa says. If the Sakkaya Ditthi self-perception does not get eradicated at that point of stream enterer, you are still having the possibility of that vibration happening at any moment and continuity of this samsaric cycle. But then he doesn't stop there. He continues to say and encourage the followers, isn't it, even at the anagami stage, by saying that, even the single vibration or smaller vibration is also not treated, not encouraged, or not treated as great by the Buddha. So that's why perseverance and right effort and all those things are so valuable on the path, isn't it?
Yes, Surangika, but I mean, there could be sometimes personalities who never can be provoked. I mean, even occasionally, but still they could be mithya drustika. I mean, when they have no idea
Yeah.
what is Dhamma, uh, still they could be in the same lot, isn't it? Same pit, pit, I suppose.
I don't know. I mean, I haven't come across people like that, because if you think about it, if you think about the way the drushti happens and the version, all species are subject to the defilements, isn't it?
And
Because then it
fear of
goes
death.
against that dharmata, it goes against the grain of the
the way the defilements work, and the defilements affect all species. So if aversion, ill will, desire, sloth and torpor, and all these things are the fate of mankind and fate of every human being, what does that say? That says that even if they appear to be calm and collected, they may not be so. If you know what
No, the
I'm
fear of
trying to
death
say.
is definitely there.
Sorry, was that Dr.
Because
Kohila?
we can say worm is also calm and collected, no? Until provoked. I mean, worm can get scared of death. Do you
Yeah, I'm
hear
sorry. I
me?
think we were. I was referring to a human being.
Yeah, no,
But
what
yeah.
I'm saying is
Yes,
the
that's true. Definitely.
yeah, so that's what I'm saying. The self-perception is so tricky that every being is scared to die. In the sense, they don't even know that they are dying. It's just that the existence feel they don't want that to go away.
Mm.
That is why the actual that samsaric there's like a journey kind of thing. That is why that the next one, like what Aranwanse is trying to say. That is the power, not these thoughts or the light or the smell or the whatever these things. That is not the problem. This ignorance is the problem. That there is a next one. That this feel of existence. How can a being is so flustered when you feel like it is not going to be there anymore? That
Yeah, and I
feel of
mean, I think yesterday also our advance was saying about that example about people who come to these countries and say, yeah, I'm not worried about anything. I don't mind dying tomorrow if it's, I lead a quiet life and this and that and all that. And then he said, then why are you running desperately to the doctor when you get a sniffle or a cold and this and that? If you're so happy to die, why don't you just die without taking medicine and worrying about that? And, that kind of thing he says, which is true, isn't it? I mean, sometimes people put that thing almost saying to themselves that, death is the inevitable fate of everybody, so what's there to be afraid of, and that kind of thing. But suddenly, you're told that you have cancer somewhere or something or whatever, then the whole world collapses for them. So how did that happen suddenly? That means all that has not been even contemplated because they are not. Again, the ignorance plays such a big role. It's that underlying layer of ignorance which is the thing that then comes to the surface. And then at those crucial points where tragedy strikes or something happens which is probably not contemplated or anticipated, that self-perception arises and comes forward to kind of they don't know that themselves because they are in the ignorance, isn't it, Dr. Bokita?
Sometimes some people say that I don't mind dying, but I don't want to suffer and die.
Oh, yes, I've heard of that as well.
Yes.
Even my mother says that.
Yeah, and we are not we feel of existence is such that even without any of these thoughts, even just a one cell organism doesn't want to feel that it is going to stop that vibration. So the vibration, it's not the vibration actually, the vibration of the ear or the vibration of the touch or whatever. It's actually the keenness to maintain this. It's very, very subtle. This when it comes to the field, it's very subtle. So the keenness to maintain is there in the sensual world. It is very big. We can really understand. I can, if you do anything to me, I can even do this to you. I can even put a nuclear bomb to your country, so some whatever like that. I'm telling an example. So with the view, it is so easy to understand in the sensual world how bad your view is, like strong view is. Then you definitely know that your vibration is very high. But when it comes to the other levels, actually, not with the samadhi, not with the right way. I'm talking about other levels in without any right view. Still, it's just trying to maintain the form level or this dream. Beyond that is to try and maintain the feel level.
Yeah, I think even that example of the worm, the ita sanyava becomes, especially for animals, and the further you go down the chain, I suppose, the worm is a good example, isn't it? Because, I mean, if you sometimes accidentally prod, or, when you are forking the ground or something, digging the ground, and, a worm comes up or worm gets disturbed. When you see the worm just like going into this kind of hypertension type movement, from that itself you can say that it is, I mean, there is that innate reaction of that it's a company kind of
Trying
thing,
to
no?
maintain that.
Exactly, yeah.
So the coldness, or whatever that comfortable feeling.
Yes, it's reacting to the disturbance as if like leave me alone
Yeah,
kind of thing.
yeah, and there's no mind there. So that is the
Exactly, that's right.
tricky things that humans can understand. Only the humans can actually go through all these levels to non-vibration. That's the difference. What is the feel without this power? So you are ready to die. It's a different way to tell, but yeah, we don't really much talk about these things because it's too much sometimes, People are scared to even hear about the death now. So if we try to talk about this side, they don't even want to listen. Mostly these English-speaking countries, they only few people are keen to know whether there's a death or not. Whether what is me, what is this? No one is worried about that. Most of them are just about entertaining the sensory organs. It could be the mind, it could be the eyes, it could be the ears, it could be the touch. Mostly it is touch. Towards the higher, the worst realms, it is toward the touch. In the sense the eating, smelling, and skin type, because you have to have a full body to do that.
Yes, just let me know now. Just one sensor alone. I mean, the example is this earthworm who has one sensor function, still has this feeling of existence or the itta sanyava. Whereas for the thoughts, you read at least two sensor functions. Is it correct? At least.
No. In
Can
actually mind, we talk about is human, so that means 5.
and
That
then
means
the earthworm who supposed to have only one sensor function. Then can you talk about a thought or a mind?
no. We can talk about the perception.
Only the perception, huh?
Yeah,
Sorry, Dr. Kokila, where the say a human being
perception in the
is
sense, not the perception of this is really good mud type. I should be there. Not in that way.
Not that
Not
sort
in
of.
that way. The
Mm,
perception is about the touch.
mm.
Yeah, it's only the vibrational level, the feel level only.
the human doesn't have to have the every sensory perception. It
No.
can be even-
Actually, I was trying to say that I understood as soon as I said that I understood. What I said was Lord Buddha has discussed about this in a different way, that someone should have all the 5 sensory organs intact to actually, at least in the beginning, they should have this, idea of light, idea of sound, all that, to actually have this, go through all these realms and get to the non-vibration. Do you get the point of what I was trying to say?
Yeah, I have heard of that as well, Dr. Pokla, before I listened to Buddothpada Desana. But one day I remember asking him, R.N. Mahansa, that, and he said that's not required or something.
Yeah, the jati and the jati.
Yeah, but if and a blind person from birth, then two or at least one of those sense faculties are not functioning, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it
But
is a
still they have
hindrance. I
thoughts.
think it's a hindrance to go through all the 31 realms. That's
Mm.
my understanding, though. We can ask and say later. That's my I can be wrong. Because 31 realms should be actually understood, that all 3 forms of the sensual world, actually, yeah, maybe you don't, because the form, yeah, I don't know, actually, I don't know, because
But yeah, I mean, that's a kind of question mark. I don't know either, because
yeah,
I've heard of other Paramatha Desana where the same thing has been said, that in order to understand the senses and transcend the senses, that the senses
yeah,
should be,
because all the
because you have to
6 senses
transcend,
should
isn't
be,
it?
yeah, all the 6 senses should be understood. That's what I know, but I can be wrong.
Yeah, maybe there's a bit different explanation. Can ask her and answer some other time.
Yeah, but if someone has actually seen, at least in the beginning, or heard something at least in the beginning, then they know what it is. Because
Yes, unless they are blind from birth or something, isn't it? Yeah.
yeah, that's the only thing what I'm thinking, that is a hindrance to understand Dhamma, because then you can't really understand but there is a tricky part, like if
තෙරුවන් සරණයි everyone. තෙරුවන් සරණයි ආරයන් sir. Yes, it was a nice discussion. You were listening on Buddothpada POTV, and you can listen those Buddothpada Dhamma discourses on Buddothpada POTV for 24 hours a day. And actually, there are so many subtle points to understand and see very clearly. It is essential in this path to Nibbana. That is why all our Dhamma friends, also our noble friend Buddothpada Aryan Mahansa, is trying to make you understand and dedicates so much of their time to spreading this message to this world. Sometimes you may wonder whether Dhamma says there is no external world and there are no nothing existing in outside, that we only experience a world made of our own thoughts. So then you may question whether this is truly the path to Nibbana. In the past, when we listened to Dhamma sermons, most teaching focused mainly on karma-based concepts, and we couldn't see any Dhamma, we couldn't hear any Dhamma sermons that based on that, saying that there is no existing world or internal world. And we were taught that without completing our parami, we could never truly understand the Dhamma. We learned to offer dana and practice bhavana, meditation, and we believed that Nibbana was something reached only through deep concentration meditation. That's how we thought in the past. But nowadays you can hear through so many Dhamma sermons that saying that there is no external world and there is no soul like that way. But however, now all those tangled points have been untangled. For a long time, our noble friend Buddothpada has been explaining Dhamma with great clarity. So after that, we could hear the true Dhamma. We have come to understand what Nibbana really means, something that can be experienced within oneself. It is Sandittika Dhamma, immediate, visible here and now. So that's why we need to give this message to you, to everyone who was struggling to understand true Dhamma, who was seeking for true Dhamma for a long period. So once you understand, or once you listen for the true message, then you begin to realize how in the Buddha's time, even children or 7 or 8-year-old could attain Sotapanna level, extreme entry level. When the Dhamma is explained correct way, the path becomes clear, simple, and directly accessible. This is why all these Dhamma friends make such a heartfelt effort to bring you this beautiful message. You may notice that we often speak about the mind and its objects rather than giving long instruction on meditation techniques like a concentration meditation. Why is that? Right, because for a long time we misunderstood what Nibbana truly means, because we were taught that we can reach to that liberation through only concentration meditation. That's how we learned in the past. In reality, the fire we suffer from does not comes from this body. We burn because of the world of thoughts we ourselves create. It is the thought world that sets us on fire. So if we can clearly see how these thoughts arise and how this inner fire is produced, then we can extinguish it. Even temporarily, we can calm it down. But within the Buddha's teaching, the purpose is not merely temporary relief. The purpose is the complete and final extinguishing of that fire or suffering. This is the path to true liberation. First, we need to understand how the firing arising in this mind. So we need to understand clearly how this mind object has formed, why the fire occurring in this mind all the time. So how we can stop that. So first we need to see how this mind object has formed. That is the beginning of the process that we can enter to this path to Nibbana. Without understanding or without exploring our mind object or dependent origination, so we cannot enter this path to Nibbana. We are not asking you to accept anything blindly. When I say this is the path to true liberation, but we are not asking you to accept anything blindly. At first, you can practice for yourself, you can explore within yourself, and when you begin to experience how the inner fires fade away, truly and permanently, not temporarily, then you will naturally understand and accept the Dhamma. Because Dhamma always guiding you. No one else guide you, the Dhamma. So automatically guide within you to correct path to liberation or path to Nibbana. Even today, many people still think that samsara means traveling through countless lifetimes, moving from one birth to another, like an endless chain. After our death, many people still think that samsara means traveling through countless time after end of this life. Then you might think you have another life. That is the samsara. You can think like that way. That is the bhava. But actually, if you understand or once you realize in that state of Buddha for a moment, then you will realize no one need to tell you what is the samsara is. You can understand within yourself what is the samsara means. Because we can hear through so many Dhamma sermons, they are speaking about the samsara, but actually without understanding or without realization of Dhamma, it never can explain. You never can explain about the samsara or bhava, what it is mean. But the truth can only be seen on the day you clearly understand this very mind in this very moment. Only then you can truly see what this existence is and what samsara really means, or what bhava really means. When the mind is understood here and now, the whole process becomes very, very clear for you. So it is easy to listen and gather knowledge about Paticca Samuppada. You can create sometimes so many um, article or videos relating to that Paticca Samuppada Dhamma without understanding or without realizing through gathering knowledge. But actually, it is not easy to realize even for a single moment. To see the nature directly, even for an instant, it is extremely difficult. Therefore, please do not think that simply knowing the concepts means you have understood the Dhamma. It is not that simple. Truly understanding the nature of Buddha is not easy. This is why I told you, you can gather more knowledge about Paticca Samuppada Dhamma, or you can create more articles related to that to get more views or more videos. Actually, you without realizing, you can stop that stage without realizing the Dhamma. That is very dangerous. You are still can go through this cycle without realizing that. Sometimes you might misunderstand that you already realized the Dhamma through gathering knowledge. That is the very subtle point to understand very clearly. Always our noble friend emphasize this because if someone can stuck on that point, it is not easy to come out from that state of that mind. This is exactly why our noble friend explains these subtle points so patiently and so very clearly. He shows us how to walk this path without getting lost, and how to fulfill the journey towards Nibbana in the right way. In later reality, we can never find the things we are thinking about. We often hear in many Dhamma sermons that light comes from outside and enters the eye. Even everyone thinks that light exists outside, but the truth is that this eye arises here, moment by moment, because of this very process being constructed light here. It seems as if there is an external light. Actually, we can say this way, after experiencing the Dhamma. Without experiencing, we never can say that the light is existing outside. That the light is not existing outside. But the truth is that this eye arises here, moment by moment. So this grasping, this taking it as something out there, if what we can call it is ignorance, because the cause arises quickly, it feels as though results appear very immediately. Here, because a vibration is produced, it seems as if light is being created. In this unreal process, light seems to appear. In the same way, sound seems to arise in the ear because of vibration happening in this very moment. We can think everything comes from outside and touching our ears, or light comes from outside, and we can see the light through this eye. Light can existing outside, but this very hidden points clearly explained by Buddothpada and Mahasi from the very beginning, so many years ago. And for the first time, we were surprised when we were here that those Dhamma sermons. So we need to be very careful to understand about the Dhamma. If we are listening to for the first time, when we say that the rise in the ear because of vibration happening in this very moment, and then it sounds also, it doesn't existing in outside. The eye, ear, nose, tongue, and this body, all five sense spaces are created moment by moment in the same way. Not only light and eye, we are talking about the all five sense spaces, but we can understand and we can see very clearly about our eye. That's why we are taking it first to explain, because these vibrations arise rapidly. It feels as if something solid is really there, continuing without a break. It is because of this vibration that a form appears to us. We never realize that a little vibration arises in this very moment, but once you realize in this Dhamma, you can see everything in depth. So this vibration that form appears to us, we give another name to these tiny vibrations. From childhood, we learn those words, and then we recognize these moment to moment vibrations using those learned names. If someone speaks to us, we only understand them because we already know those words. It is the meanings we learned earlier that we give value to. So these thoughts turn into like a very fast process, like a cycle we called abhisankarana. Then we feel pleasure or sadness for those thoughts. In the same way, we give value and importance to everything we believe is out there. in the external world. Because of that value we give, we experience happiness, sorrow, jealousy, anger, and many other fires of defilements. The Buddha explained that this is why it is called ignorance, because we take it as something real. And the Lord Buddha taught that as long as this ignorance remain, it becomes suffering. So if you want to come out of this suffering, you must observe your mind objects in each moment. You need to see how they fade and how they arise in every moment and how they pull you into ignorance when there is no awareness. First, you should explore about your five sense bases or five senses, how you can experience a color world and sound world and taste world, whether you are experiencing the pineapple taste when you are eating pineapple, when you eat pineapple. So you must explore whether the pineapple taste come through it, whether it is arising very little vibration or impulses through your tongue. How that pineapple taste became, how that impulse became to the pineapple taste. So you can examine like that way everything or about your five sense bases, how it's arising, and then how we have created names for those impulses or vibrations. Also, whether it is continuing, whether it is existing that the taste continuously, we need to see in very depth and we need to explore in very depth. Then you will see everything very clearly, how your eye is arising in this very moment, how your ear arising in this very moment. When you hear something, whether the sound is existing out or how your impulses or how the vibrations are rising in this very moment through your inner ear. Or we are not talking, even though you can understand, we are not talking about this physical or this muscle ear. So you can understand very clearly when you explore in depth. When you go into very deeper and deeper, then you will realize how your eye consciousness and how your mind consciousness arise in how you have created those mind objects through these five senses. So you must clearly and honestly see how your mind creates things through dependent arising. Then with every thought that appears, you must recognize how the thoughts or mind immediately takes it as something outside and begins to burn with it without realizing the vibration or little impulses arising in this very moment, time to time, without breaking this process. When you see that, you will recognize how you burn on your mind objects with thinking that those are existing in outside. Even if you understand how these thoughts arise, if you do not let go of them, the mind will still reach outwards. And as long as the mind reaches outwards, craving, anger, and delusion will continue to arise within you. Where these defilements exist, there is no liberation. That's why it is very important to understand when we hear the Dhamma, we can gather knowledge, and those knowledge can exist in your mind, and always it might appear only Dhamma thoughts within your mind, in your mind. And then you might think, okay, now I have no defilements in my mind. Now it doesn't arise hate thoughts or jealousy thoughts or like that. You might think only appear the Dhamma thoughts only in my mind. Then I experience the feel peacefulness in my mind. Then you can think, oh, this is the liberation. Oh, this is the Nibbana. Actually, still you might not seen that is still arising and passing your mind every moment. Those subtle points we need to understand. That is why it takes great effort and a strong mindfulness to see how this object arises and fades in the present moment. So these are the 5 inner strength that support the path to liberation. They called, we can call Panchabala for the 5 inner strengths, because when developed, they become unshakable. Those 5 inner strength we can say like such as Shraddha Bala. Shraddha Bala means the power of confidence. No blind beliefs in your mind. You can see the mind objects rising and passing, and then you see the truth directly. Then the Shraddha Bala rising within you when you realize and when you see the very state of Buddha within you. Virya Bala, the second one is Virya Bala, means in English the power of energy or effort need to see the rising and the fading of the mind object. Saddha, Virya, Sati Bala. Sati means the power of mindfulness. Mindfulness means clear awareness, steady awareness of the present moment to see the mind object as it arises. Shraddha Bala, Virya Bala, the second one. Third one is Sati Bala, the power of the mindfulness, and the power of collectedness, Samadhi Bala. Samadhi Bala means mind that can stay without object, without slipping away. That means samadhi bala means the power of that is state of a very that is state without that is state free from the mind. I think yeah, I can say like that way, that then the state of samadhi arising within you, when there are no so many thoughts in your mind, and then the samadhi state arising within you. So prajna bala means the power of wisdom. Because of this wisdom, it cuts through the illusion of an external world, recognizing how ignorance creates suffering. Through prajna, through wisdom, you will see this all, the process in this very moment, how it's arising and how it's disappearing. And when arising that wisdom is within you, then automatically you can see the ignorance. You are free from that ignorance in that state. I can say like that, without practicing, without a steady awareness in this very moment, you can never come out of this. When you practice, you begin to see that every moment thoughts arise, but with awareness you do not turn them into ignorance. You see the truth in each moment. Those who have not experienced this might think then you cannot enjoy life, but this is not what happens actually. Every moment you are free from ignorance, you are free from the mind. You feel a deep ease at a great relief when ignorance is removed. The burning stops automatically within your system. All the vibrations that once caught you on fire begins to settle, and as you see this clearly, the happiness you gain is far greater than the small pleasures you used to chase. It is a peaceful happiness, or we can say it is a quiet freedom. Only when we are trapped inside the mind do we realize how heavy and painful it is. But once we are free from it, we understand the weight we were carrying for so long time. Once you have clearly understood the true nature of things, you can continue your daily duties while mindfully observing how the mind creates the five sense bases. Even when you are with your family or doing ordinary activities, or when you are working in your office, you can still act normal person, but inwardly your nature will change. You can act without letting any mind object take hold of you. Nothing inside becomes mine or me. You function in the world, but the mind remains free. That's what happened within you. When you practice continuously, this understanding begins to arise within you automatically. It is simply that the mind no longer grasps it in the old way. This becomes a natural inner process, a dhamma that unfold within you. Whatever work you do and whatever position you hold, you will be able to carry out your duties without stress, without fire, because the mind is no longer burning inside you. Then you can begin to look deeply and see whether there is really a person in any action you do. You can practice step by step, little by little. When you eat, you can quietly, from the very beginning I am talking, you can quietly think, who is eating, who is doing this. You start to observe the five senses one by one, explore how each sense works, and then go deeper into the whole process of five senses to clarify whether there is truly a person or a soul there, or only a conditioned process taking place. When you continue practicing in that way, the process of five senses and the mind will begin to relieve itself automatically. You will clearly see how the mind constructs this entire world. As long as you keep your mindfulness established, even when you begin this practice from the very beginning, the process will automatically becomes clearer within you. You will begin to notice how the object arises and ceases or separate from the senses. You will see that in no moment does this object actually remain. It appears and disappears instantly, and you will know this for yourself. However, at certain point, you will see that only arising Dhamma thoughts appear, and as I explained before, and even that is clearly seen as just the mind. You begin to recognize that what you once called my thoughts are simply mental events arising and passing away. You might think, how I can do this every time I need to focus on my mind. So how can I do this? From the very beginning, it might be very difficult for you. That's why we need a great effort with a steady awareness from the very beginning. Then it will rise within you automatically. It will happen automatically within your system. From the very beginning, we need to make a great effort, because always it is difficult, because we used to always we will think about outwards, outer world. Always we were focused on outward, not into our mind. We never focused on our mind objects when we are eating, when we are doing works, and when we are talking. But that's why it becomes very difficult to practice from the very beginning to keep a steady awareness and keep a great effort. But however, once you understand about this illusion and about this five senses, how it's create your mind object and how you are trapped into your mind object, then automatically you will start to see that, and then for every moment you will realize, you will start to think, and you will start to see that mind objects arising and disturbing you, and then you will realize that there is the ignorance, and it's automatically appearing within you once you start to practice this path to Nibbana. So you can practice at any time without stress actually. No one around you will notice the inner changes taking place outwardly. You will continue your daily life as usual. You may still face problems from others as usual, and you may even feel anger rise as before. But at a certain point, you will begin to see this reaction very clearly, and gradually they fade away. It 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 doesn't happen from the very beginning, but gradually they fade away when you are practicing, and when you keep steady awareness, then gradually fade away those fires and then the suffering, everything. When the mind object is seen as not real, when the world is seen as not real, even in the moment when an mind object appears, you know that it does not truly exist in the way you once believed. As this understanding deepens, the tendency of the mind to ignite into reaction. The old habits of burning with karmic energy begins to fade away gradually. You feel this change within yourself. So even if you once had a big problem in your life, when you understand and practice this Dhamma, you begin to see that there were never any real problem created by anyone in your world. Once you understand that there is no soul or no person that we can accept in this five sense, so you will understand, you will see that there wasn't any problem or a real problem created by anyone in your world, because you already understand the world, what is the world mean. So if you recall your past and feel hurt, if the mind shows how memories where others seem to have caused you pain at every moment, you begin to see that all of it was only a creation of the mind and shadow, an illusion, not something truly real. That's what happened within you after you realizing, or after you understanding the Dhamma. And when you're practicing with a steady awareness and with a great effort, so you will see every moment how the past thoughts appear in your mind and how it try to distract you, but you will never give power for those thoughts, and then it will gradually fade away those fires within you. permanently, actually not temporarily, permanently, you can come out from this suffering. Or if you are in a stress condition or stress state in your mind, so you can experience within yourself how you can become peaceful or peaceful state. Each time you see this clearly, the fire of defilements within you begins to cool. Moment by moment, you experience a release from the burning of the mind. However, it is very difficult to see this at first because the mind does not allow anything new to be accepted easily. It prefers to cling to past thoughts, and it always wants to point the finger outward at the world. That is how our mind behaves. From childhood, through ignorance, we build a strong sense of ego, a firm belief that I am right, I am the right person. They are wrong, I am right. So because of those thoughts, because of that behavior of the mind resists seeing the truth. It is not easy to break this down actually, because the mind never allows the truth to be seen immediately. Each person must first understand their own nature of their mind. Only you can truly know your own tendencies. Only you can understand about your mind. No one can tell you in this pathway, or if you are seeking to come out of this suffering, or if you are seeking path to liberation. So first, you need to understand. You must understand how your mind is behave every time, how your own tendencies. So then you must recognize your own pattern, whether you are someone who becomes very greedy or someone who easily falls into anger, or someone who is strongly driven by desire. Understanding your own nature is essential when you are practicing this Dhamma. When you see your own tendencies clearly, the mind slowly becomes willing to let go of them. It's very easy to understand how your mind behave. Then you can understand and you can see it very clearly when you are keeping a steady awareness to see your mind behaviors. Also, you must also understand whether through your learning, if you have built a strong sense of power, pride, or superiority within yourself. So this is essential to recognize who you are. About your characteristics. When you see your own nature in this way, it becomes much easier to work with these Mara tendencies, the tendencies of the mind to create a grand image of you. That is the great barrier. Avoid to see this Dhamma. That means we are calling the Dasa Marasena. Dasa Marasena means the 10 armies of Mara. But these are not real armies outside. They are 10 forces inside our mind, our own mind, that try to stop us from seeing the truth. You can think of them as the 10 ways your mind pulls you away from peace. These 10 armies are the habits that habits and reactions that keep us stuck in suffering. However, you can make the effort to see this Dhamma. When you do, you will begin to feel a real difference within yourself. If in this moment you are experiencing stress, try to understand the Dhamma of Paticca Samuppada or dependent origination clearly. This is a Dhamma that can be seen here and now, a truth that reveals itself directly to you. So if we are talking about that, how your mind is stop you from seeing the truth, those Dasamara Sena, those 10 armies, we can say that is a desire. Desire means like to feel that pleasure and comfort and dissatisfaction. The second one is we can call dissatisfaction, means like it is not liking the present moment. And third one we can say like the body pulling your mind, like you can feel like a hunger or thirst and a craving. You feel I need more and more. Even Dhamma, knowledge, you might think because of that craving, you might try to gather the knowledge of Dhamma. That is also a kind of craving arising within you without noticing, and laziness and mind become heavy or dull, and sometimes you might feel to keep a steady awareness and great effort because of that laziness and a fear also, being scared to look inside, and adopt. The next one we can talk about the doubt and not trusting yourself for the path, and pride. We can take a pride. That means not wanting to change. You might think that this is good for me, and then I don't want to practice anymore, or I don't want to make an effort, or I don't want to keep a steady awareness. This is hard, and like that way. So you don't want to change. And praise and fame, wanting others to admire you, or self-praise and blaming others, thinking that I am a great, or I am a good person, or they are wrong, I am good, I am correct. So I'm I'm practicing the correct pathway, on path, right pathway. Like that way, our mind creates so many subtle things to stop us from seeing or reach to liberation. So those 10 armies are the those maras, or hidden subtle points in our mind. We need to understand and we need to see very clearly with steady awareness. Even if it takes time for us to realize that we cannot see Nibbana immediately, even if the path feels difficult, in this very moment you can still begin to understand the Dhamma. Thousands of Dhamma sermons have been given by our noble friend Buddothpada Aryan Wahansa to explain these subtle points, how you are trapping your mind while you are practicing this path to Nibbana. Buddothpada Aryan Wahanse clearly explain those subtle points very clearly. And you can listen to many of them on YouTube, Zoom discussions, and other places where the Dhamma is shared. So, in this rare and precious human life, we would like to say use every opportunity to free yourself from this ignorance, from this illusion, and try to understand within yourself, try to explore within yourself, and try to realize in this Dhamma, and try to keep steady awareness and make with great effort from the very beginning, and it will naturally automatically arise in within you, and then you will realize how your suffering fading away gradually within you. So may these teachings support you and guide you towards understanding. So we can meet tomorrow, and then I'll stop now for today. And thank you for listening, and Tervan Saranai everyone, and Tervan Saranai Aryan also.
It's time to open your eyes and see the truth beyond the lies. Do you hear the cry of a broken heart and feel the ache that's tearing apart? But Earth Paddle will show you the way. But Earth Paddle will show you the way. But Earth Paddle will show you the way. The truth is calling, it's whispering loud, a path unwinding through the darkest crowd. Seek the light, let go of the fear, and find the peace that wipes away each tear. But Earth Paddle will show you the way. But Earth Paddle will show you the way. But Earth Paddle will show you the Walk the path, let wisdom be. Let go of fear and let's be free. The truth is near, don't lose your way. But Earth Paddle's guidance leads to a brighter day. But Earth Paddle will show you the way. But Earth Paddle will show you the way. But Earth Paddle will show you the Everyone, Saranai, everyone. First of all, I pay homage to the Lord Buddha, the Dhamma, and Sangha, and I bow down to our Kalyanamitta Buddothpada Aranhanse for his noble guidance. And to continue with the summarizing the Zoom discussions, what Aranhanse had during his discussions. So Buddha's doctrine is actually based on the principle of the cause and effect doctrine. This may look very simple to some people, but when we hear that sounds, colors, shapes, taste, smell, touch are the cause, and the effect is the creation of the self or soul, it is quite remarkable and unique. The explanation regarding this subject is also very unique. The practical side of this can be put into words or write a book. It can only be experienced through your own practical experience. Um, Only one can realize and understand through their own practical experience. If someone tries to if someone thinks that through the normal the the concentration meditation that very um, famous about when we hear Buddhism, we always hear it's all about the meditation. But the when someone try to do the concentration meditation, but it's all about not focusing on one thing, but um, it's about analyzing and investigating the Dhamma knowledge, the concept that you have learned. So we call it insight meditation. So when in this way, one should be able to see and observe how the concept of separate self dissolve. If mind is there, there is also a way to stop it. So, and also if there's a mind, there's also a way to liberate the mind. So if we hear a lot about Aryan's explaining the currents and energy. So if you look at that, so if you don't focus on the if you have to focus on the self, you should be able to see the true nature of the subject or thought that appears in the present moment. Actually, there's no truth that can be found in how fast these thoughts are appearing and disappearing. If the object becomes real in your mind, then then there is also a self or soul who who for whom that object became real. So those are the two ends that we hear as Achat and Bahitta. So when a chair become real to you, you have a name and rupa, which is the name and form. So the concept of I, me, mine is also born at the same time. You can see this through mindfulness. When you're mindful about your thought process, like how they that thought appears as there is something external, you can only catch that through the mindfulness. This image of the chair was created by the vibrations. We hear that a lot about, and once he talks about vibrations, sparks. So this image of the chair actually is created by the vibrations and sparks and the sensory stimulation created by those sparks in the senses. The question is, how did these sparks turn into a chair, wall, or a tree, a color, red color, green color? How did these sparks turn into something that is, you feel like there is something outside? How did you get that notion at the same time as it is me who see it? It is mine. It's my house, my child. All these including that they are all caught in the mind only through mindfulness. Mindfulness is related to every normal thought that occurs in the mind. However, when you have that special awareness which is connected with the supreme wisdom, which is the knowledge of this Dhamma, the concepts, the Buddhist doctrine, um, then only you can understand the illusions, how these illusions are created by the mind consciousness. So for you to see that how these illusionary um, things like your senses are creating this illusion in which is in the mind consciousness. So you need that super wisdom or also the knowledge of the Buddha's doctrine, like the Jnana Darshana, we call it. Like you need to listen and understand these concepts. When a person is able to fully understand how this illusion is made in the mind and how that system takes place, how that process happens within you, then he reaches a special um, state of mind. It is called the Adhikata Samadhi. That is a special state of spiritual concentration gained through your insight. And when you reach that Adhikata Samadhi level, you are an awakened person, which is you are awakened to this moment. No one can fool you. No one can make you delusional. You see everything as it is. You see that magic. You see how your senses creates that magic as how you feel that there is something outside, and at the same time there is a person who perceive this. And we call the mindfulness also as Sahiya. So the state of we getting aroused by the sensual desires, that's a feeling. You feel that that state of how you get aroused by your sensual desires. So when you eat something, when you smell when you smell a food, you immediately you get that craving to eat that, and it's a feeling. At the same time, when you see someone you don't like, you immediately feel that anger, um, that dislike within you. It's a feeling. And when you have that knowledge, when you have that the super wisdom, then you get that knowledge of how the dissolvement of these desires, you can observe it through the super wisdom. We call it abhinyana, whereas that super wisdom which filters, which sees everything clearly. So when you have this experience, when you have that super wisdom, then you can stop that effects of the sixfold base, which is the eye, the ear, nose, tongue, body, and mind. The that effect that what it does to you through these senses, you can stop that effect. You are in control of your own senses. So these senses will not affect you, your thought, your feelings, your thoughts, and how you act and react to things. So when a person when the name, the nama, which is when you see that inside of the mind that deals with your feelings, the perceptions, and also at the same time those volitional formations, which is how those everything is formed, how mind conscious or the mind is formed. You if you don't know, if you don't have that super awareness, that inside meditation, the concentration, so you don't know what's happening in then, and the knowledge how to understand this. So if you know how if you have that, if you have the super wisdom, that knowledge, then you can know the origin, how these the mind conscious, the mind is formed. And also at the same time you will see that cessation of the mind conscious. So you cannot experience the cessation of, and then when you don't know that, when you don't have it, actually you don't know the origin and also the mind consciousness and how the cessation of it, and then you suffer with that. The so what do you mean by suffering? The suffering and the cause of the suffering refers to the knowledge of how the mind conscious is formed. If you know this fact, you could experience how it disappears as well. So then you won't be clinging to the material world, because you see that how everything is created and how the suffering is created and the cause of the suffering, and how the mind is formed. Then you could experience how it disappears. Then the clinging to the material world stops, because you see that magic. Then you will not cling to the material world. And this is the true knowledge. So objects become the value of or the value you give to the objects, they become not valuable anymore. They don't, and then those objects will not exist in the mind after you experience this. That then you know that there's no reality. So you can only experience this when you have that super knowledge, the super wisdom. And also we call this super right way, which is this Samma Samadhi. With this realization, you will know for sure that there's no truth in a thought. As a result, the inner transformation happens and subsequently that helps you to get out of the notion of self from your mind. And when you know this, and when you find ways to get rid of the wrong notion of self, so no one can then drop that notion of individual self. And when that happen, it actually it happens in a very in a gradual process. And then when you experience that, when that process happen gradually, then the value that you give it to the outside world is gonna diminish, and then those things that you value before, thinking that you have beautiful clothes, you have a luxury vehicle, and um, everything that you valued materialistically, they all become you lose that the feeling of importance. And then it's easy that way, that for you to lead your life with the simplicity, the necessities. And then you're not gonna stimulate and indulge in pleasure in related to the worldly objects, because then you know that there's nothing exist. Everything is created momentarily and constructed due to the cause. And when the cause vanish, these things vanish too. And the Buddhist stanza that explain this is Hetu Paticca Sambhuta Hetu Bhanga Nirujjati. This stanza explains the importance of getting rid of sensual pleasure and also the spiritual process. This is because there's if there is even a slightest clinging to the process, some people they understand, they get that knowledge and they cling to that knowledge and the process, then it makes it harder or impossible to reach the akampita, the nibbana. This, when objects disappear, there is no existing individual self, because only when you have something that is that object, then there is a perceiver who has that object, so you lose the both. The only thing that happens in the sensual occurrences, it's just you realize that it's just an sensual occurrences. Only actions of the senses happen without the idea of me or mine. You have to analyze in this manner. It's just a system that happens, that a process that happens without that the idea of me or mine. Just imagine when you have that, when you lose that me or mine feeling, how easy your life will be. There's no person that you center everything. There's no person you have to. There's nothing for you to maintain. How beautiful your life will be. How easier your life will be. And right now we are all in a rat race, trying to achieve things to individual self, and when these when these objects, material things, they all become so real, and when you realize this, the individual self are gone, you see the reality of the material world. And in order to practice that 4 foundations of mindfulness, you have to know there's no existing world. And R.N. Vanse explains the knowledge very beautifully in all the discussions. And there are 2 parts to the principle, what is the first half is called the Purvabhaga Patipada, and the second half is called the Aparabhaga Patipada. So one we have heard that, I know a lot of people think that the meditation is the first what you have to do, but Lord Buddha had clearly declared that without accomplishing the Dhamma, Nibbana is not possible. Some people see this without an understanding of the true Dhamma. And at the same time, actually the true knowledge, just the knowledge will also not take you towards this path. So the common idea that what we have heard is that that there is that I am living and I'm dying, and we have that idea of I have to achieve it. I have to have a good life, and and we all are in that path, just studying and finding a good life and finding a good job and building a family, and then you end of the day you just end your life in we all die. So when you think about it, it's the same phenomena, the same process, even in the animal world. So we have to understand the value of the human life we got. At the same time, we have born in an era where we hear this true Dhamma, and so we have to make use of this time and life to understand this Dhamma. In reality, when everything is impermanent, and actually Aran Hase talks a lot about how the vibrations and how the senses are created in his deshanas. The the senses actually are the main source which creates the mind consciousness. So it also depends. It doesn't happen for entire, like everybody. It happens to it's unique to person, one being to being. So when when all these senses combine, and when the mental formations, when all the senses, when everything is combined, then it creates that the mental formation, which is we call the mind. And how this creation happens is through the sounds the color, smell, taste, and your the bodily feelings, the how you experience the feel, and when they are all combined due to contact, and then a feeling such as the existence of individual being created. This process occurs continuously and at very high speed. When only after that, only after learning the process of how to reverse this process by listening to a Kalyana Mitra or a friend who has experienced that, and then only you will obtain that knowledge on how you can eradicate the concept of or sense of individual, the existence. So Sakkaya Ditthi is the center of everything. So when you understand this, the process, how this is created, and it happens due to the influence of the vibrations and sparks. When this your sensory when your senses, when that sensory stimulations occur, then when you know that how it is created, then you will be able to see and how defilements such as the desire, anger, and ignorance are also fading. So when you know that how these things are created, and at the same time you will experience that how these defilements get faded too. We all are born, and we are entitled to escape from those clutches of the mind, but we don't know that we always we get caught, trapped in our mind when we don't know how to escape from it. So we are used to being trapped inside our thoughts, and also the feeling of me, I, mind. We don't know how to liberate ourselves from that cage. And then the material world create in that illusion in the mind, and we don't know how to exit from those things. When this is realized, one will lose that value in things. Just the thoughts come and go in a normal way. When you have that program running inside you, you just know that it's just the thought that come and go, and there's no clinging to the thought. And you just know they are like clouds, just pass by. You will not try to you will not cling to those thoughts. When then we should be able to observe that there's nothing valuable in sounds or colors. So when we reach that level, we know that the outside world, everything that we refers, are all made out of the elements, and also those elements are changing, and they they're conditional, and they change. And when you have that understanding, you just lead your life as how you are, but it becomes just an action without me or mine. And you see your children, you see everything around you, your family, your colleagues, your friends, your neighbors, and like you do everything, but you know that it's just a process, a system. It's not that someone who's doing or who's in that system who it just happens. And when you think that objects and people, when you think of objects and people, and we can just see them as just nama and rupa. So it's just a name and a shape or color. At times, then you feel the value also. There's no value to this. So this is a very very deep state of thinking, and it helps for you to escape from that illusionary mind, and that is actually to the path to liberate yourself, to liberate your mind, your to liberate yourself from that mind consciousness, that cage you were stuck all your life. So as long as someone has those stains and defilements, that person can escape the birth and death. So you only through that super wisdom you will understand this process. And this is and in the end, when the experience of that liberation is we call it's been called the Vimukti Sara state of mind. So right, I mean we all I mean we all of us, we live in this live in a very fantasy world, and we everything is real to us, and so there's a example that in it says that when a dog sees his reflection in a pool of water, the image he sees is real to him. We have seen how he barks and how he tried to fight with that image. And because he believes that there's another dog inside the water. So it's just like the same way the mundane people think that they can find objects in the outside world. The world of colors and forms created in your eyes cannot be found anywhere. There's nothing you can get from the outside world. So I'm going to highlight again that you have to realize this truth with that super wisdom, and you need to practice with that the awareness, and it helps actually not the concentration meditation, but through the insight meditation, where you investigate, you analyze, you apply those knowledge within you, and only then you will know that there's no truth in the thoughts. that occur from moment to moment. This is examining the true nature of the mind or thought in a given this moment. Just a thought that comes and goes, and there's no truth in the thought. And also to talk about Lord Buddha's Dhamma, the Buddha's doctrine is completely depending on the dependent origination. Only when you understand that, when you fully understand the dependent origination within the activity and knowledge of how a thought is created, and liberation also inevitably happens. It's beautifully explains by R.N. that how you realize this, how you can understand this, how you can apply this, and that true knowledge. When you have that, no one can stop you from from your liberation. It happens inevitably. How thoughts, sounds, and colors. But you need to know that how the thoughts, the everything you hear, like the sounds and colors, how these are created. You must know. And so we experience this world through our senses. But have you thought about if something, if if your senses become inactive, like you fall asleep and then your senses are inactive, how these things are created? So we have to understand that we are all trapped inside our own senses. And we are we have actually stuck ourselves in a cage called ego and self. That is also called that is called the wrong being. So everything becomes self-centered. Everything happens around myself. So now we know that this is the world that we created by ourselves. So the whole idea of the dependent origination is when with conditions things appear, and when conditions cease things disappear. So only when the cause and effect, when you have those conditions, then things appear, and when those conditions goes away, and these things will go away as well. So when you were an infant, when you were a baby, we had a very radiant mind. We didn't have those the created objects that we just experience as everything as it is. We only had those feelings. We didn't have the concept of jealousy, anger, hatred. They were not present, but and then they were slowly they were all created in our mind. And as a baby we started to learn that the amma, tata, mother, sister, mine, my toy, and then we went to the 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 nursery, the kindergarten, and then we learn the names and the shapes and letters, and then as you grow, your database gets more and more filled, and now we have a whole universal things that are inside our brain created. When we were little, when we get, even if we are given a diamond, we wouldn't know, we would just play with it. But as you grow older, that all these things are created, and every valuable things are just created in your mind. And this becomes the suffering. As you grow, when everything becomes so valuable, and your relationships, your image, your everything become so valuable, and then at the same time the level of suffering has also increased. That's now we are in a era where we see how everything is happening in the world. We see how people fight with each other. We see how people die with sicknesses. And life has become a competitive race. And we see how everyone is in a rat race. So this is the time to open our eyes and see what we are doing. And this is the time for us to invest that our effort and time to realize and to understand that what Lord Buddha has taught us, and realize these Four Noble Truths, which is the suffering. We all see that suffering a lot, and then we have to know that the cause of the suffering and cessation from the suffering, and then path to the Nibbana, the path, and then path to end the suffering. So this is the time that we see all that clearly in front of our eyes, and we have to give that effort, and we have to keep that mindset to understand this. And I would say that the Four Noble Truth will be, understanding this Four Noble Truth will be your own or only salvation, your only savior. The suffering of that sensation or pain, have you thought about it? It's just a feeling. So even if your thoughts are appearing and then giving you that depression and stress, it's just another way of a feeling. Your your eye is suffering. Have you also thought about how the suffering happens? Does that suffering means that like you have pain? No. Even when you see something, the eye is suffering because you get that thought of an object and it becomes real, and you get that feeling of liking it, keeping it, and let that thought running with the material things. So your eye is suffering to see that the, the 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 picture or the things that you saw as something that gives you pleasure. In reality, your eye is only a vibration, a mental formation, or a mental image created in the mind. It's only a power created by the stimulation of all senses. This is this is this is the same thing with all the six senses. So we see that when you see something, you call it I see it. And when you hear something, you call it I hear the sound. And but have you thought about that? Isn't it that those senses just feel that? But isn't it that holding on to it and creating that the liking, the dislike, and attachment, detachment, all that happens through your mind? But in reality, it's just a vibration, a mental formation, or just a mental image. And those things just created by the stimulation of all the senses. So we call it the sankhara when that power of holding keeping all together, the bonding. When you do that through your mind, we call it sankhara. It's a natural occurrence. This is also refers to mental creation through the mental to show that power that is creating through it. It's like a current. These mental currents, they do not exist anywhere. They just come and go with an unimaginable, very high speed. So it's just a natural occurrence. But just because we don't know that it just appears, it just happens in naturally. It's just a process or the system. We think that. So we see them as real things, real occurrences, an object, that a real object. And Narayana explains that actually the day that you realize that you have lost yourself in you, you will also realize that you have never met yourself ever. So because there's no one to meet, these are all the senses that works. It's just like a car is just running when it has the fuel, and when all its the wheels are spinning and the engine works and just the car is running. It's the same thing. And it's the so now we know that the objects do not exist anywhere, and it is just a mind creation. And there is no mind consciousness without the mental formations, and also without the mind conscious, there are no sankhara or mental formations. According to the vibrations, the five aggregates, they circulate in such a speed an illusion of an outside world is created. And Tinnang Sangati Passo, that is a very common stanza we hear in most of our Enhances Deshanas, and Lord Buddha explained this very beautifully, that means Tinna Sangati Passo means Ditta Sutta Mutta, means these three together, which is the Ditta, which is the seeing, Sutta means the hearing, and Mutta means the bodily feelings together. So these are the things that actually we know that how how everything the outside the world is created through. We experience this the entire everything that we see as outside through our sensorial faculties, our capacities. And this is a very this is a natural formation of so everything is just created in like naturally, but we don't know it's an illusion. And we know now the creation happens due to the rotation of the five aggregates, which is called the skandhas. And this has been explained in many discussions, that how the fire circle is created by the rapid circulation of the two ends, or the two fireballs. That how the rotation speed makes it look like there's a fire circle. But have you thought about it? Like, isn't it how illusional we are? We see that fire circle, but in reality, it's just the two sticks which attached to fireballs. So this is how everything is. The speed creates that the world that we see, we experience, we think everything is real. But in the reality, this is just a situation. It's is as a result of the rapid vibration of the sensual sparks and the senses. So this is the vibration we experience that is turning into a thought, and that thought comes after the vibration. However, when someone is in the true path, that thought disappears first. So when that means that when that thought disappears, the view of an individual self the way you feel like you existed, it collapses. The belief that things exist and the defilement that are associated fade with that realization of the that truth. And we call it Share Dhamma and Vaya Dhamma. So it becomes dissolving. Now we understand that all these, including all sensual activities, all happen as a natural phenomena, which is through the rapid rotation of it. And I'm going to conclude today's talk right now. And I worship Aryan Mahanse, our Kalyana Mitta, for his all his guidance and his noble guidance. And I wish everyone a peace and happiness, and may you all realize this Dhamma, and may you all find your own liberation. Thiruvan Saranai, everyone.
illuminated our path to Nirvana. Your unwavering dedication to sharing the ultimate truth and reviving the wisdom of the Arahants is a gift of immeasurable value. We are truly fortunate to witness the unfolding of this profound truth under your compassionate care. May you live long and continue to guide us. Ayubo Viva and Theruvan Saranai. So we've been discussing the book, Volume 6 of True Dharma Has Awakened, PDF of which is available on Buddothpada's website, buddothpada-dhamma.com. And today we're starting with page 119. Participant, Theruvan Saranai Mahansa. During your previous discussions, it was mentioned that we think of ourselves as people, as men or women. Now, when we talk over Zoom, our awareness catches that we're using Zoom. This itself is a thought. However, when we say that we are men or women, this does not immediately enter our awareness. After your explanation, we realize, oh yes, this is also merely a thought. Now, when we recognize our defilements, we also notice a reduction in their occurrences. Even this improvement is caught by awareness. Yet, it is obvious that underneath this, the ego still exists, saying, I'm quite advanced in my observations. When someone gives me recognition and praise, it does not affect me outwardly. However, the notion that I am in an advanced place still lingers in the mind. When you also acknowledged my achievements, I felt happy, but now I no longer feel that way. Similarly, when I realize there are people much more advanced than me, I experience an inferiority complex. I also think that they are more advanced than myself. Now, when you say we are simply people, these previously stated thoughts are not recognized. Aran say, this is a deep concept. Participant, now I understand that the thought I am advanced is merely a thought. Aran say, the illusions in the mind can be compared to hiding behind a door. That is why I said, do not speak about results. Participant, I feel that I have a liking for results. Aran say, what I'm trying to do is to examine your question closely. Now you're speaking about vibrations and currents. Our senses, all of them work together, but they do not represent the notion of a self. A sound is only a sound. That is simply ear consciousness. When all the senses, such as sound, color, taste, smell, and sensation combine, forms such as a child, a house, or other objects are perceived. Due to the actions of the senses, the notion of a self arises. That is why Seda Therani stated, Nahidang attakatang bimbang, nahidang parakatang amang. There is no one who does this independently. When cause is present, results appear. When the cause disappears, the results vanish as well. Even the Rahulovada Sutta, preached by the Buddha, explains this principle very clearly. So what this discussion is pointing to is the illusory nature of our sense of self. When we say, I am a man or I'm a woman, we assume it as the truth. Yet, this is just a thought captured by the mind, not by direct awareness. It's just a thought, like underlying everything. It's kind of hidden if it doesn't get caught to the awareness. Awareness notices external tools like Zoom immediately because it is fresh in our experience. Now, when we join these Zoom sessions, there's an underlying idea that there's something called a Zoom. There's a self who's joining this Zoom. There are participants of this Zoom, and there are different thoughts about these participants. So these are the things that we need to be aware of that creates the world. But identity, that I am advanced, that kind of thought often slips past awareness. They go unnoticed, kind of hidden at the back of the mind. We have to be very vigilant to notice these things. Even when we see a reduction in defilements, a subtle ego can persist, kind of whispering, I'm advanced, I'm better, I understood better than the other person, I'm getting advanced day by day. And, that superiority complex, that ego, that it's a very subtle sense that can slowly be accumulated. You will be, or rather the system will be seeing the truth that the so-called external world will not become real, so-called the thoughts won't become real. With that, a subtle sense of superiority will arise if we are not vigilant enough or comparing ourselves with others. Recognizing this is the first step in understanding how the mind works. The mind's illusions are like hiding behind a door. We think there's a door, a self, orchestrating all these thoughts. But in reality, no one is behind the door. Like every thought contains that there's a doer, there's a self. But in reality, there's none. It's just the functions of the senses. When Narayan Maharshi talks about vibrations and currents, he's guiding us to see that our senses create the illusion of self. That's when he talks about vibrations and currents, it's a much in-depth kind of a revelation about how this system works or how this system comes into life. Sounds, colors, tastes, smells, and sensations combine to form our perception of the world and our identity. That combination itself gives us the sense of something is existing out there, and that sense, which comes into existence due to the speed of the vibrations, that sense itself is the one that becomes the sense of self. That's like a little more advanced, little more elaborate. It's like an extended version of the sense of something's out there, something's existing out there. A child, a house, or a tree is only a product of these sensory vibrations, not something owned by a self. There's no relationship to a self because that is all there is. But because of ignorance, that sense that something's existing out there is falsely identified. That extension of that is falsely identified as a sense of self, or rather the self. That sense is labeled as the self-identifying view. That is the self-identifying view. The self, the ego, or the idea of being advanced all arise from the interplay of these causes, the vibrations, the interplay of inputs of sense faculties. As the Buddha taught in the Rahulavada Sutta,
Every result depends on its cause. When the cause disappears, so does the result. As the dog peeps into the pond, there's a dog. So that is the necessary condition. The dog needs to kind of peeps into the pond. If it doesn't, there's no dog in the pond either. So these causes are required for the effects to come into existence. This is the essence of why the sense of self is not permanent. It takes place, or it arises in the moment to moment. In this thought, okay, somebody yells at me and there's this hurt. How dare this person talk to me? In that thought, in that particular thought, the self is arisen. Self arises in the moment. In that thought only there's a self, sense of a self, that burning. And whatever we need to do, the practical approach to, is to see that there is no self in that thought. That thought is created of vibrations. If all thoughts are created of vibrations, where is me? Where is this person yelled at me? Where is mother, father? Where is all the things that are dear to us? They're made up of all the same material, which is vibration. So how can this difference or the value be attributed differently? There's no basis except for a mental construct. Understanding this. So in one thought, it's that. In the next thought, oh, I haven't seen my mother in a while. I should do so. She's sick. And probably you get sad in the second thought. In that thought, the mother has become real with respect to that there's a self and there's an internal burning. In that second thought, there's a self. So in the first thought, there was a self that came alive, and then there's another second thought in which the self came alive. They happened so fast, it felt like they're almost continuous. And it feels like there's a continuous self. But there's no continuous self. Both of them are thoughts. Both of them are made up of vibrations. Yet the value that's been attributed by the system is different. So the field is different. That burning is different. So understanding this is very important. That allows the mind to detach from these false identities, to stop clinging to praise, comparison, and inferiority, and to experience the world as truly it is, as it truly is. A play of vibrations, waves, currents, whatever we say, whatever the way we explain, it talks about the same thing. There's no permanent doer behind it. That so-called doer come into existence moment to moment. We all know, we've talked about the moment. This moment is all we have, all we ever had, or all we will ever have. Because whatever we thought about in the past, whatever we think about the past, is a thought in this moment. Whatever we think about with regard to future is a thought in this moment. So we all have this moment, and because these thoughts happen so fast, we have kind of labels attached to these, labels attached to these things we see, things we hear, smell, taste, touch. It feels like there's meaning. We go through the meaning, we feel the meaning, and there's while these things take place, there's movement of time because of the speed. And also For an example, when we close our eyes, there's nothing. When we open our eyes, whatever is in front of you is in front of you, and you close your eyes again, it's no more, and you open your eyes again, whatever was in front of you is, it feels like whatever was in front of you is in front of you right now, but it's a new image, new picture. But since it was there when you before you closed your eyes, there's another thought that's attached to this, saying that this is continuously existing. If not, there's no continuous existence, because to say so would be, that idea would be coming from a past experience, and the past is in this moment. So however we look at it, in whatever the way we look at it, time is only a mental construct. There's no time. So therefore we are left with the present moment, the present thought. And if we zoom in on the present thought also, there's nothing much in it, nothing much of any inherited value there. That is also a thought that's made up of vibrations. And no labeling. The labeling is a mental construct. So I see Justin here. If you have any questions, it will be nice, and we can. Thirwan Saranai.
Thirwan Saranai. Yes, actually. So, what we are discussing about how this experience of this particular person, he says that sometimes she feels she's okay and a bit advanced than the other, where she feels this experience superior or complex, and at the same time when she confront a person more advanced than her, she feels inferiority complex. So actually, this is the nature of the mind. This is the actually the function of the process of the faculties. Always the thoughts are generated and they appear and disappear. So the thing is to understand what this experience is, or what this actually the people suffer in different ways. They experience the bitterness always. They confront different type of catastrophes, disappointment and lamentation, frustration, and so on. So all these things they confront because they don't know what's behind the screen. So that to understand this, so you have to find the gem. I mean, you have to listen to the true Dhamma. What is true Dhamma? How the mind is created, or how the world is created, how I am created, and is there an existence? That is what we have to understand at the beginning. Otherwise, no, there is no salvation for any person. The challenge here, you feel existing, existential suffering. You exist at the same time as you suffer. So what we should focus on how to understand the mind, how to understand this process. So without the help of true Dhamma, which is preached by Aryanansi, a noble friend, there is no salvation. There is no freedom of mind. So what is here happening here is beyond our imagination. So it can't be realized so skillfully because it is unimaginable, because it is a kind of a vibration which is not which we can't actually understand. It is beyond our imagination. That's what I said. To understand this, how the mind is created, so you have to, as you always uh, explain in this forum, so understand the vibration, the manifestation of vibration. So that is very rapid. So there you can't understand it by yourself. So you have to depend on totally on to them. Then you realize these are all creations of the mind, which is not actually outside. They are in the outside, or actually there is nobody here experience it. So whenever something happens, whatever the whatever the information the faculties brings to your into your mind, then and there the inner monologue or the self talk starts. So I is here and something outside is there, and this is how it happens, as we always we describe it, explain it every day here in the Zoom. So the problem, people do not know the reality of human beings, the what is the real truth, because the reason is they keep on believe, they have been believing action and cause effect, and they, in order to get rid of that, they practice concentration meditation. So they are forcefully, pathetically sandwiched between these two, which is concentration meditation and action and cause theory. So this is what has happened to the human civilization today. Even in the past, during Buddha's time, the same thing happened. Today also, same things happen. That is what we say. This fossilized concentration meditation and the action and cause, these two philosophies will totally destroy the salvation of the human mind or the liberation of the human mind. These two are the basic and very harmful uh, uh, things that really affects our life, and they decide, they determine our life. So we pathetically, we tragically, we live in a very short span, a very short time in this world, but not knowing this true Dhamma, we just become the topsoil of this world. But this is the time now we have true Dhamma, which is uh, throughout the day, around the clock, the Aryanansi preaches. So you are very fortunate, everybody is very fortunate around the world. So listen to this true Dhamma. Listen how the mind is created. This is never heard Dhamma. What is this? Never heard, because not the concentration meditation, not the action and cause theory. This is very uh, harmful thing. This is very dangerous thing. This is what damage your life. So therefore, everybody should understand this. What has happened to us? So you have to diagnose. What we have to do, the diagnose what this real this disease is, because we suffer. So why do we suffer? Because of this. Because of what? Because of we are living in an illusional world. Why are we living in an illusional world? Because the senses create this world. Nobody does it. There is a function. There is a mechanism of the uh, faculties. All these faculties altogether uh, bring out a vivid picture, a fantastic experience, and we feel the world is there and I am here, but actually nobody is there and nothing is there outside. Why are we always feel that I am living and something is outside there, the world is there, my sister, my family, my life, my wealth and everything? Because everything created because of an illusion. So to understand the illusion, always in this Zoom, early in the morning, we explain different types of people. They try hard, they attempt, they endeavor to bring this message to the world. So it is your time. Are your friends, all Dhamma friends, listen to this. Listen. It's very important, because understanding Dhamma, there you get the true picture of the world, true picture of yourself, and ultimately you get nothing, nothingness, and nobody is there. That is the ultimate experience. Therefore, listening to Dhamma and experiencing it through practical experience, which is very popular around the world, around the country. So therefore, pay your attention. This is your story. This is your life. This is your destiny. This is your fate. So therefore, it is time for you to think twice and understand the reality. This is the reality of the human beings. What is the reality of the human beings? It is preached by Aryan Nuance. It is really telecast in this Zoom across the world. So this is the story of the modern man, even in the past time, during the Lord Buddha's time. The same thing was preached, but as time passed on, different type of notions, different type of misconceptions piled up, and the Dhamma, true Dhamma, uh, is no more here. Now it is rediscovered, and again Aryan also preach it. So all the Homo sapiens around the world, this is your time. This is a kind of a mild slap, just to inform you that this is your story, this is the time. So get ready to understand it, comprehend it, realize it, and ultimately experience and be a free human being. Experience the liberation of mind. That is the message. That is the message given by Aryan Nansen. No more suffering. There is no need to suffer. This is in vain. We understand what the reality is. That is what everybody has to listen to Dhamma and practice, practice, practice. That is very important. Teruan Sannai.
Everyone, my Justin, thank you very much for that wonderful explanation.
a lot of angles you touched based on the law of karma, action and effect. Yeah, and it's what Buddha preached, or what we are learning through Aryan Vahanse, runs a cause and effect Dhamma, runs much deeper, and it makes sense why people kind of misunderstood, because it's, for someone to explain this law of karma as, if you do something good, you will get some good results. If you do something bad, there will be bad results. That sounds like, that seems like it's what's happening. But what Buddha said, how this world is created, how this mind is created, how this so-called self is created, runs much deeper than the surface level truth that people thought was the law and order of the world, which is that it's a manifestation of vibrations. It's and it's a function of all these sense faculties. These five sense faculties getting together or merging to create the mind as a manifestation of vibration. This sense of something's out there existing, the sense of self, all that is kind of, it's all the manifestations of the vibration. And it, like you correctly pointed out, this is not something that could be grasped with a with a regular mind, with a mind. It cannot be grasped with a mind. That is why Buddha or Aryan Vahanse or someone with higher insights, abhijnana, has to realize this for themselves. Either self-realize or using the Dhamma, realize this, see it within themselves. How it's like, in I don't know if even in architecture, in mechanical drawings, they draw, if there's some like a three-dimensional complex object, they do a side view, top view, rear view. And by just back in the days when people didn't have 3D models, by just looking at these different views, a top view, a side view, and a rear view, they're able to, by grasping all that information, they're kind of able to visualize within themselves. And that is like an individual experience. So this Dhamma is something like that, but we cannot say it's the same thing, like, for the lack of a better example, better metaphor, I came up with that. Dhamma is like that. We listen to this Dhamma in the form of the knowledge. We take it in the form of the knowledge through the mind. However, even when we realize it, when we apply the penetrative wisdom, when we apply the vidarshana, and as a result, when we get that penetrative insight, that whatever was discussed in the wisdom of truth or satya jnana is felt. We can't say felt by us. There's no person here. It's felt. That experience, that insight that is felt, cannot be put into words. That is like, trying to put a 3D model into a 2D image, bunch of 2D images. That's probably why there's like 84,000 Dhamma aggregates. Therefore, this jnanas or insights, these higher insights, are really important. And yes, we talk about it in words. We use the words and thoughts to think about it and all that. But when we end up getting, not somebody is getting it, but in the awareness, much deeper insight, and that insight confirms that there is no self. That insight is like Aran Mahansa says, it's like fire, like the light of a firefly initially, and it becomes widened and expansive, and more light and more light, and eventually the experience is filled with light. It's metaphorical light. It's not the light of a light, but the realization, uh, this self-validating prophecy, how it becomes self-evident to you that there is no self. It starts with tiny insights here and there. First, it's like, oh, there is no such thing called a mind. Another insight would be, no, even though it's said in words, one's own realization is much deeper and cannot be put into words, cannot be grasped with the mind. So that is the beauty of this Dhamma. And when we talk about concentration meditation, it feels like it's the same thing. Like for the longest time, I was also listening to all kinds of different teachers, trying to kind of make sense of this world and try to put an end to this suffering. Or like, Eckhart Tolle and Rupert Spira and all these Western teachers. And for the most part of the journey, it felt like, how is it different to Buddhism? I mean, it sounds like the same thing because they talk about the same thing. They talk about the fact that there's only this moment and everything is a thought and all that. And we cannot, even without going deeper into Dhamma and deeper into their teaching, which is what Aryan Mahansa did too, which is what Buddha did too. It's difficult to even draw a comparison or whatever. And up until recently, it wasn't clear as to what the difference was. And now it's very clear because we've been practicing this Dhamma for a while now. And I think Dr. Kokila once gave a nice example. When tsunami came, the water all kind of sucked back into the deepest part of the ocean. So the beach area was more kind of expanded. That's what it looked like. So that if we kind of compare that to the non-vibration, our whole experience is based on non-vibration. This manifestation of vibration is manifested on the platform of non-vibration, we could say, in a way. So what concentration meditation does is, like, from time to time kind of drive a pile into the sand through the ocean and kind of access those states momentarily by, like, practicing meditation in the cross-legged position. And in that deep meditative absorption, they will reach that non-vibration momentarily. But it's a meditative absorption that belongs to the mundane plane, because in the supramundane plane, the meditative absorptions are not so much temporary absorptions like that of the mundane plane. They are rather one who starts the journey with ignorance. That state of mind, we can't even say state of mind, that system kind of transforms into non-vibration in a permanent way by understanding how thoughts are formed. Therefore, the astonishment of a magic is no longer there after seeing how a magic trick is performed. Similarly, when one sees how the mind is created, how thoughts are created in the moment, how the so-called self is created in the moment, it doesn't get projected anymore. That internal burning that's underlying all these, it disappears. This world doesn't become real. The so-called self doesn't become real. So that transformation is a permanent transformation where the system is totally convinced that there is no self here. It's just a system. And that's to happen for that transformation to happen, those defilements, those internal burnings slowly diminish, and whatever the state that the system started the journey with is slowly transformed into the non-vibration. Whereas in the concentration meditation, it's more um, more of a instantaneous, or a more of a it's a less permanent kind of a temporary kind of a state. You have to keep practicing meditation. Say, for an example, if you fall off the wagon and you haven't practiced meditation for months, and then you can't, that state is no longer there. You will have to get back on it and, start practicing for a while before you get back on it. Whereas this state, it is your inherent, it becomes the inherent state. It becomes the natural state, and it's not conditional on anything. It's an internal transformation. So that is the beauty of Dhamma, this Dhamma. And it's explaining this to someone who's coming from these backgrounds, who believe in law of karma, or who practice religiously practice this concentration meditation and stuff like that. It's not easy to explain this true Dhamma, because it feels like, and it seems like, they're the same thing. And in my experiences talking to people who are practicing this concentration and meditation, they think this is just a fancier way of saying the same thing, and yet they don't see that it runs much deeper in that that whatever the teaching is behind these kind of concentration meditations, they don't they try to kind of suppress thoughts. One thought comes, okay, this is just thought, avoid it. Another thought comes, and this is just thought, avoid it. And by sustained avoidance of these thoughts, they get to that shift. They call it an identity shift. But when they kind of stand up from that cross-legged position, they are back to ground zero. They still have all these issues. They still get mad over silly things or whatever. Their natural state of mind is still, it is there. They just kind of return back to that state. So that is if you look at this Mahakumbh Mela that happened this year in India, 660 million people came to take a bath in Ganges. And that is like almost 1 billion people with these wrong views about Nirvana. They think that is Nirvana. They call it moksha, whatever they call it. So it's like Aryan Mahansa says, whatever is more surface level is the one that gets more popular. It travels across faster. It's kind of accepted and adopted by more in terms of numbers. But the truth, the extremely rare truth, is it's very hard for someone to be convinced by it. That's why Buddha talked about and stressed about how rare this is, how rare this Dhamma is, how rare a human awakening to the moment, how rare that to be even born as a human. So all that points at how important and how valuable this Dhamma and how rare this Dhamma is. Isn't it, Justin? Oh, there's Randima also, Theruvan Saranai. Yeah, Justin, you go ahead.
Yeah, that's right. What you said is right. So for centuries, we have been practicing. The people have been practicing this concentration meditation. What you, as you explained in this cross-legged position, believe in law of karma. So even in having a bath in this holy river, but have they experienced the liberation of mind? No. That is also a dream. That they are in a dream. So they think that they have achieved what they wanted, and they themselves deceive their mind. Actually, no salvation, but they think that they have uh, uh, got the freedom. They freed from all sufferings, and actually it is an imagination. Uh, the the actually the sad side of this, the pathetic side of this is it is it has been practicing for centuries, decades, and so still the human mind is at the same place. See, even though we say we civilized and advanced and whatever we say, the people have not understood the illusion. This is an illusory world. So why can't we get out of um, free from this world? Actually, uh, the true Dhamma is very rare. That's what that is the nature of the Dhamma, the nature of it. That's a natural phenomena, whatever it is. Now the true Dhamma has awakened, so we have to spread this message uh, uh, in a very, very attractive way, because still the people they tend to believe, they are conditioned to believe, they are conditioned actually, and they are reacted to the same thing. They think that generations and generations, they just died without knowing what their life story is. So we have to understand what our life story. There is no life, there is no story. Actually it is an illusion. So understand to this illusion, so you need a very profound insight. So that is why we always invite everybody to listen to this true Dhamma. What is this true Dhamma? Never heard before. As Aryan Nanse, then our noble friend once said, never heard before. So what have you been hearing so far? Those are the two things we just mentioned. The law of karma and concentration meditation. That won't help you. That won't help. So human beings for centuries they have been practicing this, but have they liberated? No, they have not liberated. So the practical part, that is the important part. Uh, Actually, we just hearing to Dhamma won't help. Actually, it is two sides of a same coin. Listening to Dhamma and practicing. So when practicing only, you realize what is our story, what is this illusion, why are we thinking it is a dream? We are in a dream world, illusionary world. So how long are we going to continue this? Is this necessary? Are we wasting our human life? Is it precious or not? Why are we doing this? Is it necessary? No. Listen to true Dhamma. Understand the illusory world, your illusion, your story. This is not anybody else's story. This is your story. This is my story. This is our story. Understand the illusion. Everything is illusion. So to understand that, human mind The person from an ordinary world just can't uh, do experiment and researchers or whatever it is to find this Dhamma, because only a noble friend can understand it, who possesses abhignana. So when he explain it, so it is easy to understand it and practice it. There is no any other thing, and you don't need to do you don't need to climb to Himalayan mountain or anywhere. No hard work. While doing your everyday activities, you can do it. But first, understand the true Dhamma. The true Dhamma and practice, you can do this. But try to understand this is not law of karma or concentration. Here, true Dhamma, where the illusion is explained and practical part, you realize, you experience the dream, the illusion, no any other thing there. So you don't need to waste time. This is your time. This is the moment. This is the golden moment. So everybody try to understand this. This is a very good message for you. You can save all your generations. So we speak about the independence of a country. So do you have independence of your mind, freedom of your mind? No, we are slaves. Slaves of what? Slaves of illusion. We are in a dream. Are we? We don't know that we are in a dream. So listen to true Dhamma. What is true Dhamma? True Dhamma, it is never heard before Dhamma. What is never heard before Dhamma? Whatever you experience is an illusion. And who you think who you are, that itself is an illusion. So what is there in the world? So it is you to understand and experience it. That is why these different type of Zoom discussions are there, going to educate and to help you to practice, and to ultimately you can experience what the liberation of mind, what the salvation of mind, or what the freedom of your mind. What have you been? Have you been experience a dream? So it is your decision. So think twice. Are you going to waste your life? Are you going to live 300, 400, 500 years in this world? Your life expectancy is so short. So why we are here? Why we are in the world here? Why we are born? We were born just to understand this illusion. That is the only thing that we were born. Teran Sarnai.
Therwan Saranai Harshi, Therwan Saranai Mr. Bernard, and also Dr. Sakuntala. So as Mr. Bernard mentioned, that's very, very correct. There is no requirement to waste time because now the truth is revealed. The truth is available. There is no requirement to waste your time, because you are wasting your time maybe watching films, going various places, you see, maybe reading books. You will be doing whole lot of things, but this time you see, you just want not even a week, maybe if you happen to speak to a noble friend, the right person who has the knowledge, and definitely the message will convince yourself. So truth start to feel, so it won't take time. Only thing is the major transformation would take time, but it's very much sure. People live in such a illusion, find so many solutions for their mental problems. You see, even when they have some bodily problems, even that impact. You see that impact the mind also. So everywhere it is the suffering. So some suffering would be there, at least the fear of the death. So that's why the major fear is the death fear. That is the greatest fear in the earth. Nobody wants to die. So so there is a greater fear of death, a greater fear of losing the memory power. So there is so much importance for memory. So people are very fear that they will experience some dementia, some you see some illnesses. So therefore, uh, this Dhamma would greatly benefit everyone because this really provide a chance to understand the mind. Um, Understand who you are, understand what is this death, what is the birth. So this is a totally you see a different science here. um, but as Aryan Mahanse mentioned, it's very important that this Dhamma shall not be taken as another knowledge transfer, like that is just accumulating knowledge and trying to have a temporary consolation in the mind, because mind is such a thing. Mind is very hurry to satisfy itself. That's why if you listen the last couple of weeks sermons by Aryan Vahanse, there was some focused on this aspect, because most of the time what happened when these Dhamma Zoom discussions are happening, this talks about the tranquility and nothingness, and you see these things. So these are really falling to some pala, like pala in the sense the results, like. So if someone really give a concentration to this and not giving the concentration to see the mechanism behind the formation, and not to see that within, if the investigation of self is incomplete, then there won't be a 100% purification. So if there is no purification in the this formation mechanism process, there is a high chance that the mind is tricky. Mind try to grab the result part. So it is not seeing the cause correctly. So what happens is when you understand the cause for the result not become meaningful. That is what really needs to happen here. But if you not focused on the cause, but if you focused on the result, then there can be an issue, because result can come in the mind as well. Then there is a block back again in the necessary transformation, because still the causes are there. Still the purification has not happened. So therefore what is important for every one of us is not to focus on the result, but to focus on the cause, and to see the real mechanism behind this formation. And these days sermons really provide greater guidance as to how one should take up this contemplation. Even so, the contemplation is really necessary. because no one, because we do not know what the other people's experience, but as we understand, it is not, you are just listening to somebody. When you are listening to somebody, you are still on some mind image. So it is that image is read, you see. So therefore some contemplation has to happen within. That is, it is not thought, you see. Contemplate, and it is not become the next thought, like, but it is what try to explain is the contemplation result on some transformation. The see, when you see the each and every formation, if it is a eye, if it is a ear, so this bodily sensation, it is not just read this mechanism in the mind, but feel the mechanism, what is happening. So every place something is happening, and that needs to be felt. So this is the trickiest part. Most of the time, the mechanism is read using words, but what is the likely transformation? That part is somewhat hidden. That is not coming out sometimes. So if we take the eye is the biggest delusion. So what is the experience when somebody contemplate the eye? So there is a greater delusion here. So that part is not coming out. So the eye has not seen the reality of the world. It is just a statement. So what is the feel? So that is the important thing here. So in each and every place we are talking about a purification. If any part of the purification is incomplete, then that process will not occur. The process not occur in the sense we are talking about vidarshane. So when you see the formation, you should see the dissolution of this as well. So so it is the soul. You see the every worldly thing finally world become real means it is the soul. So that's why one need to see in and out. It's you see death. So it is not a thinking, but it is the you see, it is this vidarshana or sensory organs. How what is happening has to sort of felt. So if that is not felt, what happens? This process won't end. The whole process continues, and it is still in the mind. Still in the mind. So everything is taken in the mind. Nothingness also taken in the mind can happen. That's why this ego is very much discussed, because why ego is there? So why still ego is there means what? Still the purification has not happened. So therefore that honesty is very important, because there is no any hurry here. There are no like several things also here. It's all about whether this world is real. World real means it is the soul and it is the ego. So, but when this Dhamma is understood in the sense, that has to purify. In and out, that purification of the ignorance has to happen. So otherwise there will not be a liberation. So this is exactly like not looking at the screen, but look at the electric circuit behind the screen. So see what's happening. That insight is important to understand what is the reality. So if the reality is felt, then there won't be any further thing here. There won't be any further to seek here, because the reality has become reality. So otherwise what will happen, even though we just use the term nothingness and so on, the reality it becomes just a knowledge. So then it is nobody, it is not worth for us also, not worth for others also. That becomes just a knowledge transformation. So instead, we need to talk to our insight. Are we still living for us? Are we still living for us? So we have to start back from there. We have to question, and it is not that knowing so many Dhamma, that will not useful at the last breath. So it is about to what extent this transformation has happened. What is the change? So that will mostly help us to understand what is the reality happening, and then this Dhamma actually using not for the knowledge but for this transformation. But that will happen. It is not, we can't say it will happen like, but it will happen. That's how it is happening. But I think contemplation is important, but how to contemplate is also a different science there, because it is not we are rejecting the contemplation. Contemplation is needed, because when you contemplate yourself within only, you can feel this whole thing better. So there is a science here. I think this one day practice Pratipada to great extent, especially the first two techniques discussed there, provide greater guidance to feel this, feel what exactly. It is not just reading words. That try to experience what's happening, what is this formation. So then feel it like, yeah. So that's all what I want to add. Yeah, Harshi, Dr. Avi, Thirwan Saranai.
Yeah, Dr. Ravi and Dr. Kapintala. Yeah, Dr. Ravi.
Yes, තෙරුවන් සරණයි ආරයනාද තෙරුවන් සරණයි හර්ෂි තෙරුවන් සරණයි අන්තිම and all. Yes, yes, I think Randima covered almost all the areas that we should know before we start this experiment, the novel experiment. So we can say like that. So as Randima said, all the experiences have been now covered with thoughts. What we do here is we try to understand what is the real experience and what are the thoughts that covers this, that wrap the in that particular experience. So we'll take it we'll take some kind of example and see. So just imagine that you are walking on a uh, grassy area with a barefoot. So what you feel actually, the softness, the delicateness of the blades of this grass will be felt in your foot. But actually, what happens if you are an ordinary person? You just think you are stepping on a grassy area, so the softness is felt to my foot. So all these conditioned mind uh, uh, cloud dissolve the real experience of the small delicateness of the or the smooth feeling of the real grass. So actually the feeling triggers some kind of a feeling triggers a train of thoughts. So we are living in that particular level of thoughts level. But what Lord Buddha said is, just open up and see. Just remove all the thoughts. Just peel all the thoughts and see the real experience what you get. The experience is the thing that has been captured from your 5 faculties or 6 faculties. The real experience has been covered by the thoughts. So the thoughts in the sense is not real. The thought in the sense is not real, because we know with the contemplation and with the vidarshana jnana, and we all know the thoughts are mental fabrications. They are not real. They have been created like names and forms and so on. So we know these things. But if you have good knowledge with it, so that knowledge will automatically apply to that particular instance. So you know the experience is there, and those thoughts, all the thoughts come and cover that real experience. So that the process you will know. That is the usual happening. That's all right. But if you know this, know what is happening here, what will happen here, what that with the transformation, what will happen, you tend to feel that the the, the feelings that carried along with the thoughts will not anymore can't affect on you. So that doesn't mean that that means that the real feeling was there, the uh, softness of the grass, but the feelings that carried along with the thoughts were also there. But these, so it gives another kind of experience for you, that you tend to think that you are the one who is walking along this grassy area, grassy land. So that concepts, that feelings will collapse, because you know the real experience is there, but there is the person that has been built around that real experience will collapse. So what you can perceive is the real experience only, because the rest of the things will collapse, because you know these are created through the thoughts. So there is no chance for you to perceive that feelings, because you know this is not the real thing. It is the icing layer of this cake. The cake was there at the bottom, and if you remove that icing part, frosting part, so you can really eat the cake. So same thing happens here. So with the knowledge and the understanding, you know this frosting is not long has any kind of value there, then you tend to automatically it will tend to remove, then open up the real part, real cake. So then of course you can perceive the, you can feel the absolute softness of the grass. But in that very particular instance, the notion of you is not there. So that is the pure, the pure experience will only be there, only the experience. So that will happen with the understanding. So as Randima said earlier, at the early stages we have to contemplate how these the mechanism, the process, how these uh, thoughts get created, and then of course it will no longer assign any kind of a value to that thought at the latter stages. This value that we used to assign for that thought will collapse, will no longer be there with it. So then what will happen? The value that you put earlier was the for the your notion of I, the self. That self feeling will no longer be there. Without a self, the perception is there, the softness of the grass. So that will tend to feel with the understanding. But ultimately, so as you go along that path, you tend to feel that there is no such a thing called softness as well. So likewise, if you apply to your eye faculty, same thing will happen to you. You will tend to feel that there is no such a thing called light even, no such a thing called uh, ear even. As long as your faculties are functioning, those kind of feelings would be there. That's perfectly all right. But it those perceptions are also become a part of that same illusion. So that would be the ultimate, the the the, the end point of this part. So so in order to achieve that level, so you have to pass certain stages. First you have to understand for the knowledge that these what do you call these thoughts are not real. Then you tend to feel, yes, absolutely they are not real. At least it becomes a feeling. It becomes a feeling. That how does it becomes a feeling? That you automatically you won't assign any value to that. So as long as you don't assign, that comes automatically, assign a value to that thoughts, you will able to feel the pure perception, pure pure perception only, without a self, because you know self is a creation of your own mind. So then what will then when you move forward further, the perception itself has, you get to know that itself has no value for that either. There is no such a thing called perception, that kind of a perception as well. So that doesn't mean that you are going to stay away from each every perception. No, you can still deal with everything, with the thoughts, with the perceptions and all these things you feel when you touch the chair in front of you. You feel the firmness, the solidity of the uh, chair as usual. But you know there is no such a feeling like hardness or firmness. That comes through the understanding. So the internal transformation will that's why it takes some time to you feel the actual internal transformation, because when you are in the mundane world, you took all of these perceptions as real. But with the understanding, you tend to feel, along with the internal transformation you achieve, there's no such a feeling as such. That's why Aran says this contemplation and the actual feeling goes hand in hand. In each stages, you need to do some kind of a contemplation, but at the latter stages, that you know that you are contemplating, you are well aware that you are doing here, you are doing this contemplation, you are well aware. For if you know that you are contemplating in these stages, there's no way entangling with the I-ness. There's no chance of getting entangled with the I-ness, because you know without yourself you can contemplate either. So that's why the people who became arahat also, they can plan very well, they can get away from certain risks. They can take some kind of mitigatory actions for getting out of certain risks in the future that will uh, about to happen. So but they know that they are contemplating. The contemplation also can happen because it is done with the mind sensor. So we know it's the mind sensor. That is the nature of the sensor. So let the mind sensor to work. So you can't stop it because it is not belongs to you. It does not belong to you. So it will continue to work. I will continue to work. Your all five senses, six senses continue to work, but you tend to feel you are no longer there with them. That is the moment that your functional mind get activated. So if it remains static, if it is persisting, start to persist for a longer period, that is the real awakening. The awakening, that is the super awareness. You have the awareness that your six senses are working as usual. So let you can let anything to happen. So you can yeah, that's it. Teruvan Saranarshi, any comment or we can discuss on that even? Teruvan Saran. I think
Yeah,
Dr. Kuntala is also
Dr.
here with us. I
Yeah,
don't know whether she talked earlier.
no, she didn't. Yeah, we would like to listen to her input as well. Maybe she has comments about Dr. Ravi's uh,
Yes,
Theron
Tirvan
Saran.
Saranai. I pay my homage at Aryan Mahasit feet. Actually, I also joined a little late, but what I felt was the discussion started with sort of a very general and background type of things, and then gradually the discussion moved towards more deeper and deeper parts, which was very informative. So, as Ravi said, uh, what to start with the initial comments actually about the meditation, what I wanted to say was that uh, meditation has become a kind of a medal in the Buddhist practices, so because people say proudly that we are meditating and we are going for meditation classes, etc., which is a fact in all over the world. But as all of us know that concentration meditation is the one which is being practiced, and then I also have the same experience, and then after so many years I realized that there was nothing that you could expect from going on doing it, and I was practicing it in much harsher sort of circumstances also. but nothing gained at the end. So I think we know that it's just a temporary thing, so just we have to leave it aside. And then we all have been gifted with so many things. We are born as human beings with no significant physical or mental handicap where we can understand this true Dhamma, and we have found noble friend who is explaining all these things very clearly. And we are in a country, or in areas where we can hear this Dhamma. So all these things actually have been gifted to us. It's kept on a tray and offered to us. So why not take the full advantage of what we have been gifted? Then about what Randima and Ravi explained, actually, though so many preachers, so many deshanas have been explanations done by our noble friend, it only points out to one thing, that this is an imaginary world that we are experiencing, what is created by our senses, and what we have to sort of experiment and dig and find out exactly how this self-feeling occurred, how this feeling of existence occurred, and then going further deeper, how these thoughts are formed. Anything that you can think of is a sound and it is a thought. So whether you call it mother, father, myself, uh, America, Sri Lanka, or car, bus, mango tree, all those are sounds and they are all thoughts. So how the thoughts are formed, and then going further down, how the thought is formed, which is an aggregation of the sensor functions, the faculties, the function of the faculties, and how the sensor functions, that means the formation of the color, sound, taste, smell, and the skin sensation, how did that happen? How did those occur? And then you further go down and then you find that it is all creations of some form of vibrations. And further going down, you realize that there's nothing called permanently lasting vibrations also. Vibration is something that randomly occur then and there when the relevant causes meet together, and as an effect or a result, you get all these created within a fraction of a second, not one after the other, actually, the whole thing, though it is explained as a string, one after the other, all these things happen right at this moment. And it didn't last one in a before a fraction of a second. It wasn't there, and it's not there in the next fraction of seconds. So it is just an instant spark only. And these sparks occur from all six faculties actually, as a continuous and a very fast, rapid flow. And when it occurs as a very rapid process, the sparks are seen as one single light, or the sparks are seen as one sound, and sparks are seen as a thought, and the sparks are seen as something existing, and the final result is the concept of myself. So this is all due to the speed, which you cannot tell in numbers actually. The fastest speed that we are explaining, if I am correct, is the speed of the light. But this is much more faster than that. So the scientists will not be able to give it in number. And that is why it creates something which really looks real. So we are all entangled in this creation, taking it as real. And we believe that this is real, this is what is existing. And to what we are imagining or what we accept as really existing, we cling or we have aversion, all sorts of things. So this clinging or aversion, in other words, is another phase of the self-existence. The self-existence is described in many ways. So it's described as a current that occurs, a current that a system feels, or you can also call it defilements or the self-existence. These are all different phases, I would say, of the same current. So understanding this is the important thing, that is the must. And more you listen to these preachers' sermons by our noble friend, it becomes more and more clearer. And certain experiences gradually tend to sort of flow in without realizing how it happened. So that is the beauty of it. So I think that's what I wanted to say. Therwan Saranai, all Dhamma friends. Therwan Saranai, Aren Wahansa.
Therwan Saranai, Dr. Sakuntala, and everyone. I think we had a very good discussion today with everybody's contribution about how the mind is created, the practical approach, and how to kind of get to the liberation from the mind. And thank you very much once again. I think we have come to the end of the session. So we'll have a equally fruitful session tomorrow. Let's pay homage to Aryan Wahanse at our feet. For now, Therwan Saranai Aryan Wahanse. We will meet again tomorrow. Therwan Saranai, everyone.
Therwan Saranai.
Therwan Saranai. Therwan Saranai.
Therwan Saranai,
Therwan Saranai, everyone.
Buddothpada, loving and kind. You came like light to free the blind from realms of grace, from heavens above. You walked among us with boundless love. Buddothpada, seeing the sorrow of mankind, lost in darkness, confused and blind. You spread the truth so clear, so bright. The Dhamma's flame, the guiding light. You reawakened Buddha's way. The sasana shining day by day. Through your compassion, calm and deep, you soothe the wound that makes us weak. Buddothpada, you show the path. Gentle words and sermons vast.
is not a dream. It flows within like a peaceful stream. Oh, Ariyayani, may you live long. Our hearts forever sing your song. May you live long, oh noble guide. In gratitude we stand with pride. Buddothpada, bright as the sun. May your holy work never be done. Buddothpada, you show the path through gentle modes and sermons vast. Buddothpada, loving and kind. Buddothpada, loving and kind. You came like light to free the blind from realms of grace, from heavens above. You walked among us with boundless love. Buddothpada, seeing the sorrow of mankind, lost in darkness, confused and blind. You spread the truth so clear, so bright. The Dhamma's flame, the guiding light, you reawaken Buddha's way. The Sasana shining day by day. Through your compassion, calm and deep, you soothe the wound that makes us weak. Buddothpada, you show the path through gentle words and sermons vast. Step by step you lead us on until the night the fear is gone. Buddothpada, Nibbana now is not a dream. It flows within like a peaceful stream. Oh, Ariyayani, may you live long. Our hearts forever sing your song. May you live long, oh noble guide. In gratitude we stand with pride. Buddothpada,
Good morning, everybody. Tiransanai and Tiransanai, all Damasai. So let's start our morning Dhamma discourse. Let us begin without trying to understand anything. No need to agree, no need to disagree. Just listen as if hearing something for the first time. Right now, before we go into ideas, there is something already happening. You are aware, not as a concept, not as a belief, but as a simple fact. There is knowing. There is this knowing of experience. Sounds are known, sensations are known, even thoughts are known. Stay here for a moment, not thinking about it, just noticing. This is so simple that the mind ignores it. This is the simplicity we overlook because it is looking for something more complex. But everything we are about to explore comes from here. This simple knowing, this simple happening, this simple experience. Now let us begin to look closely. A sound appears, a sound wave, a sound vibration. Before you know what it is, before you say this is the voice, or this is a bird, or a person, or any object, before recognition, what is there? Just hearing, just a sound, not someone speaking, not a fan, not a car, not an animal, just a sound. This is the role layer, the role layer of experience, pure experience, without anything added, without any interpretations. We rarely notice it because the mind moves too fast, and because of it's too simple, we overlook it. Then we give attention to the complicated, powerful one. So now, almost instantly, something happens. this immediate movement of a thought. The mind says, I know this. Just like that, the raw experience is replaced with a label. Let us slow this down. First, a sound appears, then comes a thought, a name, a label, a calm, a voice, a music. Now it feels like something solid exists. But what actually changed? That sound, it did not change, but only a label was added. It is not the truth, it is something added. But we feel like something solid exists. This naming process, it's not small. There's a power of naming. It shapes this whole reality. It turns vibrations into objects, illusional ones. It turns sensations into an identity. Imagine for a moment without name those sensor contacts, hearing without name, seeing without labeling, tasting without labeling, smelling without labeling, touch sensing without labeling. Everything becomes fluid, undefined, alive. Now let us go deeper. Thoughts does not just name, it builds layer upon layer. At first, there's just only this raw experience, sense of contact, these vibrations. Then this thought comes, thought that related to that sense of contact. It makes the mind recognize that raw experience as something. Now there's this naming, there's this meaning, there's this story, and it doesn't stop there. This is a simple process of a thought, and that thought also doesn't stop there. That thought generates more thoughts like that. So each layer adds something until we feel this is real, this is the actual world. But because this happens instantly, we never see that building, that construction process. We only see the final result, that final structure, a, thought. Let us take a simple example. Let's say we hear a sound. The sound is heard. Immediately, we don't take the sound as a sound, but immediately it comes as it's a door, and it doesn't stop there. Then comes someone is coming or someone is looking. Then comes who could it be? Then emotions arise, whether you get happy or scared. So more thoughts are generated. But all of this came from one single sound, one single vibration, a sense of contact. It didn't say any of things, any of those thoughts. There's nothing, no thought in that sound vibration. But we are the ones. We are the instance of mind consciousness is the one at fault. Mind consciousness brought these thoughts. And that thought, it didn't take the sound as a sound. It took the sound as a door. Now let us look at something deeper. Time. We feel time is real. We feel this past, present, future is real. But where is the past? Right now, can you find it? Or is it just a thought that occurred right at this moment? Can you find the future? Or is it just another thought right at this moment? We get thoughts about past and we label them as old memories. Old memories are appearing now. And it could be as an image or as a thought or as a sound. So the past is not back there. It is here, right at this moment, as a thought, as a thinking. That is what we label it as a past, but it is just a thought occurred right at this moment. So the future, that's also imagination, a thought, like the past. Future is also a thought happening right now, right at this moment. We didn't travel to future, or future didn't come to this moment. It's just a thought, a created, constructed thought that happened right now, this moment. So what is real? Right this moment, only this moment. But even this moment is not something solid. It changes. It's constantly changing. So now we come to something very important. We learn, reconstructed many thoughts since our childhood. But there was this powerful thought about a self, a person who experienced everything. But that's also a thought created that created when we were little. Then gradually it became stronger. So at some point, thought says, this is happening to me. This me appears. But where did that come from? Was it always there, or did it also arise as another thought? Let's see the structure of self. So this self is built like this. My past, my thoughts, my body, all connected by one idea. This self, this me, is the self continuous. So if you look carefully, if we observe carefully, between thoughts, is there a self or only awareness? This self comes and goes. Do we always feel there is this self? The self appears when thought refers to it, when it's strong enough. So now there are two divisions, this inside and outside. Now we question something very deep, this inside and outside. We feel I am inside, I am in this body, experiencing the world, and the world is outside there, affecting the self. If we examine this properly, can we find a boundary? If you close your eyes now, can you notice where is this line that separates this inside and outside? Can you find it? Let's say you hear a sound. Can you separate inside and outside in that hearing, in that sound vibration? It's very simple. Even right now, you can notice it. Even right now, you feel there are sensations, there are sounds, there are vision, there are tastes, there are smells, and there are thoughts. But you would never find a clear boundary. A boundary that says, from here it's inside, from here this is outside. This division, then this division, where is it come from? Because we can't find a division in any of those sense contacts. But we have this division, don't we? So this division, this inside and outside is something conceptual. This inside and outside is an idea, a useful idea, but not something real, but not something directly experienced. It's constructed, built up by the mind. It is not the truth. Everything appears in one field of knowing, undivided, seamless, continuous. This illusion feels real. Now the question comes. If it is constructed, why does it feel so real? Because of the repetition, because of it happened and it's still happening constantly. Thought repeats those patterns again and again until they feel solid. So this repetition creates a powerful thought. It creates this belief. That powerful thought doesn't stop there. It gives this power, that existent feel, this alive feeling. When the power is high, it gets powerful and gets this alive feeling. That's how thoughts feels like real. When we see a chair, we doesn't take it lightly. We really feel there is this chair existing outside. Even the self, even though we can't find a self where the self is, but there is this feeling, an existent feel, a life feel. It's not the thought actually, it's this feel, this alive feeling is the one who trapped us in this illusion. Because this feel, it makes us hard to believe this is not an illusion. It makes us believe it is the truth, it is the reality, it is how everything is. But what really happened was, when we keep using something non-stop, repeats, it becomes powerful. That power has given it this alive feeling, existent, solid feel. And that also doesn't stop there. When we get emotions, both more powerful for those things we believe as real, it adds way more weight. Those emotions strengthen it. Fear, desire, attachment, hatred, anger, happiness, greed. They make thoughts, those powerful thoughts makes those thoughts feel true, feel real. That's why when we feel sad, we suffer like that because it feels real. It feels like it's really happening to me, this self. And we are really affected by it because those thoughts are so powerful. We feel it as if we are really experiencing, affected by those things. That they make thoughts feel real, true. The more powerful the thought is, the way more feel it's real. But all of these are part of this illusion of the mind consciousness, nothing else. So we are not trying to destroy anything, not trying to stop thoughts, not trying to remove the self right away, instantly. But we try to make you only see the truth, only to see it clearly. Just see how those thoughts are created, how this self is created, how this existent field is created, how it is built, moment by moment, years after years, or day by day, with these repetitions, with these habits throughout those years, moment by moment. And what changes is when we see this clearly, the structure remains, but the belief, but that real feel, that taken everything as the reality, the truth, that start to lose, soften. Then there's this less struggle, less resistance, less fear, less anger, less hatred, less suffering, because it is understood. Nothing is from outside, it is our own mind, own thoughts. And those thoughts are also not real. They are something constructed, something created, something momentary, not even lasting, just a power, a spark. So let us return to the beginning. Before naming, before meaning, before any thought, what is there? Just this simple, alive, unfixed, raw experience. Sense of vibration or sense of contact. Nothing needs to be added, nothing needs to be removed. Life is already happening without effort, without control, just unfolding. Before this mind speak, before these thoughts come, before these thoughts shaped the reality as outside and self, there is only this simple sense contact. Like this alive feeling, this solid, real feeling. There is another feel that is this everything feels continuous. Life feels continuous. This feels feel continuous. Even thoughts, it feels continuous. Like we are thinking non-stop. Even the vision, even the hearing, everything feels continuous. That's why we feel like we are the same person from yesterday. It's not we are thinking, it's a powerful feel that created from the mind. A powerful thought gives that powerful feel, that existent feel, a life feel to it. So now you feel like the same person from yesterday, the same person from this morning, the same person from a moment ago. And the world also feels existing, continuous, real, solid. And even right now, the room you are in seems stable. Objects seems fixed. Everything appears to persist. But if we look more closely, is really this experience continuous? Right now, what is actually happening? A sound appears and then disappears. A sensation arrives and ceased. A thought appears and disappears. Each experience is also momentary. Nothing stays. But then, why does it feel continuous? If everything is changing, why does it feel solid, stable, continuous? Hmm. Why does it feel like one flowing stream, a continuous stream, a stream of life, a stream of thoughts, a stream of sound, vision, everything? The answer is very subtle. It's all done by the mind. The mind connects each of those separate moments together and creates this sense of continuity. It's not reality, it's a sense of continuity. But we take on that sense of continuity as the reality, like dots forming a line. Each moment is separate, but thought mind links them together. And to that, this rapid speed is also helping. It's like an old movie, an old film. There are steel frames, a long line of steel frames. And when they are played together, when they are moved fast, because of that speed and because of our mind links things, it seems like a continuous movie. But what actually there is steel frames moving fast. What you see as movement is actually many steel frames displayed rapidly, fast, and then mind blends them, links them together and creates this sense of motion, this continuous movie. So as the life. Life is experienced similarly like this movie. In the same way, experience is also like that still frame, moment to moment. But thought, mind, it creates this feeling, this illusion. This is ongoing. This is continuous. Like the end result, that movie. Everything what feel continuous is related to this process. Even the self, even the sense of self, this continuity of the self. We feel I am the same person, but what is actually present is a thought. Thought says that was me, and then another thought says this is me now. Whatever happens is just some thoughts occurred right at this moment. That past didn't come to this moment, but we created a thought of past, and it fades, and then this present thought came. But what we are thinking is we came from the past, we lived in the past. I am the same person of the past. But that's all. So that's also another thought happened right at this moment. Everything is a thought right at this moment. And the thought also didn't arose without a reason. Something has triggered it. Any sense of contact, maybe a hearing, maybe a vision, maybe a taste, maybe a smell, maybe in skin sense, or another thought itself. So the sense of self is also not continuous. It is also something constructed, moment by moment, using thoughts. But we are stuck in an illusion, believing it is real, it is continuous. This sense, this self is continuous. That's how we feel, but it's the part of the illusion. If the past thought didn't arise, would there be a past? Would there be a past self? Or only what is here, right at this moment, right now. Even this self-identity is a thought, a story, a narrative. It is built from not every inch of thoughts, every inch of things that happen, but it is also created from these powerful thoughts of past, those remembered moments stitched together by the mind. We can't remember everything from the past, but we remember some things. Those thoughts are the ones that makes us feel, us live, make us believe that we lived in the past and now we are living in the present moment. But actually that past is also the thought about the past is also occurred at this moment. Now let us look at the world again. The table seems stable. But what is actually experienced? Did we experience a table or some colors in this moment? The idea of a thing, the idea that this is the same table as before, that also comes from another thought. The table didn't say it. It came from the mind itself as another thought. But we have this feeling that it was really outside and it was there. But it comes from the thought, not from that direct experience. What we get in that direct experience is just some bunch of colors. That's it. Everything is changing. Nothing is truly fixed. Even the perceptions, even the thoughts change. Vision change. Body change. Hearing change. Everything change. But the mind says it is the same. None of those things said it is same. Our mind is the one that says that always says everything is same as before. This is also not a mistake, it's a function. It's a natural phenomenon. Nobody does it. That's how the mind is working. It is a function. Continuity helps navigation. It helps survival. It helps communication. It makes us easy to work with others. The problem is not the continuity itself. The problem is believing it is the absolute, taking it as the truth, the reality. Things are really- That's the problem. That's the mistake. Because of this belief, because we take bad things, we try to keep things safe. We try and we try to control that. That's where we try to control something that is more, that is not really existing. Continue. We think reality is once over the time. We look carefully. We instead of sort of when the self is not constant, but that also change every thought. So as this world, what we believe, only when we see, when we at first we have to see as the transformation as the until Yeah, and so once we see this, once we see attunement, gradual, there's no fixed structure to make. Baby have become less, but every, everything like experience, yeah, you've been taken as the truth, reality, that power, that feel, that existent feel, that alive being slowly starting to reduce, lose its power. Because now we know nothing is real. So that power, that clinging, that power of every thought, especially the power of this self thought, sense of self, starting to reduce. For a few moments, you can just watch. The sound appears and disappears, senses arises and ceases, thought appears and disappears. Notice change, notice the gap. What seems continuous is gently woven together from countless changing moments that appears and disappears, not even solid. They appear and disappear on their own. There's no control, and nobody owns them. Everything, thoughts, sense of content, everything changes. Nothing is there. We are trapped in an illusion, believing that everything is continuous and stable and real. But once we see this illusion, we start to come out of the illusion, not entangled in it, not trapped in it, but instead we start to see it from outside. We start to see the movie from outside. Our perception starts to change. That fire inside us slowly starting to loosen its power. The self loosen its power. Then it's just a body, a system working, eyes working, nose working, ear working, likewise every sense working, mind working, thought thoughts still come, thoughts still appear and disappear. But there's no owner, there's no self in it, there's no power. We still use thoughts to communicate, to live, but there's deep inside, there's this awareness that everything is not real. There's this confirmation. So we'll end our morning Dhamma discourse from here onwards. There Sunday, everybody.
I worship Triple Gem with the greatest respect. I worship our Enhance at his feet, our noble friend, our guide, spiritual teacher, Hero Sarnayar Enhancer. May all of you be blessed by Triple Gem. May our friends who are helping us with the technology be blessed by Triple Gem. So this is yet another discussion, another sermon session of Pure Buddothpada Pure TV English channel, enabling you to listen from any corner of the world in English medium, whatever the convenient time for you. There will be something, some sermon will be in air, so you can join whatever the convenient time for you. Sorry. So this is an attempt, yet another attempt, a major step, I would say, kept by Avaran Mahanse, with a view to give the this true Dhamma to the world, for anybody from any religious background, from any country, any race, to know what the truth is. It's very clear that truth is common to any person. Truth means truth, which has no divisions, no specifications. So all of us are experiencing that truth. The fact is that we do not recognize it as the truth. Everything is covered by the blanket called avidya or ignorance, which has been brought forward for many lives, not countable in numbers, but we don't know how long we have been coming in this samsara journey. Throughout this time, we have been taking what we are experiencing as true because of the ignorance. So we have been coming forward with this concept and a current which continued, and that is what we call self. So this current or the self, or in other words, sasava or the taints. We use so many words to explain that, but all in all, it is just one concept actually, where the current which was generated, and it's getting more and more powerful. So therefore, we have been continuing our samsara journey, all the ups and downs, but even the ups or the happy situations that we think as pleasurable, they all are kind of sufferings. So the suffering is coming in two phases. One is so-called sadness, or the real, what we think is real suffering. Other one is coming with a different mask, saying that happiness. So underneath the happiness, what is there is the suffering. Now, just take some very simple examples from the mundane world. Getting through an exam, or qualifying, completing the higher education, and getting a degree, we call as happiness, isn't it? But that happiness has all the bitterness underneath. It's like a bitter gourd which is covered with a thick layer of sugar. So from outside it is sweet, but inside it is bitter. So Now, that example of getting through an exam or getting your degree, you think is happiness. But underneath that, see how many responsibilities, how many more pressures, and how many more desires are coming up. Now, when you get through an exam, your desire is to sit for the next exam. Or maybe your desire may have been to get a better result than this. So, underneath that happiness of getting through the exam, you have the suffering or the sadness of not getting the best results or the higher result that you were expecting. And also, you have more plans now, more things to achieve. Next exam, what exam should I do next? And to get more qualifications. Similarly, I mean, when you finish your higher education, you think that you have got your degree, so you are very happy. So, what is underneath that? Now, getting a suitable job, isn't it? When you get a suitable job, uh, getting it to a place where you can travel from home, a convenient type of a job, and a friendly surrounding. And see, I mean, you might get, each of us will get so many uh, attached thoughts coming as a string, isn't it? Uh, Next, what is next? What is next? So you can see that uh, getting the degree, inside that, so many bitter things are awaiting for you. So many sufferings are awaiting for you. And if you get a job, supposing if you got a job and you are happy now, you think that happiness is going to be there. What are the things underneath that? Maybe you didn't get the, sorry, maybe you didn't get the particular place that you were expecting to work. Maybe you had to work in a department which you were not uh, very happy. And maybe the workmates are also not very friendly and not very cooperative. And your boss may be very strict. You may be having lots of pressure with too much of work, lots of responsibilities. And if you do not fulfill them, you will be getting some bad remarks or pressure from the superiors. Now, you might think that if you change the place of work, you will be better. There have been enough stories, especially of our Dhamma friends who are talking with their experiences. Sometimes they feel that they are not happy with this present workstation, and then if I get a change to that particular department or some other office, I will be happy. Now, see, all in these situations, now you get a transfer to another department, but there you find a different setup. You do not have a proper place to sit. You do not have your own place to work there. You have to share the things, even the furniture, with somebody else. And you do not have much friends there. Now, see, as I said, we think that we are living with the ups and downs, but every up or the happiness also has a down trend inside it, isn't it? So, everywhere, hidden or open, suffering is there. So, this is what you have to understand. Then, if you expect your happiness or the sadness from the outside world, this is what will happen. You can't change the whole world, can you? You can't change the whole world. And what should happen actually? this receiving end is the one that needs to correct. Because you can't change a whole world, and the correction of self is what is needed to be done. Then when the person is thick skinned, this is an example from the mundane world. If the self becomes thick skinned, whatever happens becomes easily tolerable. And these are all the lay type of layperson's explanations and expectations and views. So what is Buddhism then? In Buddhism, what we are not trying to correct the so-called bird, which is not possible. You can't spread metta and then try to correct everyone in the world. If that was possible, Lord Buddha could have said that, okay, you can change the people. No, what he taught was, what he disclosed nearly 2,600 years ago was to turn the camera towards you and then see what is going on here, because everything is created on this side, not outside. Then that is a basic Buddhist philosophy, understanding of the self. The nature of the mind is such that the natural process is that to continue and maintain the things. So in accordance with that, to maintain the things, many systems are working on it towards building up more things. Building doesn't mean that the structures are building up the things in the self and sort of attracting more and more things, craving for more and more things. It's something like a whirlpool which attracts so many little particles which are around. There's a force, and that force will attract everything around. Not only that, the whirlpool will not stay in one place. A power is generated from within, and the whirlpool will move from place to place. I'm sure you may have seen, if you are watchful, in a river bed, you can see that the tiny whirlpools are forming and they are actually moving from place to place. That is because the initial power which made the whirlpool to start creates of its own current subsequently, and that current makes the whirlpool move around here. So this was one of the examples, metaphors given by R.N. Mahanse to the nature of the self. When the self-perception is there, when the self-view is there, the nature of it is getting everything attracted, being attached to everything. Not only that, that attached things wanted to be maintained. That wantedness to maintain is equal to the self-view or the self-perception. And R.N. Mahanse said that it is something like that whirlpool moving from place to place. That is because of the current generated within. Also, R.N. Mahanse gave the spin top as the as another metaphor, where when you give a little push and start spinning it, it will spin for some time with that power, and then there's a auto generation of current from within, and the spin top will move from place to place while spinning. So that again was another metaphor given by Aran Wahanse, where the power generated within to move around is something similar to the self will. So many metaphors have been given like this. And I said the nature of the mind is such that it goes on changing. It wants something better, something different. That is why I'm sure you have experienced that there are sometimes the dresses that you are wearing. And after wearing it for some time, you feel you want to change it. Even though the dress is okay, it's not torn or looking old, but still you feel that you want to change. You want to give it away to somebody and buy a new one. If you have the same food, same curry, we will say, for 2 servings, the next day you feel that you can't eat that because you have been eating it for the last 1 day or 1.5 days. So that is the nature of the mind, craving for something different, going on attracting the things, going on getting hooked to things one after the other, one after the other. That is the nature where where it's supporting the persistence or the existence. So what we are trying to do in this Dhamma discussions is that this natural way of happenings to get analyzed and understand actually how it is happening. When you understand this mechanism, when you understand that this is a system always which is working, and that feeling of self is simply the current which is a part of the system, then the things become actually very much simpler and uh, more relaxed. The tension which was there all the time, wantedness to change, wantedness to have more, wantedness to improve or get rid of something. That fire which is coming up with each thought is the one which will disappear. There's no difference in the way that you are seeing, hearing, or feeling. That is the way that you are experiencing the world is not changed at all. And you can certainly continue with whatever the occupation that you were doing, whatever the job you were doing, and you can always attend to all the commitments and uh, fulfill the responsibilities and the duties assigned to you. There's no change at all. You will be able to do it with a much relaxed and uh, happy way. Happiness and sadness also, we must know, happiness and sadness are also products of the mind sensor. It doesn't mean that you are just going to be just sort of neutral and feeling dumb without any uh, expressions or any feelings. Your emotions will be there. Emotions are actually product of the mind sensor. We know that the 5 senses, when you take the 5 senses, the eye is capable of uh, recognizing a sound, a shape. Even the colors cannot be identified by the eye. It's just simply a camera. Uh, there are differences because of the colors, but the specific colors, the naming doesn't come up from the eye level. Sounds are recognized by the ear. That again is within a range 20 to 20,000 hertz. And the smells can be recognized by the nose, and the tongue recognizes 5 specific tastes. And the skin can recognize the solidity, liquidity, airiness, and the temperature. Those are the 4 things that are recognized or identified by the skin sensor. And then the mind, what can the mind feel? Mind can recognize, or mind can come up with the emotions. It could be a happiness, it could be a angry, it could be a sadness. So those are the products of the mind sensor. None of these sensor functions can be located to a particular place. Actually, these sensors mean the function. Seeing is a function, hearing is a function, and feeling, which comes as the 3 components, where feeling of smell, feeling of taste, and feeling of skin sensor. Those 3 come under one category, which we call as mutta. Ditta means what is seen, sutta means what is heard, and then mutta is what is felt. And vinyata means which comes as the thoughts, that is the mind faculty. So these are actually kind of currents. These are kind of currents due to the speed. Due to the speed, something is felt. That is, if something is felt, the term consciousness or vijnana is used. So when you feel that there is a light, that is the eye consciousness. When you feel, well, even if I use the word when you, there is no myself actually to feel here. That is one of the most important concepts that we should have. So the process of seeing is the eye faculty. Process of hearing is the ear faculty. Process of feeling the taste is the taste faculty or the tongue faculty. Feeling the smell is the smell faculty or the nose faculty. And feeling of the skin is the skin faculty or the body faculty. Also, you can use the word sensors to this. So it's a function actually. For that function, you need the physical component. So without the physical component, you can't talk about the function, isn't it? So the physical component means the muscular eye, muscular ear, muscular tongue, etc. So all the body parts. You can also use the word organ. And without that organ, you can't talk about the senses or the function, isn't it? But function is not a part of that organ. That is something which we should understand. That function called seeing, you cannot point out to any part in the eye and see, this is where the seeing is. But the muscular part is necessary for that. If a person is blind from birth, you can't talk about the seeing. If a person is deaf from birth, you can't talk about the hearing. Why I say from birth is that if the person became blind after some time, then he has these perceptions of seeing which happened during the time that the eye was functioning. Then that can come up as a part of the mind faculty or as a thought. So that is why I said from birth. So there have never been any perceptions in relation to that organ. So we know that these five senses are the ones which are responsible to create something. All our world is confined to these five senses, and the collective function or the combination of the five senses is called mind sensor. Again, the mind sensor, the formation of the mind sensor formation of the thoughts or the mind sensor, you cannot locate it to any place. But brain as a structure, as a physical component, brain is necessary for this one. But in the brain, you never can point out to any place and say this is where the thought is. Certainly, when there is a difference, any alteration in this physical component, that output or that product can change. So if there is a structural problem in the eye, the shape which was created as a function can change. Now we know people do have various visual problems. Some people can't see close by, some people can't see the distance. Some people do have problems with their color vision, the color blindness. So that means there is a problem with that physical component, a problem with the background thing. So when there is a problem with the background thing, the product or the sensor or the function will change. Now, when you use spectacles or when you have a surgery to replace the eye lenses, what you try to do is you try to change that physical component so that the function, it will help with the function. So similarly, when there is a problem with the hearing, a person might wear a hearing aid, and by wearing the hearing aid, what happens is that it helps to improve the organ. So when the organ is improved, when the organ is altered, the output, that current or the wave which is generated in the form of hearing will change. So now it's very clear that we were talking only about the human beings, but all the animals do have their own created world with the help of the senses. And generally, each species have more or less similar senses. Therefore, each species will agree on certain things as common things. Now, that is why the termites will jointly construct the anthill, because the way that they are experiencing the world is more or less similar. And bees will make the bee honey in the beehive. So there is collective action. They agree on something common and then they work accordingly. So similarly for the human beings also, we have what's called this language. We have the languages because, well, the human being is supposed to be the one with the high level, advanced level of mind and the thought. So therefore, the humans wanted to communicate with each other. So that is why the languages have come up. They have agreed, the human beings who are living in the same area, they agree upon certain things in the form of naming. So that is how the languages have come to play. But we know that all these are thoughts, isn't it? Language, each and every word is a thought because uh, uh, because they have more or less similar sensor functions. They agreed on names as a common thing. The word wall will be common to all the English speaking people, and uh, the word Vidya, which is a Sinhalese word for the wall, is commonly agreed by the Sinhala speaking people. So those we call kind of civilization, agreeing on something common. And of course now we are moving to the very disastrous levels of civilization where more and more so-called advanced things are being uh, uh, invented, and now the people are turning to each other, the those so-called advanced weapons. They turn at each other, and then some destruction is happening. So those things actually Lord Buddha also have predicted long ago. Lord Buddha said that with time there will be something called this advancement of the life, so-called scientific findings, and at one point the vibrations will become so heavy, and the things will not be tolerable beyond that. So that is why people will start fighting with each others and then get destroyed. Uh, and even in Lord Buddha's teachings, there are sort of explanations how the world is destroyed at one point and then restart, rebuild everything from the scratch, from the level where there were no living beings, animals or human beings, but everything starts from the zero level and then come up to a level where the humans and the animals are living on the planet. So what Lord Buddha has mentioned so long ago, about 2600 years ago, are coming true now. And we are just a part and parcel of this flow actually. We are going along the Anusota pathway. What is Anusota? Being dragged away to the current and going downwards. And if we do not make any effort, we will go right down with the stream and then end up in the sea itself. Actually, in Buddhism, what Lord Buddha tried to do was that going against this current, and it's kind of swimming upstream. Not easy, we know that it is not easy because we have been used to go down the stream all this time in the samsara journey. So now we tend to hear some of these Dhamma facts, some important facts that Lord Buddha understood nearly 2600 years ago. And when we hear these Dhamma facts little by little, we tend to feel that, okay, now this whole thing is a creation, creation of the senses. So that part is very important. What is created by the senses and how is that creation occurs? That is an important question because you have to ask the questions yourself and probe in yourself. Otherwise, you can't understand this fully only by listening to the sermons. True that listening to the sermons will definitely cause an improvement, 100%, yes. But that alone is not enough. So what you heard from the sermons should be evaluated, revised, and then go deeper and see how you can apply it to the day-to-day life. So as I said, there's no change in the way that you experience the world. You will see, hear, and feel in the normal way, even if you have understood this Dhamma, because we know Lord Buddha and all the Arahants, uh, they felt they lived in a so-called mundane world because there were so many beliefs during that time. There were lots of spiritual teachers who had at the beginning many more disciples than Lord Buddha. Some of them had thousands actually followers. And when Lord Buddha was explaining this true Dhamma, that the fact that there is no self, and this is something happening as a part of the system, these other spiritual leaders didn't like it because their crowd was turning to this side. What they were teaching was merely the beliefs or the faiths. So when people felt that just believing alone is not going to help, some of them were curious to find out what this Lord Buddha was saying. But actually, Lord Buddha had a very diplomatic type of handling these people. Lord Buddha went to some of those temples, those other spiritual leaders' temples. He had some sort of present discussions, and some of them, of course, argued. Some of them listened to him and then realized, oh, yes, what he says is true, there is a truth. So some of them actually, along with their followers, completely converted themselves to Buddhism. There were three brothers which we know, Urul Kashyapa, Nadi Kashyapa, Gaya Kashyapa, three Kashyapa brothers. They had huge numbers of followers. One apparently had 1,000, other one had 300, other one 200, something like that. So finally, when they realized that yes, this is truth, and they left their egoistic type of thinking, and then started following Lord Buddha, and they all became arhats. On the other hand, there were some people who didn't like it. Naturally, that is the way even today also. There are many people, especially so-called Buddhist monks actually, who do not want to change their views. Even if their views are very straightforward and shows that they are not true, they don't like to change because most of them have their own empires. So they don't want to see that image is broken, which is actually a sad story because every person has a right to know the truth. So when they are misled by some of these lay people who are supposed to be spiritually high up, or some of the Buddhist monks, and not only that, even there are some other religious uh, people also who are kind of spiritual leaders, showing themselves as spiritual teachers, and they are doing lots of brainwashing of the people. So being born as a human being is quite a luxury, I would say, because we do not know where we came from and where we are going, which means that where we came means we do not know what our previous lives were, and we do not know where we are going after this life also. So when there is such an uncertainty is there, and we are born as human beings, and still if we are not making use of that golden opportunity what should you do then? As I said, Lord Buddha also had lots of opponents. There were instances where some people tried to harm his life. And also at one stage, a woman follower who used to come to the temple, Jetanarama temple, where Lord Buddha was living for a long time. She used to come to the temple daily. And the people, the followers, and the clergy from the other religions, other faiths, found out that more and more people are now going to see Lord Buddha instead of seeing them. So they felt that Lord Buddha is a threat to them. So what they did was that they killed this lady and they hid her body in somewhere in the temple itself, and then spread the news saying that so and so missing. So finally, it came to the light that her body was found within the temple itself, and there was a very serious accusation to Lord Buddha and the other monks who were in the temple, saying that she was killed and hidden the body there. So there was an uproar among even the normal people, and no one was allowed to come to the temple even for alms. And Lord Buddha and the monks also couldn't go out to the streets for alms because they have these people who roused this case all surrounded the temple, and they had a very hard time. And even Anandathiro wanted to go to some other city because he said, Venerable Sir, Lord Buddha, we can't even go out for alms. They are not giving anything. Shall we move out to another city? But the nature of Lord Buddha is that whether it is coming as a sadness or a happiness, whichever that Lord Buddha knew that it is just another thought. It's just another wrong vision, a mithya drushti. So he said, no, Ananda, wherever you go, it's not going to change. So apparently, according to the history, they had to use uh, the grains which were used for horses to feed. And that was actually just a very tasteless type of a food for a human being. But they lived on that. And the beauty is that even after such a thing, Arhan's mind will not change at all. It doesn't become a thing. It doesn't create a fire in that mind. So they stayed for about 3 months, and then the king also was pressurized to do something about this case by the public. And he appointed few people and to find out about this, which included even the rich businesswoman who was a strong follower of Lord Buddha, Vishaka. So they were very tactful, and after a few months, one of the people who got involved with killing this woman came out with that while he was drunk. So these are some of the true stories that come from the uh, Buddhist history. We know that uh, the the truth to be taken or the lesson to be taken from this is that the way that it was handled by Lord Buddha, uh, the way that he was not shaken, the way that there was no fire at all, even after such a serious incident. So Lord Buddha took it very neutral. There was no self actually to be protected. That is why there was no person calls your Lord Buddha to be protected and to get the name cleared. Uh, just patiently Lord Buddha was waiting. Lord Buddha may have felt he got, because of his wiseness, he may have known already that this will come to an end like this. But he never uttered a word. He didn't tell even the another Thero that these things will settle in 2 months or 3 months. He just said, no, we are not going anywhere. We will stay here. So that is how that difficult time was passed. Because even the king was under pressure to bring the law to action, irrespective of the person who was the accused. So it was the Lord Buddha who was accused of that. So this is the beauty of this Dhamma, is that there are incidents happening, and incidents will create definitely a fire in a person who is in the mundane world. But for people like Lord Buddha or Arhants who have come to the final step, or where the state of mind is such that there is no person here, there is no person to be safeguarded. So therefore, whatever happens is going to be material to them. And there are uh, no intention of getting the name cleared. So if you come across, or if you happen to face such a situation, isn't it very beautiful to learn and understand this Dhamma, where the ability to face it from the angle of no self will be very beautiful. There's no person to be blamed on this side. There's no person to be cleared from this side, because there's no self called Buddha. There's no self called Arhatan Mahanse. Just a system is moving forward. That's all. So we know that Lord Buddha has done about 84,000 sermons according to the books, maybe even more. In specific situations, he preached this Dhamma to different people. But basic truth is the same. Same thing is happening even these days, where for the last 5 years, Anand Mahasi has been preaching Dhamma to us. And about 12,000 sermons are there altogether. The beauty is that even though it is explained in many Pali terms in the books, and if you listen to different monks, you hear so many sutras are being used to explain things. But the beauty is basically it boils down to one thing: there's no self-will. So try to see all these things in that no self angle. You can't do it as a thing that you are performing. You can't say that I am going to look at this in the no self angle. Then in a thought, you are trying to find something to do. It's not the case. Everything that you talk or ask, Lord Aranwase will say that there's nothing like that. That is what is mentioned to say that don't go behind the words. That is one of the things that Karan Mahasi frequently says. Don't go behind the words. The words means it is your mind level. Go along the feel level. Identify how you feel and then go along that level, go along that line. So feel is something that is very important. Feel is the sensor level. feel is a vibration. But talking about the sensor level or the vibration, why is it something created at the level of the eye, ear, and the other three sensor levels? It's the speed of occurring, speed of vibrating creates something. So there is common vibration to all this. That is clear, I suppose. There is common vibration to everything, and depending on the sensor function, if it happened in relation to the eye, you call it a rupa or a shape. If it happened in relation to the ear, you call it was a sound. So basically they are all vibrations, and the vibration will come up with some product, some form of manifestation. So the vibration is a kampana or the rupa. It will be manifested as a sound, uh, a shape, smell, taste, or skin sensation. So manifestation of a vibration, manifestation of a fast vibration, manifestation of a speed is called depending on the sensor function, you put them into 5 categories. So now we know that even the sensor functions is not true. Sensor function or the function of seeing, hearing, and feeling the taste, smell, and the skin level. They are all created due to fast speed. And then these will collectively form the mind. Now, if you say there was nothing at the sensor level and just simply a creation of the speed, the collective function of that which forms the thought is also a product of the speed. The thought, can you say thought is real then? No. The basic raw materials or the basic components of the foundation is just the speed. Then the outcome, which is the thought, is also just the speed. Then that one, what will that lead to? Uh, the speed due to the speed itself of the thought gives rise to the feeling of perception, and that perception invariably leads to the perception of self. So we can now see that self perception, which is the main character of this drama, self perception is a creation of the fast speed, and which is not really there. Lord Buddha gave the metaphor for the perception. It's a mirage. Now we know mirage looks very real, isn't it? Where in a hot background, hot area, you will see as if there is some water. And not knowing this, a child can go to that place trying to run and find out the water. Or very easily animals can see it and take it as water, and then they will try to go towards it. And when you go towards it, you feel that it is moving away and away from you. So why do you call it a mirage? It gives the impression that there is water, isn't it? But there is no real water there. Without any real water, it gives the perception, or it gives the appearance of real water. So that is why R.N. Maharaj explains the Sabda Sanya or the sound perception has no real sounds. Varna Sanya or the Aloka Sanya or the light perception has no real light there. And the tongue perception or the perception of the taste has no real taste there. The smell perception has no real smell there. And the most sort of important thing is, most shocking revelation is that in the perception of existence, there is nothing existing, and the perception of self, there is no self. So those two are actually, they are the most groundbreaking type of revelations where there's nothing called self, there's nothing called existence. Then a person might ask, how do you say that it's not there? You feel it really, you feel as if it is there. How can you say that it is not there? How do you feel it like that? You feel it like that because of that current which is created. So the current which is created actually is a result of the five senses, isn't it? So the five senses will be functioning non-stop. And this non-stop creation of the current gives you that alive feeling. And that alive feeling is the one which you interpret as self. These facts actually we have never heard from any other sermons in the past. Really speaking, this is what Lord Buddha has mentioned in the sutras. But beyond the time of the Arhants, beyond that era of Arhants, I do not think anybody else could understand what Lord Buddha was trying to explain. That is why it went the underground, I would say. It was covered. These true Dhamma facts were covered. So we were just blindly following the offerings and various types of other Amisha type of puja. That means a materialistic type of offerings all this time. And actually, Lord Buddha never praised that. Lord Buddha always praised and said that it is the insight type of meditation that should be done, and the application of this Dhamma to the day-to-day life is what should happen. Not no belief and no no sort of blind followings as it is done in many other religions. Lord Buddha said that never accept because I told you. Work it out yourself and try to explore yourself. I am giving metaphors for too many things because this Dhamma is something that has to be felt, not something that you can read and by heart and believe. That this Dhamma is something that has to be understood by the self and then felt it. So that is why our noble friend R.N. Mahanse also quite often says that if you are strong with your thoughts, you will not recognize that feel. And in many instances, for the Dhamma friends who have been listening to this Dhamma, he actually says that you have enough knowledge now. Don't try to find more and more knowledge. Try to relax yourself. Even today, I heard he was saying to one of our Dhamma friends that you know enough now. Why not relax? Why not let the things happen in the natural way? Because If you try to find something in this Dhamma path, you will not be able to find it. That is the beauty of it. So there is no like preparations, like trying to remember the things, trying to by heart the things, trying to overcome somebody, and uh, getting a widespread knowledge. These things are not going to help you in the Dhamma path. True that the knowledge about darshan is important, but what are the things you have to know in this context? That means as part of the darshan. We have been discussing this so many times. One important thing is that the world means yourself. Taking the world true, taking the world as real means strongly it is a self view on the other side. Uh, they go hand in hand, like the birth and death. Wherever there is a birth, there's an inevitably death also. So like that, wherever the world is taken as real, that is your self view. And underneath the self view is a self perception, isn't it? So the most important thing is that Salayatana Loko Loko was the golden statement mentioned by Lord Buddha. World is a creation of the senses. It's 100% limited to the capacity of the senses. You cannot go beyond the sensor level. You cannot find out exactly what is really outside. There must be something we don't know, but what is created by the senses is something that we take as real. So, this is one of the most important things in the Darshana, knowing the fact that we are having our own world created by something created uh, by the senses. So, that is one important point. Secondly, what about the sense of creation? Sense of creation is also simply speed. Now, if that speed wasn't there, we will not be able to experience any of these things. So we know so many examples are there to explain the speed. Speed gives rise to the feeling that it's really there. Something, an illusion. And Lord Buddha gave that simple metaphor which was suitable for that time. The spinning of one fireball tied up to a wire gives rise to the appearance of a fire ring. So saying that there's no firing is also incorrect because you can see it. Saying that there is a firing is also incorrect because there's no real firing. So the AC current or the alternate current of the old-fashioned bulb is also an example from the present context. There's a speedy flow of flickering which is interrupted. It's not a continuous flow, but every fraction of second it is interrupted and the new light spark is coming up. But because of the speed, we see as if it is continuously lighting bulb. But we know that when the lifespan of the bulb is becoming close to the end, you can see this flickering because that flow of current is slowed down. So, in other words, if this speedy occurrence, if that speed story is not there, we will not be able to experience anything at the sensor level. Because of the speed, the light is created. And because of the speed, sound is created. Speed creates the taste, smell, and the skin sensation. Now, we will discuss something that was very recently explained by R.N. Maharshi. Actually, time to time, he's bringing some very important facts. He's opening more and more deeper facts to us in the discussions. So, if we take that now, I am seeing what is in front of me. I'll take the curtain. So, curtain is only a shape to the eye. As I said, the eye is unable to give a detailed account of that picture, isn't it? Now, as I said, that picture was also a creation due to the fast vibration of the eye. Now, there's vibration of the eye, and automatically within a fraction of a second, the sound comes to the mind, curtain. So, how many criteria or how many qualities are there in that word or the sound called curtain? It was only a seeing. Now it came up as a thought. So that means that it's not seeing, it's a thinking, isn't it? Seeing part was very insignificant, and seeing part wouldn't have occurred if not for that speed. So, speed, if vibration of the eye led to some thinking. What was thought? Thought was curtain. And just see what other components, what other qualities are there in this single vibration. Now we know that all we are talking about everything around one vibration. Now the curtain is a different type of a vibration. Seeing was a different vibration, and then the thought was a different vibration. It's something like now you can't reverse, you can't experience it at the level of seeing only. That happened at the baby, the radiant mind level, the baby's level. Baby could see it, but there was no thought about it. So he had only that basic level. The out of the two circles, the Vattang Vattadi, only the first circle or the first Vattaya was taking place in the baby's level. Now, at this age, my age or your age, we have straight away the curtain. That is a thought. So I actually didn't see, I was thinking, isn't it? In that thought, as I said, what are the components? Where did that thought come from? That is what we were explaining as the Ubbe Nivasa Anusati Jnana. It's a wisdom of seeing the old perceptions. Also use the word Purana Sanya. Purana Sanya becoming Nava Sanya, that means the old perceptions became the new perceptions at this moment. So what do they have in these perceptions? Is it only the sound? No. So the sound was the sound perception was the curtain. In that perception, which was reproduced, which popped up right now, or which was telepathized, or which was synchronized. You have so many words to explain this mechanism. That experience became an experience right now. So again, going back to the components of this single vibration, it's not just a sound, isn't it? The perceptions that how the curtains are, curtains are mostly clothes. Sometimes you might have curtains made up of plastic clothes also. And the way that it is stitched and different designs of curtains, and the other curtains you are having at home. Now, do you realize that what a lot of perceptions are coming up, and they are included in that single vibration? Not only that, the most important thing is that you have the perception that it is really there, isn't it? The perception of existence is also there. And not only that, the worst thing is that perception of self, the real curtain is here, and then on the other side, myself is also here. So all those things are included in that single vibration of the thought called curtain. Various types of the curtains, what you had in the past, what are the types of curtains that you know, who stitched it, and even the facts like it needs washing very soon, that sort of concepts. And that why are you using the curtains? What are the purposes of the curtains? All these will be there. I mean, most important thing is that there is a real curtain here. And real curtain, wherever there is something real, the myself is also there. So these are actually, this part is particularly is the sasava or the taints. That feeling of self is the taint. So in that curtain, all these things are hiding. Where did that self feeling, where is that uh, perception of persistence and perception of self came up? That you have to go back a long way using your yatha bhutana jnana, the wisdom to see the things as it is in the real way. So this uh, feel of self, which is a current actually, the field of existence came up from the level of the zygote. That is where that zygote became synchronized to another current, which was there at that time. And that current was brought forward. And now, with each and every stimulus that you are experiencing, underneath in that current as one component, the real feeling, existing feel, and also the feeling of self is also hiding. So whatever you are looking around, the cupboard, plug point, plug bases, and table mat, wires, calendar, so many things you can see around. If you turn your head from wherever you are, if you are in the garden, you will be able to see trees, various types of trees, flowers, birds, squirrels, so many things. So turn the head round and see. You will see many shapes, but a line of thoughts will follow. Each thought you can feel that has that component of uh, perception of existence and the perception of uh, being alive. So, in other words, you can experience a real world along with myself who is enjoying. So, each and every moment, this is happening. Each and every moment, this self perception is being born. And that is where your jati is, your birth is. It's not the birth that happened like 30, 40, 50, 60 years back. The birth is right now in this moment when that stimulus, what you experienced, what the senses experienced in the form of seeing, hearing, or feeling, or feeling becomes true. When it is true, that is where your birth is. And instantly there is a death also. There is a birth and then instantly there is a death also. So that is where you talk about the birth and the death in Buddhist teaching. Therefore, we don't talk about the death that occurs in this physical body after 60, 70, 80, 90 years. True that there is such a death and a birth also, but that is not what Lord Buddha was trying to explain. Lord Buddha was born to explain to us about this hidden type of birth and the death. This hidden type of birth and death is happening at every stimulus. So, therefore, why should we worry about a death which is happening at the end of that so called lifespan? If we are being born and if we are dying at each fraction of second, then why should you bother about a death that is occurring at the end of this lifespan? You are being born and dying now, right now, at this moment. But if you understand this mechanism, if you have no fire with this stimuli, if you have no burning or no current with each and every stimuli, then you wouldn't talk about being born at this thought. Then you do not have to worry because you have won your death. You have been liberated from your birth and the death. So, whatever the time that the physical body comes to an end is something just negligible, isn't it? You have overcome the birth and the death, or in other words, you are not going to die anymore because you are not going to be born. Isn't that something very beautiful? No scariness, no anxiousness, and not afraid of the death that will occur at some point. Simply because you have overcome that death, that concept of birth and death. So each and every moment, if you can do it as even a meditation, this is something that Lord Buddha was also explaining. And our Aranvasi noble friend has said that this is my last breath. That is one of the point of contemplation that some people have been asked to practice. Always, if you take it as this is the last breath, then uh, now you might be talking about lots of responsibilities, lots of things that you have to do, lots of work and commitments that are online. If this is your last breath, and then that means it's an end, then what are you talking about those commitments? Because you are holding on to them, aren't you? You are holding on to so many things. And you are thinking that I have to do this, do that, do this. I have promised that I will commit, I will fulfill this duty. And there are so many commitments for me. If it is your last breath right now, who is going to do all those things? So that is one of the point of concentration that Lord Aranvasi has told some of our Dharma friends to do. Do it as it is, practice as it is. This is my last breath. So when you try to work out on that angle, that system will feel that there is no point of holding on to these things as if they are waiting to be done. You can do it then and there, that's not an issue, but uh, it's not something that you are doing with the fire within. So, may Antima Husma Binduai is a great Kamatahana if somebody can practice it actually. That means this is my last breath. This is the last breath of this system. And whatever the responsibilities, commitments, duties, uh, not having free time to listen to Dhamma, all sorts of things will have a zero value when you practice on this one. So we know that Lord Buddha said that there's no fire underneath any of the thoughts. If there's no fire with any thought, that means you are very neutral. You have no current left over. And when there's no current, that means no vibration. He was talking some of the facts, very deep facts and very important facts about vibration. Since it is not done in the English medium, I'm sure some of our Dhamma friends will be explaining these things also. So I will try to explain few things that I gathered. Because when a person dies, when the end of the physical body occurs, the very last thought or the very last vibration that occurs is called Chutisita. So we know that every vibration has a current. Actually, the current and the vibration is a kind of self-supportive type of a circle. When there is a current, there's a vibration. And vibration, on the other hand, will create a current. And the two examples that we mentioned yesterday also, they were metaphors given by Aryan Mahansi. One is that throwing a stone to the water, which gives rise to the ripples of water, and hitting the edge of the lake or the surrounding wall. So there's a current which was used to throw the stone, and then that led to some waves, and the waves in turn will create a power. That is one example. And also he gave a beautiful metaphor. He clapped the hands. Until that clapping occurred, there was no wave. Now, when you used the power and then clapped, there was a sound wave which was created. So the current led to the wave, and wave itself or the vibration itself will start creating the current. So they are self-feeding. Another beautiful example given for some other thing by Lord Buddha was that the story about the two piles of sticks. You can take it as firewood. Two piles of sticks tied up together. When they are leaned towards each other, uh, supporting each other, it will stand upright. But if you remove one of the bundles of sticks, the other one will definitely fall, other one will not persist. So it's something like that. Lord Buddha gave that example for the support, inter, inter, the way that supporting each other, the nama and the rupa. Nama means naming, rupa is a vibration. So when there is a fast vibration, there is a naming. And for the naming to occur, there should be a vibration. So they are kind of self-feeding each other, Nama and the Rupa. You can't take one of them away, then the other one will automatically disappear. So always there should be a vibration to be named and without the naming, you do not know whether there was a vibration or not. So that is just the explanation for the Nama Rupa. Similarly, here also the power and the vibrations are helping each other, supporting each other, and one is not going to survive without the other. So in this situation where there is a vibration uh, at the time of the death, that means a Chutisita, and if there is a similar vibration somewhere, uh, this vibration becomes equal to that. So then, as a new birth, it will continue, which means this equalization of resonating of this vibration will give a, a push to the zygote to grow. And that is what is called the sasava nature, or the taints, the current which was synchronized to this zygotic level. And also Aranhas explained that in some of the formless worlds which are achieved by long-term meditations, they are actually all concentration meditations which bring them up to very high spiritual levels, but certainly that is not nirvana, because those are not permanent stages. At some point, they do not vibrate now because the vibrations have become so refined. They are almost with no perceptions. But at some point, maybe millions and millions of years later, it can vibrate again at some point. No one knows when it is going to happen. So when there is a vibration at that level, if it becomes similar to another vibration somewhere, then it becomes that. And what happens is that that is called birth. Then this, in the formless world, there was this non-vibrational state for long periods, and suddenly the vibration occurs, and at that point, if that vibration becomes equal to another vibration, then there's this birth. So that is why Lord Buddha said that being born in this formless worlds is very dangerous, because you never know how long that vibrations or the lack of vibration, or the asanya level will persist, and at some point it will vibrate, and then we never know where that birth will be. Very often Lord Buddha said that it is in one of the lower uh, uh, lower planes or lower realms. And also he explained another situation where this last vibration doesn't become equal or doesn't get synchronized to another zygote. Then the vibrations are not something that is persisting, isn't it? But that vibration, if it occurs again at some point, then at that time, whatever could be synchronized will synchronize at that moment. So you are not gone forever, because that current is still there. Current is somewhere there, and that will lead to the vibration, and that vibration will settle that current somewhere in another zygote. So it looks very complex, isn't it? It looks very complex. And also Lord Aryan Mahasi gave some beautiful uh, modern metaphors. He gave the two examples, the television set and the phone. Now, a television set. Uh, he said now in the baby's radiant mind level, the circuit and the television set is there, circuit is there, but the circuit is still not functioning. So therefore, you can't get the thoughts, no thoughts, but baby can see, hear, and feel. Now, little by little, when the perceptions are coming up, the baby will start getting the thoughts. So that initial stage, he said that kind of an old-fashioned television set, where still the pictures are not very well refined, but there are pictures and sounds. There is a kind of a story going on, but not well refined. And later on, what happens is when the thoughts are very much clear cut and straightforward, it's now like getting a smart TV which has this perfect looking, real looking sounds and pictures. So now that story which is going on the TV is real to you, and you are crying and you are very happy. You want to see what is the next episode, and you will feel that, oh, that person shouldn't have died at this moment. He should have lived to make the story more colorful. And I don't like that person's acting. So you are now living in that drama. The drama incidents are quite true and looking really, really, really real. That is the level where the thoughts are very high level, and along with the thoughts, you are getting dragged away with various sense functions. So that was another explanation given by R.N. Mahasi, and also he said about the telephone. Now we know that we have the facility to talk to any corner of the world right now. Just it is a matter of touching the buttons with your fingers, isn't it? Just a matter of few seconds of dialing. You hear the sound, and also not only that, you can even see the pictures also. And what happens there? That vibration has become equal to this vibration, isn't it? The person who was ringing from this end, the vibrations that occurred at this level became equal to the vibrations of that end. Was that vibration there before you were dialing? No, it occurred right now at this moment, isn't it? Then you can't say this vibration was there hiding. When the relevant causes met, the vibration occurred. And when the relevant causes aren't there, the effect is not there. So this is cause and effect actually. When the relevant causes meet, the effect comes up. So when you are dialing that phone, you get the sound and the picture, isn't it? If for some reason that telephone number is no more existing, then you know that that vibration is never going to occur again. So it is something similar to a situation where there's no current at all now. There's no way of getting the telephone number connected because there's no such number now. So it's something like that. The nirvana means that current becoming zero. There's no such telephone number now for you to communicate and see the picture. So also, as I mentioned earlier, a vibration which didn't get telepathized this moment at some point when the vibration occurs again. And at that point, if there is a similar vibration occurring, that will become this one. And also one more thing I wanted to tell from the same Deshana, the importance of that single vibration that occurs right now. That vibration, as I said, it has so many perceptions in that. The the whole story about the curtain, whatever the perceptions you have had all this time. And along with that, I said the self perception and the perception of existence is also there. So, those are all qualities which came up from the zygote level. And it's actually not from something in the recent past. It's not something from this birth alone. That is the important thing that Lord Aran Mahanse revealed. It can occur from so many lives in our samsara journey. So all the taints which got collected from all those instances, all those births, all the taints, all the kind of rotten mud which got collected will be reproduced at this moment. And also Lord Aranmasi went to the extent of explaining that some children or even the adults show some weird behavior sometimes, which is not explainable. And also sometimes some small children behaves in such a way, actually they are not suitable for a child's behavior. And sometimes the elders and the parents are really worried. Why is this child behaving like this? Those are all the results of the sasava nature of the taints. So you can't blame the child, can you? It happens as a result of the taints or that formless level. So if such situation is observed, only way is to be very nice to that child and try to get him out of that strong feeling. And also, Aranahasi gave some other examples. Now, sometimes when you see a person for the first time, very first time, you haven't got anything to do with that person, with no apparent reason, you feel angry about him, or you feel that you are not, you do not want to have any association with him. Similarly, on the other side, other way also, sometimes you meet a person for the first time in your life. For some unknown reason, some unexplainable reason, you really feel that you are attached to that person. You might go to some unexpected lengths trying to help that person. Others might wonder what's wrong with you. How do you know that person to? Trying to explain so much, trying to sort of help so much. You don't help us like that, but you are trying to help this unknown person, the person whom you have met for the first time, and you are trying to go out of the way to help. Sometimes when you see a person, the person looks very familiar to you. You're trying to sort of ransack your brain and find out, where did I see him? This is very familiar. You might even ask the person, were you in this particular school from this time? This time I was studying in that school. The person might say no. Were you worked in such and such office from this time? This time? No. Were you in the university? This particular university, and I was in the university from this year to this year? No. You might come across such sort of weird situations where you feel some unusual closeness to a person, some unusual familiarity, but you never know where it came from. Or the deja vu phenomenon, we call it deja vu phenomenon, very familiar to unknown things. That may be the reason why you know that sometimes small children uh, go along with the strange people, isn't it? The parents are very much worried sometimes. They become friendly with somebody unknown very quickly, and even the children can be abducted. So, these are some of the things that are difficult to be explained in the normal day to day activities. But these can be very clearly explained by these uh, Buddhist teachings. So, what R.N. Mahasi was trying to explain was that this unusual familiarity or the unusual hatred or dislike towards a person whom you didn't have anything to do with in the past could be explained in this form. So these perceptions are actually very weird and very complex, I would say. You never know from where these perceptions were reproduced from, and it's certainly not within this lifestyle, not within this lifetime here. It may have come from somewhere in your samsara journey as a single spark at this moment. And if that is not understood, you will be getting dragged away along that uh, sense of function, isn't it? You will take it as real. Now that uh, the story about being feeling very familiar with somebody who is uh, unknown. You might even go to the extent of helping, bringing them home, keeping them at home, and then helping in the maximum possible way. And even can end up having some disastrous outcome also. On the other hand, there are stories where a close friend sometimes assassinates another person just within a fraction of a second, where uh, uh, unpredictable anger has come up at this moment. Actually, those people sometimes they really uh, they are very sad and very upset about what happened. They will say that I don't know what happened to me. I just killed my friend. And what happened to me? How did it happen? I don't know. I don't know where my mind went. So these are some of the stories that we hear even in the court decisions. And I'm sure some of you know that even their sentences, their punishment becomes a little lighter when the judge realizes that it happened due to the sudden anger or the sudden change of the mood. Uh, so there are loopholes like that also, even in the law, to get some kind of light type of punishment for such situations, because it is accepted as something can happen to the mankind. But the deep explanation is not there in those uh, court level. But we know that the explanation is clearly here with the Lord Buddha's teaching, where the taints or the cankers or the hiding type of uh, sasava or the self vibration could be the uh, culprit in such a situation. So those are the areas actually you can explore. It's beautiful, and you tend to be more and more interested to explore these things when you hear more and more facts from R.N. Mahanse. As I said, these facts we have never heard from any other sermons, from other venerables or other monks. So it's so important, so impressive to understand the life and the mind and the thought. When you understand these things more and more, it becomes easier to live as long as this physical body is existing, isn't it? Because you know that this is just a system which is uh, working on kind of robotic like function, kind of automatic sequence. And definitely there is no person who is doing this. And very sure, very much clear that there's no one who is behind the screen, like uh, playing a puppet show. There's no person, no self who is uh, moving the threads here and there and then getting the puppet to work. Your body is working according to that current which is generated as a result of the thought. And the thought is a product of the senses. Senses is the product, sensor function is a product of the fast speed of the vibrations. So when you go deep and deep, deep and deep into that, what you find is a vibration which has the two opposite ends where some form of current is generated. And how the vibration occurs is again some form of current. So the current and the vibration, they are at the deep bottom of it. And there is something created from that level, up and up. And now you have got the real world with you, and yourself is there. And there's no self to take the responsibility of these things happening. They are all happenings, and even the fire is a part of this system. So the fires will come up time to time, roaring fires or mild to moderate fires. Recognize with the jnana, and there's no owner to these fires. That is the beauty of it. Without an owner, the fires are coming now and then. Let them come. It's okay, because there's no way of stopping it. Fires are coming and going, and without an owner. So why should be bothered? I got angry and I felt sad, very happy. Where is it myself is? Without the self, without myself, the happiness comes, the sadness comes, the anger comes. They come and go like the clouds in the sky coming up, and the clouds are floating, disappearing. New clouds are coming. So it is just a system which is acting non-stop. And until the time of the collapse or the end of this physical body, this process will take take part, continue to happen. And without no self here, you feel like sometimes like a robot, isn't it? You are just continuing with your day-to-day work and uh, fulfilling the duties, and not much thinking. But appropriate planning should occur, because appropriate planning is necessary. But the most important thing is that without fire, you should be able to plan the things, you should be able to do the things. And fulfill whatever the commitments and the responsibilities that you have to do. So it will flow uh, towards the sea. That example given by metaphor given by Lord Buddha. If a tree is bent down to the river, one day when it is uprooted, it will fall to the river water and it will be taken down to the sea anyway. So that be like the tree which is bent down to the river. And therefore, you don't have to do anything actually. When the tree is bent down to the river, you do not have to plan and think that you want to go down the river water and ended up in the sea. It will happen. It's like that story about the sutra explanation of Lord Buddha about the hen warming up the egg. So if the hen sits on the eggs and provide the necessary warmth, whatever the day, the eggs will hatch and the chicks will come out. You have to provide the background support, like you are planting a little chili plant. You provide the water, necessary water and the manure, and it should be planted in a place where there is sunlight. Eventually, the plant will grow. You don't need to uproot it every time and see whether the roots are growing. You do not have to sort of measure the height of the plant and see whether it is growing. When you give the supportive measures, which means you know your darshana component very well, and then there beyond that, there's nothing much to do. Whatever you know will be applied to the Dhamma, will be applied to your day-to-day activities. So that is what most of our mothers and sisters, fathers who are listening to this Dhamma for some time explains. You can hear in the Zoom discussions that the way that the things have changed for them. How surprising. Some of them actually have been only listening to the Dhamma, and that change within themselves have occurred without any effort. So that is what is called by Sandittika. Lord Buddha said that this is a Sandittika Dharma. Sandittika means the person himself will feel it, person himself will understand it. So there's no force, no forcing actually, no pressurizing, and no strict rules. What Lord Buddha said was, come and see it yourself. He is guiding us, and our Aryan Mahasi, our noble friend, is guiding us. He can do it up to a certain level only. He can correct wherever there's a pitfall. He will help us with that. But beyond that, he can't do the rest of the job. It's your keen interest, it's your determination, it's your willingness, it's your courage. Chanda, Chitta, Virya, Vimasa. Those are the four things which we call Satara Irdipada. What is meant by that? Chande means you should have the willingness to understand this Dhamma. Chanda. And Chitta, you have to have that thought accordingly. You have to think about it. Virya is your courage to understand this Dhamma. Sometimes occasionally we hear that some people saying it's difficult. I can't understand this. So maybe I will go for a simpler form of sermon from somebody else. These are some of the very unfortunate situations that we have come across. Some people feel that this is a difficult sum and they want to switch on to some other easy type of sermons. This is actually what we have been doing all this samsara journey. We have been skipping the things which are difficult. We have been trying to find easier things. So Vimasa is that you explore the thing. Don't just confine yourself to what you heard. You have your exploration. You have your own research, and then try to understand what was mentioned in the sermons. So the Chanda, Chitta, Virya, Vimasa, the four facts have been preached by Lord Buddha, and those are necessary actually. But also, on the other hand, too much of courage, too much of struggling is also not going to help. In one of the sutras, Lord Buddha has said that when you are swimming across a stream, if you try to make a too much of effort by too much of splashing water and too much of kicking and movements of the hands, that is not going to help you. So too much of efforts and trying to find something hard is also a disadvantage. You will not be able to cross the stream. Also, on the other hand, if you do not have enough efforts, you are just trying to lazily lay in the water, then you will sink down definitely. So the effort should be